let's make a tier list. Could be fun. Let me do that thing real quick. Let me do that thing where I post that message, tell people that I'm live, and then we'll get going. This should be exciting. I'm honestly, this is a little, I wouldn't say up in the air for me. I think I have some opinions for sure. It's just definitely it's not as long as we had with like, you know, the game as it was before VERSUSIA dropped to determine things, right? But let me just message real quick. Okay, and okay, that should be the YouTube link. Let me grab the Twitch link real quick, like. Isn't this shit fucking angelic, by the way? What's going on, Rain? Silver, hi. Welcome, welcome. There you go. And then do the same thing on the YouTube side of things as well. Not just in the Discord. What's going on, fellas? Hope you're doing well today. Bonk. This should be fun. I'm certainly interested in how this is gonna go. What's going on, Josh? I am actually curious. I don't know what this is gonna look like ahead of time. I'm not gonna lie to you. I have some ideas, certainly. But I think I'm gonna, as I talk more about things, I think some of my opinions might form a little bit more solidly. Yeah, like these tiers are probably not gonna stay the same either. I've got so I've got the last one. Just been playing some Deadlock with friends, so chill now. I've heard that game is complicated, even for like mobile players. I think that I've heard they find it difficult to hop on. Also looks cool though. What's going on, Z-Man? Yeah, so I've got the actual patch notes here, and I have the actual, and I have the last tier list I made for the Vayne patch. I want to see how things are gonna differ. I'm doing well, Z-Man. Hope you're doing well as well. I'll move myself over to the side here, so I'm not in the way of the tier list. And Chance can come too. Whee! There you go. So we get out of the way. But yeah, we'll see. I'll wait a sec. Give some people some time to make their way in, and then we'll get started. I don't know if it's gonna take like 3 hours, or 2 hours, or 1 hour, or what. We'll see. Depending on how long it takes, it'll depend on what else we do today. But like I said, Wildcat is top tier. She's the worst of the top tiers. IMO, probably bottom of S rank. We'll see. We'll see. I'm doing good. Just hit master rank with Vira. Yo, awesome. Good stuff. I forget, that's not your first master rank character, right? Hello, Brick and Chat. I always watch your YouTube videos. Never seen you live. Oh yeah, El Relay. Thank you. You followed me like 40 minutes ago, by the way. Thank you very much. I was just about to go through that. Yeah, you and Anthem Ono also. You both followed me while I was live. So thank you very much. I'm glad you enjoy the. I'm glad you enjoy the videos, El Relay. El Relay. Your name's a bit of a tongue twister for me, apparently. Yes, I'm glad you enjoy it. I hope I can continue to be some combination of entertaining and educational for you. This is my first ever master rank. That's huge, then. You said that shit so casually. You said that shit in a way that I was like, you know, I'm sure you got there, right? I'm sure it's like you know, a secondary or something. That's awesome, Z man. Congrats, dude. That's a huge milestone right there. That shit is not easy. Like, getting characters to master, even when you've already been there, is not easy. So getting your first one is definitely a big deal. Huge congrats. Street Fighter 4 Zangief is S tier. I heard that shit. Listen, I'm here to battle the well dooming and say she's a good ass mid tier. Okay, Aphrodite. This is, I mean, you know, fair warning, and I'm gonna mention this when I start actually recording the video too. Fair warning, this is not a community tier list. This is going to be my opinion. If some of you say some things that I haven't thought of really, like I'm like, oh shit, that's a good point, maybe. Like very much, you know, it's going to be stating my my own opinion, but we'll see, I think I'm we're going to agree on that a little bit more than you might expect, Aphrodite, for sure. What's going on, Ash? Woe side Ashes, hello. This music is so calming, man. I feel like, you know, I was gonna, like, I just wanna drift off to heaven like this shit. Fox, hi. As they're returning the fairy woes there, amazing. Zoe bottom 1 for real, for real. I'm a little worried. I'm a little worried. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm a little worried. I feel like I have a couple of takes for this tier list. A lot of it, I think, is gonna be like ish, but they made Narm flip one of those busted moves from old games, and I hate it so much. It's definitely a lot better than it used to be, for sure. Eustace forever mid tier. It's just ignorant. I mean, I will say, we'll talk about it more when we get to Narm. But while flip is really good, there is, I think, at least, maybe you know this, Aphrodite, but I feel like a large contingent of people don't realize that the flips have like a 30-something frame startup. So like, while it's not easy by any means, you can just like, you know, straight up smack her or anti-air her out of her grounded flips, right? Abel is no longer D tier, he's low C, let's go. We'll see. This hero's gonna get manipulated by subs like the last one did. Now, as fun as that was, Durder, and as much money as that made me, this one I do want to, this is my opinion, right? I'm gonna keep this one, like, I want this to be a more, like, accurate representation of what I actually think. So, no. This one is going to be, less insane. I mean, it might be insane, but it'll be insane because my takes are insane, not because somebody bribed me to do so. Narm's area X flip is, like, way faster? Yeah, I mean, that didn't get changed at all. Narm's area X flip has always been a good move. It was a good move last patch, too. Yeah, that move was always really good, right? But the grounded flips got a lot better in this patch because you get combos off them and shit now. Like, the reward on it is so high now. But one thing that hasn't changed is, again, those moves have always been quite slow. Again, it's not that easy, but with how strong flip is now, keeping it in your mind and being like, oh yeah, I can like straight up anti-air this. The startup on grounded H flip is like 32 frames, right? So, like, even though the move is very good, it's not just like, you know, guaranteed plus on block, safe move that is also a combo extender. Slow kill be saving my ass against Narm flip? Yeah. EX ground flip can mess up your BC? Yeah. The move's good, but again, I think I don't hear people talking often enough about how Narm can just get smacked out of it, like, very realistically. You can certainly air throw on reaction, but yeah, I mean, it's 32 frames. You can 2H that shit on reaction, right? If you react in like 21, 22 frames, you can 2H that shit. That's not an easy reaction, but like, if you have a better anti-air than 2H, or if you have a faster 2H, like Seox or something, then you can do it. You can close L her too, right? You can like close L her on, you don't have to 2H either. Because again, the startup is so slow. So like, the move's good. The move's really good. I'm not trying to say the move's not good. I'm just saying there is like counterplay to that. Of course, sometimes it can like cross up and there can be weird spacings and things like that. I get that. I'm just saying. When I see her do it as jump 5L, that works too, right? Vira privilege? Yeah, I mean, Vira can close H it, right? Very easily. And even if she's a little late, she probably crushes it. That, a close H should work too. 8 frames means you have to react in like 24, 25 frames, which is a reaction check for sure. People fail that all the time. Again, the benchmark I always want to use is Nier's 66M is 26 frames, and motherfuckers get hit by that shit all the time. But it is reactable, right? It's a fail. It's a reaction that you will fail often, but it's reactable. Close Hing Narm flips is the same thing. It's 25 frames. So, unless you have like Ladiva can't close H it. Well, she can, but it's harder because her close H is 12. But if you have like a normal close H, you got a lot of frames to do that. Grimnir top 1, Nier bottom 1. My opinions are cooked. We'll see. I'll get started in a second here. In a fighting game, 20 frames reaction feels basically like looking out for it. 20, like, so okay, yes, Yasuo, but 20 is a really, really big difference from 20 to 22 even. 23, 24. Like, those extra 3 to 4 frames are a really big deal. 20 is the borderline, in my opinion. Unless you're, like, really, like, a young man, you got those reflexes cooked into you. If there is a mental stack situation, like, it's not just a situation where you're only looking out for one thing, I feel like 20 is, the borderline of what I would consider consistently reactable if you're locked in.
Very good odds that this person is
what in the moss?
Smart and attractive.
What's going on, man? How you doing? Look, I haven't seen you around for a little bit, but thank you for the continued support regardless. Hope you're excited for the tier list. I know I am. Only starting playing Nier since she got super nerfed. That's good, honestly. I feel like in this case, it is definitely better to have not loved at all than to have loved and lost. Playing Nier after the nerfs, not only is she so much weaker, but I feel like she's also completely different. You have to, like, all the Niers who stuck with her had to, like, relearn a lot of shit with the character, right? Because she got reworked, not just nerfed. The rework was a nerf, but it was also a big rework. Okay, I think we can get started relatively soon here. Honestly, I just don't want to delay it that much longer. Even though I feel bad for Nier, the game does feel better ever since her nerf. It is, I mean, like, listen, again, no one, well, I've said it ad nauseum. I'll say it again when we get back to Nier. No one is gonna cry for Nier getting nerfed as hard as she did. Did I think she got, do I think she got over nerfed? Yes. Do I also think she kind of had to? Yes. Did she need a significant nerf? Definitely. Right? Nier was obviously the best character in the game before the patch. A lot of people put her in her own tier. I don't know that I couldn't necessarily believe that, but I could see the point, right? So, like, it's definitely a good thing that Nier got super nerfed. I just think maybe they went a little far. Like, they went a little far. But yes, no, like, Nier's nerf was definitely good for the game. I agree. The patch overall, I've said it a lot, has felt like a massive success, right? And I'll talk about some stuff when we first get started here that'll also indicate that. You know what? I'm gonna start. I'm excited. I wanna get going here. I wanna see where I'm gonna end up, and I just wanna go. This is a fun topic. So let's do the thing. Let me drink some water, and we'll start the video. All right. All right, folks, we are back for more Grand Blue Fantasy vs. Rising action for you here, and we have something a little bit fun, as is sort of the tradition at this point when Vikala's trailer came out. I don't know when exactly I'm going to put this on YouTube, maybe like a couple days from now or something. But yeah, Vikala's trailer came out a few days ago, and she's coming on the 25th. So she should be, is my understanding, I believe, I'm almost certain I read this from an official side game source somewhere. She's coming with a balance patch. I think they said the next balance tweaks were going to be in October with when they're talking about the VERSUSIA patch. And obviously it's October, and obviously the call is coming in October, so that should be it, right? So yes, this is a pre-rat patch tier list. You also got it exactly right. Me, when I spread misinformation, I'm like almost certain this isn't misinformation. If there's no patch with Vikala, that's my bad. That's on me. I'm almost certain that shit's coming. I feel like I read that somewhere for sure. We'll get into it. The point is, tier list time for the VERSUSIA patch. Of course, the VERSUSIA patch was this gigantic patch. Everybody got touched to some extent, except the Beatrix, basically, right? Because she already got her little emergency nerf. Like, it has really, you know, the more things change, the more things stay the same. And obviously, one character on this list was really high in the last patch, and is still really high in this patch. And I don't even need to say who he is for you to know who I'm talking about. But besides that, the game has kind of like, it has changed in a very significant way, I think. So it's going to be exciting to try and see how things have changed here. With that in mind, because one of the big points of this is comparison to pre-patch, I have two things I'm going to be using kind of like alongside making this tier list here. One, this is the tier list that I made for the Vayne patch, or I guess 1.4, right after the Beatrix emergency nerf, right? This is the tier list that I made for last patch. We'll be kind of comparing and contrasting to this every time we talk about a character. And two, I have the actual patch notes for the VERSUSIA patch on the side here too. We'll be referencing these and looking at them as well. I just tuned in. Do you see Gamera's tier list? No. So I don't look at a lot of tier lists. I honestly just, I don't know. This is mostly, I like making them. I don't really like looking at them that much, personally. Hope the rat is top 1 SSS plus tier. I mean, yeah, Vikala's not on here, of course. We'll see. But yeah, as much as I love Further Ado, we will get started in a second here. One last piece of Further Ado on the VOD Watcher end of things. If you like this kind of stuff, obviously, liking the video, subscribing, leaving a comment, hitting the bell, all that good stuff helps out greatly. It really helps. I appreciate it. If you want to be live when the stuff is happening, you can come by and watch the stream instead of just watching the videos a little bit late. Yeah. Join the Discord if you want, link in the description. All your support is greatly appreciated. Let's start with the actual thing. So the first thing we're going to do before we put anyone actually in a tier is these tiers are not accurate. So one of the things I think they did a really good job with in the VERSUSIA patch, and I mentioned this often and often. If you watch my videos, you know what I'm about to say here. Liked and subbed already? Thank you, Soze. One of the things I want to mention is that it really does feel like the gap between the best characters in the game and the worst characters in the game shrank compared to last patch. Are there still worst characters in the game and best characters in the game? Definitely. Is there still a clear delineation? Yes. But the gap feels a lot smaller than it used to be, right? Like, so again, if I look at this, right? Like, the gap between, like, Nier and Vayne is fucking laughable. Right? Like, this is hilarious. Like, how much better Nier is than Vayne in the last patch is genuine. This is a joke. Like, they're in different video games, right? Nier feels like it comes from a different video game than Vayne does, right? But not really anymore. So I didn't have a D tier in the last list. I had B here. Honestly, I'm going to we're gonna kind of make this as we go, right? Because I'm not entirely certain what I want it to look like right now. But like for real, I think I'm gonna have an A-. It's all symbolic, right? In the end of the day, A- and B, what's really the difference? My point is though that I think even the worst characters in the game are actually way better now. Right? So even if a character is relatively in the same spot, like if Vayne, by the way, ends up like somewhere still in the bottom 5, which he might not even be, we'll see as it forms out, but he is still much better, and the gap between him and the worst characters is still much smaller than it used to be, right? So even though this might seem a little bit arbitrary, again, the idea there is to convey that I don't really think that there is a gigantic gap between the best characters and the worst characters in the game, right? So I think I'm gonna do it like this. So again, basically what I'm doing is I've moved up the B tier to be an A- tier. We'll see if we even need this many tiers. There's a real chance that there's only 4 tiers in the game now. I had 5 here, right? There's a real shot there's only 4 tiers in the game now, but I'm gonna start with this and we'll go from there, right? That's what I'm gonna do for now. Yeah. So with that in mind, we're just gonna go in the order of the list right here, and we'll see. So again, Gran, right? So Gran. Did Gran get better or did he get worse? Gran obviously did get better, right? I mean, he was one of the the only thing is I guess he was one of the characters who got like 6XL close M beforehand. Is it time for more capitalism? No. This is not gonna be the community list. This is gonna be my own opinion. As much money as I made from the corruption, as fun as that was, I want this to be more of a grounded, like my actual serious opinions. So we'll save the shenanigans for later. But yeah, 6XL close M, maybe a little bit worse for him because he already got this, I'm pretty sure. And then obviously, like general damage nerfs, Gran was a high damage boy. So like his U skills doing less damage, raging strike stuff doing less damage hurts him a little bit. But like overall, right, Gran just got like, he got more corner carry, he got more reward off his hits in the mid screen, his 5U like does something now. Gran is like certainly just better than he used to be, right? In the last patch, I had him kind of at like the top of this A tier here. The thing is, and something that I really want to really get into your heads right now before we go too far into this, is that almost everybody got better this patch. There are some exceptions, but almost everybody got better this patch. So even though Gran got buffed, did he get buffed high enough that he's gonna jump up like 7 tiers? I'm gonna say no. Gran, honestly, to me, he felt I was more scared of him reading the patch notes than I think it turned out to be. I think he still ended up being, even though Gran is certainly better, I think he still does get overshadowed in his role by a couple of things. There are a lot of these like all-rounder Shoto-ish characters with a fireball, right? And Gran is not necessarily best in class in that slot. I'm gonna put him here for now. Gran feels like he's at a pretty perfect power level right now, right? He's strong. He has good reward off his hits. He's always had good buttons. Some of them are better than others, right? He's got a plus on block 2M. He's got a good fireball. His 5U actually is like quite scary now if it's used properly. His corner carry got bigger. Like Gran is like pretty good. Like Gran is not overpowered. He's not underpowered. I think Gran is actually, as you would kind of expect for like the default character, he represents our bounced. Gran feels balanced to me. Maybe he's stronger than I'm giving him credit for, but he feels balanced when I fight him. With that in mind, we can talk about Djeeta. Now, Djeeta is a little bit of a different story, right? In the sense of Djeeta, in my opinion, before the VERSUSIA patch, was one of the strongest characters in the whole game. I think I had her up here for a little bit, and then I moved her down at the end. Djeeta, I think, was a tier list. I think Djeeta was very, very strong in the last patch. A couple of things happened here that are going to make me they're gonna make me sour on Djeeta a little bit. She's still very good, right? But again, one, U-skill scaling, some of Djeeta in general, even like, the meme was always, Djeeta has lower than average combo damage, and then someone sends you a clip of him getting hit by 214U, her U-Rekka, and, exploding, right? Djeeta actually didn't do very much damage outside of her 2 crazy U-skills. U-Fireball and U-Rekka were 2 of the best U-skills in the entire game. And not only did U-skills get nerfed universally, they added more scaling to them in combos, right? Again, I think she was one of the characters that got Dash L 6 close M before, so it's technically a mild nerf to her, right? But yeah, not only did her U-skills get their damage nerfed in general, both of the U-skills, or was it only U-Rekka? U-Rekka is throw punishable now, on block as well, so it is much scarier for her to just throw this out. Obviously, the really big one too is that H Vorpal Blade no longer causes wall bounce, so the other thing that made Djeeta really, really exceptional in the last patch was that she would hit you from like 75% of the screen away from the corner, and she would like, who's your captain? It's me! And like, you would get wall bounce from literally the other side of the fucking screen into a corner combo. She can't do that anymore. She still gets corner combos from still pretty decent distances, because you can go 1, 2, 3, 4, and off that launch can combo you if you end up in the corner off that. But that is a significantly smaller distance than what she used to get. And her U skills, Eureka is less safe and does less damage. And U Fireball, I don't think actually got nerfed. Yeah, but U Fireball, again, is going to do less damage when it starts the combo. Gran also, in a way, he kind of got, like, his U Fireball it got caught up to hers in a little bit too. But, yes, but Orkin's right. Her 5U is actually pretty scary now, right? Djeeta's 5U is genuinely, like, it also basically did nothing before. Now it's like, this thing's always plus if you get a little bit of charge. And you might think, so charging it up to level 1 takes 20 frames, right? So you might think that, oh, well, you know, it's not that scary. But Djeeta was always the kind of character who, once she got you in the corner, she's, like, spacing you out and poking and, like, trying to wait for you to overextend on your defense to then smack you and go into corner combos, right? Or even, like, whiff punish you with Eureka or something. So you're already kind of, like, a little disincentivized to, like, really be out there swinging on Djeeta in the corner when you're in the corner against her. So every now and then, Djeeta's will just do, like, you know, they'll, like, hit you with a button and cancel the 5U, and you're not, 20 frames is not that long of a time, right? So you have to almost, like, hard call her out on it. She will get that charge pretty often, and once she has it, she can reset plus frames on you. So her corner offense, actually, has gotten significantly better, I think, which is something that she was already, like, honestly decent at, and it's gotten a lot better in the patch. So she's gotten a lot scarier when she gets you to the corner, and she has gotten a lot pretty much worse everywhere else. Her charge fireballs did also, no, this one. Her charge fireball did also get some benefits, right? Both of them, all the charge fireballs. But again, the big thing, I think, like, the general way that Djeeta went is that she got worse in the mid-screen and better in the corner. The thing that really made Djeeta exceptional before the patch was her mid-screen, I think. And, like, she got so, like, if you remember the last video, I mentioned she got so much more reward off these random hits than Gran did everywhere except the corner. And then Gran did better in the corner than she did. Now, she's probably... They're quite similar, honestly, at this point. Maybe I'm tripping, but I'm like, as I'm trying to compare and contrast the two of them, right? Like, Djeeta's mid-screen is worse than it used to be. It's probably maybe still a little bit better than Gran's. It's hard, honestly, because Gran's got a little better, hers got a little worse. They're pretty close. And then Djeeta's corner pressure is probably better than Gran's, but Gran's corner damage is much higher than Djeeta's now, especially with her U skills being nerfed. I'm gonna put her here. I'm gonna put her above Gran, I think, still. Because I think her buttons are still just a little bit better than his. Right? I think her buttons are still better than his. He has a plus on block 2M, sure, and, like, his 2U is a war crime. But overall, Djeeta, I think, is still just a little bit more of a solid character, right? I think Djeeta's a bit better. She was a bit more consistent, yeah. And I think a big reason of that is her buttons are a little bit more effective for what they want to do. Personally, I'm more scared of Gran. I get that. I get the reason you're more scared of Gran is that, especially with the U skills being nerfed and Eureka being a lot less of a just, like, stupid throw it out there option for Djeeta, Gran's damage is much higher than Djeeta's now, right? It's not, I don't think it's close. Gran hits you a lot harder than Djeeta does off random hits, especially in the corner now, right? But again, I think Djeeta is still a little bit more consistent overall. What's going on, Gotcha? I'm doing well. How are you? And that's going to be a big thing, by the way. With how the power works in the video game at this point, every character can beat every character. Outside of, like, really... it's still winnable, by the way, but I'm saying, like, every character can realistically beat every character. Outside of, like, the very skewed matchups where, like, a very strong strength that is very situational just so happens to situationally counter a very weak weakness, right? What's going on, Claude? I'm doing well. But the big thing that's going to put a lot of these characters apart now is consistency, right? Because tier lists only really matter for the highest levels of play, or at least this tier list that I'm trying to come up with here, only really matters for the highest levels of play for tournament. And in tournament, you only get to lose twice, and you might have to win like 9, 10, 11, 12 times. So if your character is going to be gambling all the time, but if the gambles go right, boy do they kill you, right? That is not a very strong character. Consistency is what makes a strong character. Like having a strong, consistent game plan that is easy to get to. You need to have a okay. So let me try and establish this, because the Shotos, they're fine, but as we get to like the weirder, more wacko characters, it'll be important for this to be clear. A strong, consistent game plan. So you have to have a clear win condition. It has to be strong. It has to be hard for the opponent to stop. It has to be once it's going, and it has to be easy for you to get there. You see, those are all very similar things, but they're slightly different. It has to be clear how you win. It has to be easy for you to get to that win condition. Once that win condition is happening, it has to be hard to stop, right? And it has to be something you can consistently achieve. So Gran and Djeeta both do this, right? But mostly because they're very solid all-rounder characters, right? Their win conditions aren't like crazy overwhelming, but it's gonna be hard for you to wall them out, or like just, you're not gonna be able to stop Gran and Djeeta from playing the video game the entire time, because they're just like too well-rounded all around. They got good neutral, they got good mid-screen, they got good defense, they got good combos, they got good damage, especially Gran, right? There's no like big gaping hole in these characters for you to exploit. At the same time, they don't quite have the like hilarity of some of the other characters that we're gonna talk about, right? Now, here is where we get one of our biggest changes from the last list. You might have argued, and people did argue this to me at the time, that I was a big Catalina down player in the last patch. Where you can see I have her essentially, these were ordered, right? So I had Catalina essentially bottom 6. You very easily could argue that I was already underrating her even before she got her buffs in the last patch. I understand that viewpoint. To me, Catalina was always, if you remember, so I made a tier list. This is like some history if you've been around for long enough. I made a tier list with Lazy Ruin and Blast Hammer like a couple of months after the game launched for like 1.0 Gran Blue, and we had Anila very low down, right? And what we said with Anila was that Anila was a character that was very solid in theory, just like if you imagine her as like, you know, like an RPG character, her like level was too low. Her number was just too low, right? Like all of her skills were fine, but she just didn't do anything. She just didn't get enough out of anything. Like her didn't get enough reward on hit, didn't get enough reward in the mid screen. Her pressure wasn't good enough. Like just all of her numbers was tuned a little bit too low. That is kind of how I felt about Catalina in the last patch. Is that Cat was obviously solid, but she just didn't get enough off of almost anything, right? Now, here's the thing. They kind of just, what they did in this patch was they kind of just took everything about Catalina and like juiced it to hell and back. Obviously the biggest thing is she's got fucking roller skates now, right? Catalina feels actually just like a straight up strict upgrade to Gran and Djeeta in this patch, and I'm gonna tell you why, right? So the big things, right? One, Light Wall does something now. Charge level now increased by 1 upon defending an attack. This means if you actually like, if she actually lets you if she actually like absorbs something with this, she gets way better reward for countering you, right? But yeah, the front step distance has been increased. This move is a very scary thing to actually run into now. It used to be like you could trigger this last patch and like Cat would die for it sometimes because she wouldn't get like the good hit, right? So like this is much scarier to actually run into now. It's actually a very good BC bait, and this is also like this does all of her mid-screen combos for her now. Cat like hits you, goes into the little, you know, the shield, roll skates forward, smashes you, extends the combo, you know, fireball, enchanted lands, wall bounce. Cat gets like meterless corner to corner, full screen carry from almost any fucking hit that she gets now, and this has also become just a much scarier move on defense. You have to respect this a lot more when you're fighting Catalina, and this move's actually quite scary on offense too, because Brave countering this is very, very, like, if you Brave counter into this, you have spent a Brave point, and then you die, and you get a full corner combo from Catalina, who Catalina's damage was always, like, on the sort of middle end. She was, like, less damage than Gran, more damage than Djeeta, so, like, it always hurt, right? And now it hurts even more. So, like, this move alone went from being one of the worst 5Us in the entire game to one of the best 5Us in the entire game, right? Just like point blank period. Besides that, the only other like really big thing for Cat certainly is this. Maybe I'm crazy. This thing travels the entire screen. This is her M projectile, by the way, her M ice dagger. This thing travels the entire screen in like 20 frames, it feels like. This is a laser. This is a hit scan projectile in this patch. This thing is insane. Like, maybe, like, I know everyone's talking about Light Wall. The M Fireball is genuinely, like, it's a hit scan projectile. It feels, yes, you're right, yeah, it's Sandblast. This shit is insane. The amount of control Catalina has from full screen without spending a cooldown now is crazy. And this also, her having such a good, like, meterless Fireball, her U Fireball was already pretty good last patch. This being so much more of a threat makes U Fireball even scarier now, right? Because she has two different, like, really strong options she can mix between. They say Cat is a better zoner than Metera. She, like, might be, for real. So, again, in this patch, it feels like, what was Cat lacking before? Cat had solid normals. She had decent carry, right? She had pretty good damage in the corner off certain starters. She had good defense because she got, like, decent buttons to mash, and she's got a meterless DP, right? But the thing is...
Generosity is the only thing that's
thank you for the gifted sub to Flora right there. Thank you very much. But yeah, the thing with Cat always was, her defense was fine, right? But her corner carry was a little mid, her damage in mid-screen was a little bit mid, right? Like, her corner offense was, like, a little mid. Like, it was okay. She had good buttons, right? She kind of like Djeeta, but didn't do it quite as well. They just, like, turned everything up. Her defense is better because of Light Wall. Her corner carry she has some of the best corner to corner in the entire game now, right? Catalina genuinely has some of the best corner carry in the game, point blank period, all because of that Light Wall change. Her full screen zoning is insane now. Her damage is not much higher, but, in the mid screen it certainly is, but in the corner it's about the same, I think, unless there's some new routes that I'm missing, right? But her pressure is also scarier because of Light Wall. It's Light Wall and M Fireball, but Cat, it's gonna sound a little bit, what's the word that I'm looking for? Ungenuine. There's an actual English word. Midstream combos are corner combos. Yeah, there's an actual English word that I'm forgetting here, but it's gonna sound a little bit disingenuous. Thank you, brain. It's gonna sound disingenuous for me to move Catalina up this high. But again, Cat has was always a solid character, but her numbers were too low, and they tuned her numbers to hell and back. I'm gonna see. Catalina feels like Djeeta did last patch, but a little bit better to me. I'm gonna put Catalina here for now. As we put more characters in this highest tier, she might end up moving down here. I'm not certain, but Catalina does feel. I mentioned last patch that Cat felt like a worse version of Gran and especially Djeeta. Cat just feels like a far superior version of Gran and Djeeta to me in this patch. It's actually a little bit crazy how far they 180'd this bitch. She's horrifying now. And this is, by the way, this is not just because, you know, Ladiva player has a bad time with Catalina, right? I played Ladiva when I did this too, right? She was one of Ladiva's worst matchups when I did this as well, right? So keep that in mind. All right, Potato. I'm a little. I feel like I'm a little. I feel like I'm a little disappointed in Potato, right? So maybe again. This is another character that a lot of people accuse me of downplaying a little bit in my last tier list because I had her quite low here. I always thought that people are a little bit mixing up Zerom and Charlotta on this, right? I think now that the game has been going on for longer, Potato did not feel very good to me in the last patch, and it feels like while she got nothing but buffs, right? I'm gonna say her parry is better now. I know that her parry's better, but she feels almost exactly the same to fight, and I'm not entirely certain why. Right? Like I feel like the things that were good about her are still good about her, and the things that are bad about her are still bad about her.
The beasts.
Also, Suki, thank you very much for the gifted sub to Kicks there. Thank you, the goat. 109 gifted subs in the channel. Goddamn. So like, I'm gonna admit that I have not seen a whole lot of Potato after the patch, basically outside of like nothing. Nothing has kind of like pseudo dropped Ladiva for Charlotta, right? But like, all of this seems really good. Look at this. It's a full page of buffs. Potato jump good. True, it was good last patch too though. This is a full page of like nothing but buffs, basically. It just doesn't feel like it does anything. Maybe I'm gonna chalk her up to Charlotta got good buffs, but so did basically everyone around her, and by and large, the characters around her got buffed either as much as she did or more than she did. I feel like, right? So I'm gonna probably put her roughly where she was before. I think now again with the caveat, right? With the caveat that I think she is a better character than she was last patch. It's just there's almost been a little bit of like, while yes, the highs and lows have been squished down to the middle. I think there has been a little bit of power creep in this patch, in the sense that I think overall most characters are better, right?
From the beasts.
Yo, Rain, thank you for the gift to Excellion. Thanks, guys. Thank you. I appreciate it very, very much. There, supporting each other, and also, of course, supporting me. Enjoy your ad-free viewing there, Excellion. Thank you, Rain. I think Charlotta is the good part of balancing. She's just fair and it's nice. Maybe. I will admit I could be underrating Charlotta a bit here. This is one of those things where like I just haven't fought too much of Charlotta, but when I have fought her, she just hasn't felt very different to me personally. Okay, Lancelot. Lancelot is an interesting one, right? Lance has always been a strong character in this game. You could even argue. I think some people this is on the other end. Power creep, but good. Yeah, it's power creep, but good in the sense that a lot of the kind of like weaker characters got better, and like they didn't power creep. Like the best character in the game right now is not as good as Nier was, right? So that's why it's power creep but good, because the best character in the game right now is not as good as Nier was pre-patch. So actually the heights have gotten lower. It's just that everywhere else has gotten higher. Is why I call it power creep. But yeah, so Lancelot was always strong, and some people, I remember when I was making this tier list, people told me I was actually underrating him, not having him up here, but he never quite felt the same as these four to me in the last patch, right? Lance did get essentially nothing but nerfs. The only thing he got that wasn't a nerf is that he can always steal the corner now, right? But again, this is kind of fake because you should always be holding the guard button, especially in the corner anyways, so it doesn't really matter. But like otherwise, right? Like pretty much, I mean, this is really big, and we'll get to this. We talk about another character in a second here. But losing 1,000 health is not nothing, right? This is a very high damage game. Even after the patch, this would have been an even worse nerf before they nerfed a lot of the different universal sources of damage in this game. But even after the patch, this is still a very big nerf. The game, people hit you incredibly hard in this video game. Losing 1,000 health, point blank period, is the single biggest nerf on the entire thing here, right? I think Jab getting the worst jab in the game is a bigger nerf. Lance getting the worst jab in the game is a bigger nerf. Yeah, so this also a big deal. This thing being +2 here, because Lance, if you don't know, does not have a close L. He just has a 5L, kind of like VERSUSIA, right? This thing was always pathetically small. They made it bigger, but it being +2 is certainly, that's not as good, right? It makes it a lot harder to continue pressure off that. That's 6XL plus frames. Like, you know, you can't, you can't, like, I guess, Yeah, you can't like close L and then 6XL like you could with a lot of other characters essentially. His SB this I feel like I've actually noticed this too, by the way. The SBA gauge being reduced on his close H, because Lance uses like 15 close H's in every single combo, right? It was already 2 frames active, so now it can't safe jab. I didn't know about that either. Damn, I didn't know they took that away from him. But yeah, like this, I feel like I do notice this when I fight him. It feels like Lance actually does not end combos in super as often as he did, because Lance does like 17 close H's in every combo. You know the cutscene combos, right? He goes like close H, Rekka, close H, Rekka, close H, something, Raging Strike, close H, all that, right? But yeah, so Lance has just gotten essentially just like a little bit worse across the board, and then they took 1,000 of his health off, right? So again, I feel like he is still good. He's still good. I might move him down. He might be like here now. I'm gonna keep him here for now, but yeah, we'll see. Lance, so right now I had him just outside of top 5. He's a lot lower than that in my opinion now, but I think he still strikes me as a little bit scarier than these fellows down here, right? We'll see though. As this kind of fills out, I might realize that Lance does not deserve to be with the characters that are up here, but we'll see. All right. Percival is, there's a reason he's bottom 1 played right now. That doesn't really matter too much, right? Uno is, I think, one of the strongest characters in the game, spoiler alerts, and no one plays him. People playing the character or not, even when Lance was, even last patch, Lance was quite rare, right? It doesn't have to do with character strength. People just like different playstyles. Okay, Percival's a weird one, right? I thought Percy was pretty good. I thought Percy was pretty good in the last patch. And then he got, like, a page full of nerfs, or sorry, a page full of buffs, like he was, like, Charlotta or something, right? Like, honestly, I'm a little bit confused as to what they were cooking with Percival. I don't really get it, right? Like, this is literally all buffs, and a lot of them are really, so again, Percy is relatively rare, but when I have seen Percival, he just, like, kills me every time he touches me now, and I've seen, like, clips of him getting corner combos and shit. Nothing feels different when fighting him. The main thing is his rewards in the mid-screen. He gets the knockdowns a lot easier. He's less reliant on stock in the mid-screen, and in the corner, he hits you really, really hard now compared to what he used to, and his pressure was already very, very scary in the corner, right? Like Percy already had some of the, like, you flame carpet was a war crime even before the patch, right? It still is. It's still very scary, and now he hits you harder too in the corner. And again, him being a little bit less reliant than on stock, just getting like the knockdown off of his like the light follow up on the Rekka. I don't know what all of them, like literally what any of the words mean, but you know, the one where he takes your toes out, right? Like a lot of this, he got a lot less reliant on stock in the mid screen. Now he can save his stocks to murder you, right? So Percy, I had Percy like sort of vaguely in the middle of the cast right here. I always thought Percy was pretty solid, and then I feel like he got like a lot of actually quite significant buffs, enough that I feel like I want to move him up here, right? Like he just Percival. So for example, right, Charlotta, it felt like they just like what they did with Charlotta is that they this might be underplaying Percy, by the way. I'm gonna think about it a little bit, but this is a little bit, Percy is unfortunately rare enough, and I haven't fought enough of him or seen enough of him that I can't like put my foot down, put my nuts on the table, and say Percy's top 5. Fuck you. But he feels much stronger to me in this patch for sure, right? So Charlotta, it feels like they kind of just like made a lot of her win condition better, which is fine. But Charlotta's win condition wasn't necessarily like her hitting you harder or like having like slightly more plus frames was not the problem, right? Whereas with Percy, because he's such a good, well-rounded character, right? Him just getting more damage and more mid-screen is actually a really big deal. It's kind of like it's like the Catalina effect, right? The Catalinas the Catalina got a really huge bump because she was just very well-rounded and strong, and they just made her better. They just like, you know, took all her numbers up. It feels like they did a similar thing with Percy. I think I want to put him above Lance at least for the very least. But we'll see if I want to put him higher. But Percy does feel significantly stronger to me in this patch. I think they did a good job. All right, Ladiva. So okay, I need to talk about Ladiva for a second because there's a lot of dooming going on with Ladiva right now. In the Ladiva community, right? But I think it's justified. But I actually don't think it's necessarily a result of the patch. Well, I know a couple people are not very happy with some of the changes in the patch. But Ladiva, her problem is and always has been pre and post patch that Ladiva is very, very bad at dealing with the universal system mechanics in this game, right? Ladiva's actually, I think she's gotten a lot better, and I've gone on record saying this multiple times. I think this Ladiva is a lot better than the Ladiva in the last patch, for real, right? But the problem is she has fundamental issues with her design and how she fits into the system mechanics of the game that were not addressed in the patch. Namely, there are 3 things. 1, Brave counter. Ladiva is very, very bad at dealing with Brave counter. A lot of Ladiva's plus frames rely on headbutt, rely on special moves, right? And that means that that is very easily Brave counterable. Same thing with mirrorless DPs, right? If you see her headbutt, you just DP her. She can bait that, of course. But like outside of that, right? Her pressure in general is quite weak to Brave counter. Everyone has Brave counter, so everyone can use Brave counter to kind of fuck with Ladiva. She doesn't have a super good way to bait it, right? Ladiva's best Brave counter bait is like close L, you headbutt, which does like 1,000 damage and knocks you down, right? She doesn't have a good way to deal with BC. In general, this game has so much throw invincibility just littered everywhere. 6 frames of throw invuln on block stun, 9 frames, or hit stun, 9 frames of throw invuln on wake up or on landing, right? So that obviously, when your entire game plan relies on a command grab, not being able to grab someone meaty, right, is a big problem. In most games, command grab, I found myself having to like remind myself this with Gief. I find myself when I'm playing Gief in SF6, I delay my command grabs just like through force of habit. Turns out mashing and jumping both beating command grab is pretty scary. That makes it a lot harder to run your game plan in general, right? And of course, the big thing is backdash. Backdash sends Ladiva to hell, because what backdash does, if you don't understand, is that backdash means that essentially, outside of some very risky hard callouts, in the mid screen, Ladiva's 50-50 kind of falls apart. In the sense that backdash beats grab, of course, that's fair. Backdashes are throw invincible in like every Arc Sys game. But the scary bit is that from a lot of spacings, backdash beats strike as well. And what do I mean by that? Backdash beats strike in the sense that Ladiva doesn't get too much reward for just like far M'ing your backdash. She gets like far M into maybe you lariat, sure, that's meter, that's a reaction. Or she gets far M into like EX lariat and gets like 2,000 damage and no Oki, right? In a lot of cases, Ladiva has to spend meter to get reward off of you backdashing her strikes in neutral. So backdash kind of like dissolves Ladiva's entire 50-50 unless you're in the corner. In the corner, if you backdash, she still will do less damage because it launches you immediately, so combo limits will find her earlier, right? But it's at least a little bit more manageable there. So backdash removes this character in a way, right? You can really tell who the players who know the Ladiva matchup and the ones who don't are, because the ones who do, they backdash on every single fucking 50-50, and it's real sad, right? Depends if some characters stay grounded, that's fair, but a lot of the backdashes do send you airborne, and all of them at least are throw invuln after the one little patch there. But I mean, the thought process that Ladiva is Nier's scariest matchup, I agree. But here's the thing, right? With all of that in mind, I think Ladiva is a good example of what I was talking about earlier when I mentioned that, say, out of Gief, we'll do that in a second, yeah. We'll do that in a second. Okay, we'll do that in a second, give me a second. So Ladiva is a great example of what I talked about earlier, though, where Ladiva's advantage state is horrifying now, because she has a looping 6,000 damage command grab. And by the way, because I saw some Ladivas talking about this in our Q&A thread in the Discord, right? Ladiva's EX command grab into you air SPD, or you anti-air grab, right? That percentage of health, if you count average health in the game, Ladiva's command grab does more damage than Zangief's EX SPD and Potbuster. Right? She does more damage than both of those grapplers. Her win condition is horrifying now, truly. She does more damage than any other grappler that I've played with her command grab. But this is where I talk about consistency. Ladiva's win condition is terrifying, but she's always had the worst neutral in the game, right? And again, the universal mechanics killing her as much as they do, I feel like she just can't, I want to be a Ladiva up player. I do. And I do think she got so much better in this patch. And I do think she's in that A- now instead of B, right? But her consistency has not been improved. If anything, her mid-screen consistency, headbutt got nerfed, right? The consistency on her mid-screen combos is lower. That was one of the big shining points of Ladiva, is Ladiva had like top 3 mid-screen in the entire game last patch. Her mid-screen is still very good, but there are 2 things. One, it got worse. She gets corner to corner with 50 meter all the time, basically. But it did get worse, and mid-screen in general got better in this patch. Having really outstanding mid-screen has become a little bit less special than it used to be, because they gave a lot more characters better mid-screen, if at the very least by virtue of everybody getting 6XL close M now. Let me go up to the top here, right? Everyone in the game, baseline, has 6XL close M, right? So that has made everyone's mid-screen better, just point blank, and then a lot of characters got mid-screen buffs as well. So Ladiva's mid-screen got worse in a patch where everyone else's mid-screen got better. So her consistency has gone down, if anything, but her win condition has gotten even more threatening. Overall, though, while she has gotten better, with the power creep in this patch, it's not going to be enough for her to move up from this, essentially. New patch? No, this is a this is a tier list for the VERSUSIA patch, because Vikala should come with a new patch. So now with 2 months of hindsight on the VERSUSIA patch, I feel like I can make a tier list and be relatively confident in it. Real quick, so I wanted to see Gief for the VOD watchers. I don't know how often you get to see this, but hello, here's Zangief. He says hi. How's it going? This is my Eevee plush that I won at a tournament in a con in Montreal. He's very cute, and I'm a big fan of him. His name is Zangief, and he says hello. He's always asleep, because if he wakes up, it is a harbinger of the end times. So hopefully he never opens those eyes. But yeah, for now, he's just chilling. All right. Is that an Eevee? That is an Eevee. His name is Zangief. Okay. So yeah, the balance patch with Vikala should not be major. It should be more like the Vayne patch, I think. I'm expecting it to be more like the Vayne patch. Wonderful child, baby. Yep. He says hi. Metera is kind of in a similar boat. Not to Ladiva, more like to Charlotta, in my opinion, where it felt like Metera. I mean, Metera feels better this patch, but I feel like it's still. While Metera is certainly better. I mean, let me find where she. There she is. While Metera it feels better, I think. This game is still a little bit, and by a little bit, I mean kind of a lot. This game is still a little bit just like hostile to zoning baseline, right? It's still really, like, with how fast a lot of the characters are in this game, like, it's pretty hard to zone Ladiva in this game, and that should tell you all you need to know. But I feel like I said this exact same thing in the last patch, right? It's pretty hard to zone Ladiva in this game, and that should tell you all you need to know. Like, Ladiva can actually, like, I think Ladiva's matchup with Metera is, like, close to even. I think it's like a slight advantage Metera, and that's about it, right? So, while Metera definitely, I think, which one? He got, like, some new combos in this patch, I think, right? Startup reduced. There's something about its recovery reduced a whole lot, and I forget exactly. It's the Great Falls, right? No? Initial water combo has been expanded. Can't triple attack into this. Yeah, I think I definitely see some new Metera combos that always end in, like, DP into super or something, right? Her damage went up a little bit in this patch, I think. But yeah, zoning is always going to be rough in this game. And again, just like on a fundamental level, it's going to be quite difficult to actually be a pure zoner in this video game. So, again, Metera is better, I think. And how much of a difference does Ladiva's roll makes the Metera matchup? Roll cancel SPD is still slower than just like it's about the same speed as like rolling into a close L, right? Roll cancel SPD is a 37 frame sort of thing, whereas like roll cancel close L was 39. So it's like a slight buff, but roll cancel SPD really didn't. It's almost doesn't matter for Ladiva outside of like trying to jump scare people with like roll into SSBA sometimes, right? But yeah, so Metera I think got a little better. I mean, maybe I can do like this, right? But Metera feels still definitely like on the lower end of characters in this game. I mean, her roll being slower than everyone else's. Oh, I mean, yeah, that's tough for sure, because rolling and spot dodging are a big deal in zoner matchups to keep their cooldowns on cooldown, right? And you want to roll to both do the cooldown and then also approach. Ladiva's a lot worse at that, but again, Metera is better. Again, keep in mind, right? B versus A minus. It's just that relative to the rest of the game, who all got better as well, I feel like Metera didn't quite get enough. This was sort of my initial impression in the patch as well, and I think it was kind of true, right? She's better, but everyone else is too, especially guys around her, and it just isn't quite enough to like really make her shine, I don't think. Zoners in general are always going to be like kind of like grapplers. Like these are the two most jagged archetypes in the game, right? I always make the comparison to like a JoJo stat hexagon, right? Like the characters who look like you know, Gran. Let me pull up some really shitty Microsoft Paint for all y'all right here, right? Like if we have like, you know, stat 1, stat 2, like attack and defense and mid screed and like things like this, right? Like give me a sec. This, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ignore that it's like super chicken scratch, right? But like Gran and Djeeta look something like this, right? Like they're relatively even across the board, right? They have like, they're pretty far into like both of them. They're not like insane at anything. Maybe are like really good at one thing, like jack of all trades, master of one kind of thing, right? And they're very solid, well-rounded characters, right? But like Ladiva and Metera look more like this, right? Like they look more like something like that, right? So this is like characters like these kinds of designs are dangerous, in the sense that it's very easy to make these guys underpowered. It's also very easy to make these guys really, really toxic for the game, because there's like no counterplay. Like if they can get to where they want to be here very, very easily, they by definition, these characters are designed to remove counterplay and remove interactivity from the video game. So the fact that they are always kind of held back, while unfortunate as a grappler main, is kind of a good thing. And when I say this point, I always get at least 1 or 2 people saying like, oh yeah, but we can let like, you know, Siegfried do whatever the fuck he wants, or like whatever. I get it, but like, you know, this is spoiler alert, by the way, Belial is maybe the best character in the game, so I'm just gonna put him up here for the sake of this argument, right? Belial looks a lot more like you know, like if Gran and Djeeta are like this, right? Belial's just like a bigger zoner, a bigger circle, basically. Like Belial's more like this or something. He's just like deeper, he's just like better than them at like everything, essentially. So like, while yes, he's too strong and should probably get taken down a little bit, Belial is still not, Belial's strongest strength is not as good, and I want you to really understand this when I say it. The best thing about Belial is not as good as infinitely looping 6,000 damage command grab, right? There is still more counterplay to everything Belial does than infinitely looping 6,000 damage command grab. So, while yes, he is leagues better than Ladiva, he is still this is a more interactive character than this, right? Still. So, Chronoseo's getting level 5, basically. We'll talk about him in a second. We'll talk about him in a second. Yes, yeah, exactly. Like, Belial is overpowered in the sense that he is literally just like, all of his number, like, everything about him is too good, right? These guys are toxic. So I'm not surprised that they are this low. They are, however, better. I think actually, they feel like they're in as good of a spot as you can reasonably put them without something bad happening, essentially, right? On a similar note, I think it's time. I think it's time for me to admit something, okay? I think it's time for me to admit something. I was a little too high on this guy. Oh, not that much. But I think I can admit now, as I've played more of the video game, I was a little too high on Lowain, I think. I think I was overrating him a little bit in this last tier list, even in the Vayne patch. This is like the first big like admission of guilt I think I'll have here. I think I was a little too high on Lowain in the last patch. I still, by the way, don't think that he's as bad as these guys, right? However, even though he got essentially nothing but buffs in this patch, right? I think even though he got nothing but buffs in this patch, I think he's more like somewhere here, right? I agree, Kix, yes. Like, I think Lowain is actually like, he has a more balanced game plan than these two. He's a little bit less jagged than them, but as I've fought more Lowains and realized, like, there's a lot of stuff that I was maybe getting knowledge checked on that isn't quite as real as I thought it was, right? So, like, my bad. I was wrong about this. I'm mature enough to admit everyone who told me that I was overrating him a bit in the last patch is probably right. I think he is better now than he was in the last patch, and even still, I think he only sort of fits around here. Yeah, so that's all. That might also be part of it, for sure. I mentioned earlier that Catalina, me rating Catalina this high is not because she's a bad matchup for Ladiva, right? Again, I put her bottom 6 when she was still a really bad matchup for Ladiva pre-patch. This Lowain placement may be because of just how much he slaps the shit out of Ladiva. This is a very bad matchup, Lowain Ladiva, right? So that might be why. But again, he's not as good as I thought he was. Like, realistically, last patch, he was probably closer to, like, down here, and then he moves up to, like, around here, I think, right? If you want to see kind of, like, where I think he probably was and where he moved to, right? Lowain top 1? I mean, Junior Jam, listen, you're the expert. Maybe I'm wrong. All right. Vayne top tier because Ferry versus Vayne is also unplayable. Yeah, exactly. Like, just because you have a couple of really good matchups doesn't mean that you're a broken character, right? Can't see mouse cursor? Oh, my bad. Wait, how do I capture that? Sorry. I mean, like, so yeah, that's someone mentioned that to me earlier too. Someone said in the comments of the last tier list, like, hey, if you could please say what you're doing instead of like saying this guy, because I'm watching it, I'm like using those background noise. I think I had Lowain in like low A+ last patch. I think probably he was closer to like setting on a specific source. Will say show cursor. Oh, hold on a second. Maybe I can do that then. Hold on. Give me one sec. We're kind of like, oh, you're right. Capture cursor. Can you guys see that now? You can see it now, right? Yes. Yeah, can you guys see that now? I think you should be able to. Yes? Okay, perfect. So again, I'll still say the words though if someone's listening to this on like their background monitor or something like that. So again, I had Lowain in like high A+. I think probably last patch, he was more like bottom of A, where I have like Catalina and UL here, and now he's closer to like top of A, right? He did get better, but this was too high for him, I think, last patch, essentially, right? Anyway, that's Lowain. Let's talk about Ferry. I will say, both things can be true. I think I and the entire community overreacted to the Ferry patch notes. Can we be adults about this and agree that we went fair enough, maybe not, yeah, not everyone, but like the vast majority of the voices that I heard were overreacting to the Ferry patch notes, right? Ferry did not just get like dumpstered in the last patch, right? However, both things can be true. Exactly, Faith, you're spot on. Both things can be true. We overreacted. Ferry is better now than she was last patch. However, she is slightly better. Like he got like side graded, it feels like. Way better? I mean, the side swaps, it doesn't feel that way when I'm fighting her. I mean, Yago, I get it, you're the expert. Even still, Ferry did not get as better as some of the other characters around her, in my opinion. Side is good? No, I agree, right? Ferry got buffed last patch. Point blank, period. I feel like it's almost, you can't negotiate that Ferry got buffed last patch, right? But still, for her being in discussion for worst character in the game in the last patch, she didn't get quite what she needed. Again, I need to open up that paint again, right? Ferry is one of these characters, right? Ferry is one of these jagged ass characters, right? Ferry is one of the characters in the game that looks like this. So like her being like them leaving her a little bit undertuned, I understand why, right? Yeah, and I'm with you, Orkin, right? And I mentioned this in my like biggest hits and misses of the patch video. I feel like I get it. I understand why they did that. I think they could have, my point though, is that they could have gone a little bit further with her, I think. They could have gone a little bit further with her. I think Ferry could have gotten a little more in the patch. I don't want her to be up here. Nobody wants her to be up here. But I think she could have gotten a little bit more. Ferry to me is, she's not like a tier worse than these guys or anything, right? But I think Ferry could have gotten a little bit more in this patch, personally. Yeah. She got a little, but at the end of the day, again, possibly, like, you know, very, and like a couple of things, like Ferry kind of got like a, you know, like a hitman, like if you know the game, he's got like a couple of non-target killed like nerfs, like didn't even like that. She definitely was not the target of, right? Namely this, right? I'm pretty sure Ferry is obviously not the target of this nerf, but it did hurt her. So like overall, Ferry's better. But she could have gotten a little bit more, I think. You're probably right, Leia. If everyone did less damage, because one of the worst things about Ferry for sure is she does like no damage, right? And everyone else does a lot of damage, but yeah. Okay, so yeah, Ferry, I think actually probably is gonna end up moving down in this tier list from where she was, right? But even though she's better, again, the game, Ferry is one of the, she feels a little bit left behind whenever I see her play the video game, right? She feels like, again, everyone got, she got a little bit power crept in this patch, I think. A little bit. Okay. Zeta. This character was one of the ones I was actually completely wrong about this character when I was reading the patch notes, right? So, in the patch, I thought Zeta was very good. Right? I thought she was very good. However, I remember when I was reading the patch notes, right? I was like, oh wow, they like really hit Zeta. And I'll tell you why I misunderstood it, right? Here's how I read the patch notes without the context of what it looked like in-game, right? What I saw was universal scaling changes for her U skills. And then on top of that, they nerfed her U skills specifically. And then on top of that, they also nerfed her fuzzy damage, because they nerfed damage across the board for fuzzies, right? So I looked at that and I went, damn, they hit Zeta in every single way. And then what I also thought that I saw, the really big thing that I misunderstood here, is that I thought this was a nerf to Pogo. I thought on top of everything, they also nerfed Pogo, right? This is the really big thing that I missed reading the patch notes. They did not nerf Pogo. Zeta did get a bunch of nerfs, right? Her U skills they do a lot less damage. It does like half the amount of damage it used to. It does like half the amount of damage it used to when you get like, you know, Arvis into like full combo from the full screen. It actually genuinely does half damage from what it used to do. However, those are still full screen control guns she can shoot at you. So like the really scary bit of like, oh, Zeta has 75 meter, I guess I'm gonna like, I guess I better be careful, is still true, right? And then on top of that, so this is where I'm gonna take the word of things I've heard from very good Zetas here, because from my understanding, yeah. So so a couple people are saying in the chat right now, Zeta got, if you are like an S rank or S plus Zeta player, she probably did get nerfed in this patch. But my understanding is that Zeta has a lot of like pretty difficult stuff now that makes her a lot better. She got harder and thereby less consistent, fair, but again, her having a fuzzy she can do without meter now is pretty good. Her, the pogo stuff in the mid-screen seems really nice as well. Zeta, I think, was a little bit weird because Zeta feels like she did get buffed overall this patch, to me. Not an insane amount, but Zeta is a weird character to buff in this patch, in my understanding. It is a good point, right? It is a good point that being more technically difficult makes you less consistent. That is definitely a way to be inconsistent, right? And it's my understanding, from what I've heard, I guess why on the new pogo stuff with Zeta, I have to defer a little bit here because I don't play her and I haven't really sat down and talked to somebody. But from what I've heard, the new like really good pogo stuff with Zeta is like pretty difficult. Like the really good Zeta is gonna hit it most of the time, but even they might struggle with it a little bit, right? So, she was buffed overall. They just took away her I did anything in neutral. GG, shake my hand. Well, but the thing is, Con. Outside of like the grounded spears being a lot less safe, right? Yeah, like this I think is what makes it like he's closer to you when you block it. The neutral control that comes from her use skills is the exact same, right? The reward on it is just lower. Yeah, like this tier list is not considered like this is a tier list for tournament play. Yes. So like that's why I'm not gonna worry too much about Zeta being made harder. It's a mild bump. But like the best Zetas should still be hitting that shit. It's my understanding from what I've heard from Zetas talking. The best Zetas are still hitting that pogo shit. Execution shouldn't be a discussion. I disagree. No, I don't think it shouldn't be a discussion because at the same time, again, if you've played in a tournament, you know how even really good players will drop basic shit sometimes, right? Execution matters. It's a big point of consistency. But again, it's my understanding that the execution is only really tough if you're not really one of them like real good Zetas, right? Hi, yes, IMO? Yes. So all of that is to say that I think Zeta, even with a lot of characters beneath her getting better and things like that, I think Zeta is better than she used to be. She doesn't quite feel like she's in that toppiest tier to me, which is making me want to move up Percy because he feels scarier than her, but maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, I think Zeta is going to be, she moves up, but she remains relatively the same. I consider this a weird thing because why did Zeta get buffed, right? Why, like, that feels strange to me. Like, Zeta did not need buffs in this patch. And I don't, and someone, when I said, I thought they nerfed Pogo with this, maybe Exelion or someone, said that, maybe they did too, right? Maybe Arxis, yeah, did think this was a nerf, because this does make it easier to interrupt the Pogos, right? I don't think they'll be mad if you shove Percy up to the bottom of S+. I'm gonna see. Things are not set in stone until the video's over, Moth. I'm gonna see who else I end up putting in S+. If it feels like Percy is like on that level, can be like right now, yeah, probably. I think actually Percy feels scarier to me than Zeta. I will say that much at least. But I'll see who I end up putting here, because usually I like to save S+, not for like the top 5. I had 4 people in S+ in the last patch, right? Just for like the characters that in my head I go, oh yeah, those guys run the video game in my opinion, right? So I don't know if Percy's quite there, but he feels very strong. There is always, especially with a game that has like a relatively small player base like Gran Blue, there is always the problem of like a character could just be like underplayed, right? We don't have a big enough competitive scene that like every character has like 15 good reps or something, right? But yeah, I'm gonna leave them there from there. Zeta got buffed, which is weird. She shouldn't have, but maybe they didn't realize they were doing it. But yeah, Zeta is certainly, she was good and she's still good. I think Zeta can do way more stuff than Percy. Perhaps. That like, yeah, I'll reevaluate. Right now, Zeta feels like she's still roughly in the same spot that she has been. All right, Vaseraga. So, can I get some apologies from some of y'all? I admitted that I overreacted to, or I had Lowain up here, and I overreacted to Ferry when I read the patch notes, right? Vasloki Esther, I can't lie. Okay, never mind. No, you guys are still on this? Okay, fine. Vaseraga got a lot better in this patch, but like when the patch dropped, people were telling me, oh my, like bro, this Vaseraga character is broken now. He's top 5. This character is crazy. And I was like, listen, guys, right? Like, these are the same exact buffs that like the same exact kinds of buffs essentially that like a lot of characters got in this patch, where his win condition got made horrendously scarier. This is one of the highest damage characters in the entire game now, right? And his mid screen's a little bit better now with EX tackle and how it works, right? For sure. He does a lot more damage off his stray hits, right? However, they did nothing about this guy. The actual big problems with Vaseraga were always his defense and like his lack of being a character without Soulforge. And those are exactly the same as they were last patch. If anything, his defense got worse because Battalions of Fear is now punishable for the whole cast if you block the first part, except maybe like Ferry or something. Maybe Ferry still can't punish this, but almost the whole cast can punish this now if they block it, where like most of the cast straight up couldn't if you have a big enough far L or like 6-frame button at most spacings. So this was unpunishable, so a safe thing for us to throw out outside of it being like a 5-frame reversal, right? So it's not a real reversal. It has 5 frames before the armor starts up. So this got worse, right? And on top of that, it does less damage now. Who could even punish it pre-patch? Ladiva could quite often. You needed a big far L, basically. Ladiva could punish it quite often. I think like Belial 2L, maybe, in some spacings. Like Lucy, obviously. Lucy has the best far L in the game and always has, right? Lots of things like this. But yeah, so Voss is... So again, the reason a lot of people are saying I think that Voss is like a top tier now is because a lot of people pre-patch had Voss like where I have Bubs in this, right? Like a lot of people had Voss like where I had Bubs in this vein patch. I had him way lower. I agree that Voss is a lot better than he used to be now, right? However, Vaseraga feels essentially like a better version of Ladiva to me, in the sense that his win condition is better and more consistent, and he has a good way to deal with Brave Counter, right? He has a good way to deal with Brave Counter, and his win condition is maybe even scarier than Ladiva's, but he has surprisingly even worse defense than she does. I think this guy is in contention for worst defense in the entire game. Probably number 2. I think number 1 is a different character we'll get to later, right? So I do agree that Vaseraga got like the buffs are significant, right? And outside of tournament level play, this character feels like he might be a problem. Yes, yeah, real tier list here. I saw you on the other side of things there too. So outside of like tournament level play, this character feels a little bit toxic, honestly. I think they maybe like went a little bit too far with him, because this is one of those jagged characters, right? Vaseraga is very much one of those jagged characters where like it's Soulforge and then everything else, right? And like they maybe made him a little bit too good in that sense. But all that being said, his inherent inconsistency, I think, is still going to put him about here-ish. It's a big buff. He got a lot better. Right? Like he moved up a whole tier in my eyes in a patch where everybody got better too for the most part. A lot of characters got better, and even still, he jumped up a whole tier in my opinion. He got a lot better. But Vaseraga is not even... I don't think he's sniffing at S tier, personally, right? I don't think he's even sniffing at S tier, in my opinion. Now, the weird thing, right? When I made my Vaseraga matchup chart, I had, like, Vaseraga having a slightly disadvantageous or losing matchup to, like, 80% of the game, right? And I don't know why, because that, like... My guess is that when I was making that chart, I think I probably focused a little bit too much. I probably slightly over-exaggerated how good or how helpless Vaseraga is if you have a way to deal with Soulforge, right? If you have a way to deal with Soulforge, all it really is that's certainly worse for Voss. And if you don't have a way to deal with Soulforge, he sends you to hell. But Voss has RPS options to deal with you breaking Soulforge for most characters anyway. So I think I probably slightly over-exaggerated how many characters can deal, like, if they deal with Soulforge, it doesn't, like, kill Vaseraga, right? So again, probably a lot of those slight disadvantage matchups are probably closer to even than I had them. I think he still does have a pretty skewed matchup spread. I think he still has a couple of characters, like the strong disadvantage ones that I had. I think I agree with it still. I think there are characters that just like send this guy to hell. But a lot of those like slight disadvantage ones, I think I could probably put it even and not be going crazy, right? So that's how I'm gonna reconcile, because a matchup spread is a very good, show me a character's matchup spread, I will show you their tier placement, right? So Voss's matchup spread being as negative as I had it does not coincide with an A+ character. With all that being said, though, I think the problem there is I think I had his matchup spread a little bit too negative rather than having him actually being worse than he is here, right? Vaseraga got a lot better. Anyone who says S or like S+ for this guy, though, I think you're smoking dick. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think you're on that good shit. Whatever game you're playing, I want that version because it is not the one that I'm playing. Right? You want to put Vaseraga in the same tier as like Zeta? I'm gonna no. You're smoking a little bit of dick, I think. All right. With that in mind, Narmaya. All right, Narmayas. I need you to look at me. Look me in the soul, Narmayas. What? Can we agree? You guys were a little too sad when the patch notes dropped? That's all I'm saying. You guys were, like, a lot of y'all were dooming incredibly hard when these patch notes dropped. Can we agree that was, yeah, Ophidian, that's fair, you were not. But can we agree that was a little far? There's I understand, I don't want to hear it. Listen, Suki. I respect you, man. And this is bad, I get it. But Narmaya's better this patch than she was last patch. Can we Narmaya got buffed in this patch, right, guys? Now I don't want to hear it? Okay, that's fair. You can disagree all you want. But in my opinion, Narmaya is better than she was. Now, hold on. Before you crucify me. Yes, Narmaya is better than she was. However, kind of like these characters, right? Narmaya got better, but I don't think she got as betterer as a lot of other characters that got buffs around her sort of level, right? So where I had Narmaya kind of like right in the middle of like on the higher end of A+ here, I think overall, relative to the game, she actually got a little bit worse. But this version, the VERSUSIA patch version of Narmaya, is better than the Vayne patch version of Narmaya. It's just that the power creep in the game means she's a little bit worse overall. You with me? The big reasons. This not being plus anymore is a big deal. It's like it's a nice way for it. Like this, it's a big part of her pressure, certainly, right? And Narm's corner pressure was one of the strongest parts about her. She had like pretty shit mid-screen, but like her corner pressure was quite scary, and her damage in the corner was pretty okay considering what kind of character she was, right? And like resetting plus frame is very important for her. But her corner pressure got a little worse with this, but like flip giving you a combo is like a real big deal, I think, right? It's a real big deal, I think. Her mid-screen is still not great. Honestly, Narm's mid-screen has always been really bad, and it's still not great. But her mid-screen is better than it used to be, right? It is certainly better than it used to be. There's been showing me insane damage hits from hits even in mid-screen? Okay. If you're remotely near the corner? Interesting. Okay, fair enough. Her mid-screen, then I'll say her mid-screen is better, certainly, right? She's probably a little worse in the corner, right? Again, Narmaya is better than she used to be. The sets and the buffs are also good, I think. Like outside of the H, sets and a -2. Sets and a being like a pseudo zoning tool. It's not really like it being like a pseudo zoning tool is good too. I'm gonna say Narm got better overall, probably worse compared to the general state of the game. However, right, which is gonna roughly land her about where she was, right? If A+ fills up, like she would be like between like Soriz and Anila in terms of general power level here. She's better. She's better, right? But again, the power creep of the video game means that she ends up being around where she is, I think. Soriz. This is a character that I feel like I'm a down player of a lot of characters, I think, in Gran Blue. Like a lot of characters that people say like, oh, this character's crazy. I go, I don't know. They seem fine to me. Feels the other way for Soriz. I think this guy's better than like almost everyone I talk to, right? This Soriz guy seems like, I feel like everyone tells me this guy's like shit, or at least not everyone, fair enough. But like, I feel like this guy's actually really good. Okay, so big thing with Soriz, right? Soriz's changes, by and large, are like all buffs, except these. He already got this. This is a bit of a nerf to him. And this. Soriz was one of, like, pre-patch, people talk about Zeta's U skills and her blowing you up with U skills, right? Soriz was like right there. Soriz, like U rock smash is a throw bait and U dash punch is like the most belligerent move in literally all of Gran Blue, right? Were fucking ridiculous. And the damage he did off of these, Soriz had a TOD off of U rock smash, right? Yeah, he had a for real TOD with his 125 meter combo. That's another thing too, is 125 meter combos. Really, like Soriz got a lot of damage off his 125 meter combo in the corner with a throw bait, right? So he lost a lot. Like him, it's just damage, but damage was such a big part of Soriz. He does a lot of damage, yeah, but fair enough. But again, you need to realize just how much damage Soriz did pre-patch. Soriz throw baited you into a TOD, like for real. And if you were on one brave point, it killed you from like 80% health. So his damage got significantly worse, and that was a very, very big part of him. Leia, you're wrong. The thing you're missing, and the thing that is really good here, it's not 6-frame DP clash button. You're wrong, Leia. It's 5-frame DP clash button. Yes, you're wrong. So they gave him though, in exchange for losing, that damage, like the highest highs. Yeah, Gotcha's saying it too. He got his mid-screen got way better. In exchange, his highest highs are way lower than they used to be. However, this has not only made his mid-screen way more consistent, the best 5-frame in the game. Oh, it's not even close, right? Let me talk to you about H Roundhouse Fang for a second. So this is a DP. It's not actually invincible, right? But it's a 5-frame DP attack level move, right? And it leads to a combo and counter hit in the corner. So if you ever and it's on a character that their entire game plan is based around being slightly minus and trying to get you to mash, right? So this thing becoming, like, this might not seem like a lot. It's literally a hood DP, yeah. And it's only -7 on block, because it's not an actual DP. So actually, in some spacings, a lot of characters can't even fucking punish this thing, right? It's like, there are some characters like Vaseraga who can't punish it literally ever, right? But like, a lot of characters can't punish this a lot of the time. And it also made his mid-screen better. For example, Soriz used to do like, you know, in mid-screen, he would get like auto combo into Aura into heavy DP if they were crouching. Now he gets that all the time, right? All of his mid-screen got better. His corner pressure got scarier. This button is so fast, being a DP clashable button. This is a defensive option for real. Like someone called it a hood DP, right? So like, his defense got better, his mid-screen got better, his corner pressure got better, because by the way, if this counter hits in the corner, he gets a full combo and kills you, right? And on top of that, they were like, hey, what if we buff 66H so the armor starts up 7 frames faster, so he's even more belligerent against mashing now, this is not that big of a buff, but it's just something. It's weird that he got this when he was already really good, in my opinion. And Soriz, point blank, period, no discussion, is the tankiest character in the game. Right? You guys realize this? Soriz is the tankiest character in the game by a lot. It's not Ladiva, it's not Vaseraga, it's Soriz, and it's by a country mile. He has like 4,000 more effective HP than they do almost every single round, right? Like, and it's because of this, right? It's because of this. Like, he gets 5u flop needs to be punishable on block. I will die on this hill. I think some people playing Soriz, they say an old man. Yeah. So this, he gets the stacks twice as fast as he used to now. And they made the bonus, the defense bonus, higher, right? And they made install safer to go into. You have on reaction to the super flash now with Soriz. You have exactly post super flash, he's -10. So as long as you have a 10 frame move that can hit Soriz from wherever he installs, he just install in your face. He can do this, like 5 frames is a big deal here now, right? If he goes install super only does like 15%, yeah. So like, this could be a hot take, right? But remember when I said that Lance losing 1,000 health was a really, really big nerf? Soriz was already a 17,000 health character. He like basically gained 3 to 3,500 health in this patch, right? And he got the most belligerent button in the entire game that buffed everything about him. Guys, Soriz is one of the best characters we've looked at today. Like, Soriz is really good now. Maybe I'm smoking dick, but Soriz is fucking insane in this patch, I think. Nobody plays this guy. But Soriz is like genuinely absurd in this patch. It feels like they did something wrong with this. The more that I like, you know what I mean? No, you're okay. I'm glad, because like I think he moved up an entire tier in this patch. For real. You guys smoking dick? Okay. Like, again, if Soriz was a girl, you would see nothing but Soriz in top 8s, man. Like, I almost want to put him higher, but I just can't, right? But we're gonna talk. We've already talked about it with Lancelot. We'll talk about it again with Seox. How big of a deal health is in this game, right? The guy gained like 3,000 health in this patch. And he got this. But he lost a lot of damage, right? But like, Soriz is really, really good, guys. Okay. Cool. Zoe. I think Zoe, I'm a little, Zoe mains, my bad. It seems like, again, I don't want to talk too much to the Zoe mains themselves, because the Zoe mains are dooming a lot, right? I will say though, fighting this character, she doesn't feel that much better or different. Maybe some of her combos, her corner combos do a bit more damage, I think. It feels that way, certainly, when I play the Zoes, right? Zoe's awful help us, please? I don't think so. I had Zoe kind of like, yeah, vaguely in this like A+ tier right here. Honestly, considering I think I was maybe like slightly underrating her here. Zoe feels about roughly the same to me. I don't think Zoe's awful. I think Zoe was mid before the patch, and she is maybe like I think she's about the same. Like, she just feels mid, right? The Eustace pre-patch, yeah. We don't know what's coming with the Vakala patch. This is the VERSUSIA patch, yeah, because I haven't made a tier list for that yet. I like to, people drop tier lists like a week after it came out. I like to wait until I have more of like an actual comprehensive view, so I can put this up and like stand by my opinions, right? But yeah, so she feels like she's, she got maybe a little better in some ways, maybe a little worse in some ways. She was pretty mid beforehand, and she's pretty mid now, I think. Probably overall a bit of a miss in the patch. I think Zoe could have stood to get a little bit of buff, right? She got a little bit better. Are you doing a wish list for the patch too? That's a good idea, Exile. We might do that. It's not going to be as big of a patch as the VERSUSIA patch, so we might do that, but we might keep ourselves a little bit more... We might keep ourselves a little bit more grounded in that one, but I think I will, Exile. That's not a bad idea, actually. Not me putting out a tier list on day 2? Yeah. But anyway, Zoe, she just kind of like feels the same. She feels the same. And again, in a place where everyone got a little bit better, right? For not being for the top of A, maybe. We'll see, Kicks. Like, because, yeah, even though she felt mostly the same, I think... Again, I mention all the time where like most characters in the game got buffed. So if you are standing still, you're getting left behind, right? For the most part. So like maybe she goes here, maybe. But I'm gonna keep her here. I think. I'll go for a 2M. Yeah. All right, Cagliostro. Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Let me talk about because Cagliostro. Listen, Cagliostro. I don't want to listen to anyone who plays Cagliostro because all y'all think she's like bottom tier and you thought so before the patch and you're gonna think so this patch. You're gonna think so in the Vicala patch. Cagliostro will never. They'll never ever CAG can't be anything but bottom tier to these Cagliostros, right? Overall, I'm gonna be a little bit, I don't know if this is controversial or not, but so this not being a DP anymore is a big deal, right? That's certainly like this is nice. This being easier to punish is definitely nice too, right? I heard some CAGs talking about like how some of the trap changes might have like messed some things up, right? CAG Nation is downplay nation? Yeah. I heard some CAGs talk about how the traps may have messed some things up. I will admit ignorance here. I'm not entirely certain if some of the trap changes like ruin some of her combos or something. However, I will say, over and over again, I've seen a lot of CAG in tournaments, in ranked. Of all the changes that happened to her in the patch, the one that feels like it comes into play the most often is a buff, and it is this one. Out of everything that happened to her in the patch, it feels like this is the most important thing that got changed, and this made her better. I've seen a lot of CAGs get like combos and shit off of this now they wouldn't have gotten pre-patch, right? So while this is actually a pretty decent nerf, this is more of a consistent, like it makes this worse, but it's always punishable, right? This I understand something. Yeah, some of these trap changes, my understanding, like something is like a little bit sometimes. Yeah, all for immediate mid-or recovery. Like some of these trap combos don't work anymore. But again, the most important thing that seems to be happening over and over again is calculated. And like, you know, the combos she gets in the mid screen, the fact that it's -1 makes it can be actually quite scary to like, you know, calculate it and so like try and take a trap out, right? She can actually hit you for that a lot more often than she used to. Overall, to me, it feels like CAG got a little better in this patch, right? Yeah, no, the complement reset on her SBA does not, yeah, that's not removed, right? The universal changes, if anything, CAG was not really a use skill starter kind of lady anyway, right? And I mean, I don't think did she get 6XL close M? I'm actually not certain. Is CAG's close M 6 frames? I think it is. I can't remember. Nope, Cagliostro. There you go. So when does M spike -1? This patch. It's the biggest. Yeah, she did? Okay. Yeah, so I mean, that's a mild nerf to if anyone who used to get this, it just does less damage now. So that's a mild nerf. But yeah, again, like, of all the things they changed about CAG, and there were some real nerfs in here, right? But of all the things they changed about her, it really does feel like the only thing that matters in this patch that I keep running into over and over again, seeing CAGs talk about it, seeing them play it, watching her in tournament, playing her in ranked, is this. So she feels like she got better to me. Trapshing is overall buff, to be honest. She lost some setup, but she also gained a lot more than she lost. Well, fair enough. Okay. So with that in mind, this was a bit controversial with CAG players in the last, some of them anyway, in the last patch. I think CAG got better, man. I think CAG got better. I think the DP is worse for sure. I think CAG is better than she used to be last patch, right? Yeah, she's still one of the only characters, like her damage is, this, by the way, right? This is one of the highest damage characters in the game, fellas, right? Let's not forget about that part either, right? And her J22H is still one of the best throwbaits in the game. She's still S. I think she's higher up in S than she used to be. I think this character is better than she. Again, you have to remember that there's a lot of power creep in the game right now. So S now is like S, not Soriz level though. Unironically, I think Soriz is better. Yeah, no, for real. I think like maybe this might be the, you know, remember when I'm looking better than Zeta? I think CAG's really good. I think CAG's really good in this patch personally. I thought CAG was really strong in the last patch, and I think she got buffed in this one. So, kind of like both Zeta and CAG were like this, where I feel like Zeta and CAG were both strong and got buffs, but it feels to me like CAG got betterer than Zeta did. Now, on Zeta, I will say there is ignorance here, and I mentioned it earlier, right? Zeta might be here for all I know, right? there are going to be points in this tier list where the patch has only been out for 2 months, and there are some things I'm not certain about, and I will be very honest and upfront with you about them. Zeta, this is a bit of an ignorance placement. I'm not entirely certain. All I've heard is that she's got a lot more, like, kind of nasty stuff with Pogo than she used to, and I've had some of it done to me sometimes, right? So, Zeta could be higher, but Kag is really good, I know that for sure. And Soriz is really good, I know that for sure. Soriz might be, next time I'll be like, sorry guys, like Lowain, but I think Kag is really good. Are you doing the last straw today? No, I don't think so. I'm kind of like taking up the Gran Blue space today for just doing this. Can you explain why Sora is S tier? That's fine, Ellen. I think so. Again, Zeta's S plus for sure. Okay, okay, Elodius. So I'm going to listen to you on this one because Zeta is one where like I don't know enough to tell you why not. If you can like quickly just type something up for me, I'll read it and I'll explain to Edelin why Swords is S in a second. Like I'm soliciting an opinion here. Elodius is a very good Zeta, and he will know stuff that I don't. And the reason I put Zeta here is mostly ignorance. So for just this character, maybe like one other one, I'm going to like explicitly be like, hey, why do you think that? And I'll take your opinion very strongly. So try to explain it if you can, and I'll go there. But yeah, Edelin. So as why Soriz is S, I think Soriz felt already very strong last patch, and he lost a lot of damage on his U skills, but he gained the single most belligerent move in the entire game in his HDP, right? This thing is insane. His mid-screen got way better than it used to be. His this makes his pressure scarier, makes his defense better, and he gained like 3,000 health this patch with the way these changes work. Like Soriz is the tankiest character in the game by far now, with how they changed his 5U and his install, right? So it just feel like when I talk, I can't say that like, 1,000 health nerf is a big deal, and then say like a 2,000 health buff is not a big deal. Soriz was already quite strong. It just got significantly better in this patch, essentially. Like these two lines basically is really all it is, right? It's this thing is fucking insane, and this thing is insane, and this thing is, oh no, sorry. It's this, and then this. He gains his badges twice as fast, and he's more tanky now with them, and he has this. 3 really big buffs to a guy who's already quite strong, in my opinion. And he lost some damage. A lot of damage, to be fair. But he is still one of the higher damage characters in the game. Okay, so wait, Lodius, I want to see what you're talking about here. So, Fuzzy from anywhere on screen, and her ultimate fireball is absurd. You can bait out BC very safely. That's fair. Having a good way to deal with BC is very important. And her damage is above average because of how her specials synergize with each other. Okay. Fuzzy from 50. So, I will say, right? The way routes are currently structured, 9% of the time to confirm a combo into a setup. Okay, so that's the one that's really caught my eye, Elodius, because I've said it a lot before, right? 50-50s are very rare in this game. There's not a lot of mix in this video game. And when it exists, the characters usually either pay very heavily for it, or it's broken, right? Ladiva has real mix, true 50-50, and everything about her is gutted as a consequence. Ferry has a real 50-50, right? And you can see where those characters end up, right? Nier had a looping 50-50 in the last patch. Yeah, so, yeah, Yuel has a 50-50, but the way she pays for it is that there's almost no reward on the 50-50, right? Nier had a looping 50-50 that killed you, and that's the main reason she was top 1 last patch. Elodius, why? So, can she, like, you're saying off any hits, even in the mid-screen, she can oftentimes end it in a fuzzy setup? You can Brave counter, but there are routes that beat out fuzzy matching and fuzzy throw. Okay, I mean, Brave counter, that's fine. Yes? Okay. That, I didn't know that. I thought the fuzzy was a corner thing. I thought, because, so Lodius, in the last patch, you would, like, in the corner, you would hit me with a combo, end it in URVS, and then fuzzy me? I thought the pogo changes were that you could do that meterless now. I was like, that's pretty good. But I didn't realize it was in the mid-screen, too. I'm not misunderstanding you there? Mid-screen, looping, and when you get hit by the fuzzy, does the fuzzy loop back into another fuzzy? Okay, yeah. Does the fuzzy loop into if you get hit by the fuzzy, yes? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah, no. Yeah, that fair. Okay, thank you, Lodius. I appreciate your input, for sure. I did not know that. Okay. That's too good, I think. Again, people are gonna say, oh, but where are all the Zetas winning tournaments? Gran Blue is not a big enough competitive scene to, like, have every character have 15 top-level reps, right? I didn't know that. That's a little too good, probably. I'll take his word for it. Elodius wouldn't just come on here and lie to me, I don't think. He's given me tech and stuff before, like, he's hit me with the fuzzy and gone, like, oh, it's what you do about it. So I'll take Elodius' word for it, certainly. Okay, yeah, so, let me explain. She isn't free to use, you gotta learn. True, but again, this is a tier list for top level play, right? So where I'm saying, while yes, top level Zetas are gonna get that shit a lot of the time for sure, right? But still, yeah. Okay, so let me explain really quickly why I'm about to move her into S+. Okay, my misconception: Zeta had a fuzzy last patch. She ended combos in URVS, and she could set up a fuzzy from there. I thought the pogo changes gave her that same fuzzy, meterless in the corner. What Eustace just told me is that that fuzzy actually works in the mid-screen and loops into itself. This is one of the biggest reasons that Nier was as good as she was last patch. Nier had a lot of other shit too, okay? She's not as good as Nier, I'm not saying that, right? But that is a really big point of why Nier was as strong as she was last patch. A character that's like looping 50-50, but isn't like Ladiva. Like, she has looping 50-50, but she also has good ways to deal with BC. She's got, you know, fast. She's got, like, she's got good buttons decently. She's got good defense, right? Yeah, no, she got good ult skill still, even with them doing less damage. They still have really good screen control. With that knowledge, I think I have to do, I mean, honestly, this too. Like, a looping 50-50 is a really stupid thing, right? They don't give those, again, she has one of those, and as a result, they take everything from her, right? You can still BC fuzzies? Still, sure, but again, just BC it, you only get 3 of those, and the more you BC, the scarier it gets. BC is an answer to almost anything, and she has ways to bait. The thing is, too, Omniboo, is her Rhapsodies is a risky, but pretty strong BC bait, and always has been, right? Even pre-patch. It's risky, but she can, she can bait BC into Rhapsody and kill you, too, right? So just BC at forehead is not necessarily the best idea. So, I did not realize it was a mid-screen looping 50-50. That's a little much. In this case, you just empty jump? That too, yeah. Eustace hit me with that shit even pre-patch, right? So, I think that's a little too much. I think it's a little too much. My thing is, it doesn't apply to Nier's 50-50 last patch. Again, Nier was a better character than Zeta is currently. Yes, you're absolutely right. Yeah, I agree with you. I'm just saying, still though, looping 50-50 is too good, I think, to like not like Belial doesn't have that shit, right? And yes, he's better than her at most other things, but she's still not, like, Ladiva has a looping 50-50 that she pays for heavily. Zeta does not pay for that heavily, right? So I think, I did not know that. I'm gonna move her up, I think. Okay, with this in mind, let's move on to Uel. So Uel's weird, right? Belial's getting a looping 50-50 next patch? Yeah, my bad. Yeah, so just to put it in perspective, right? On like, you know, Nier was, why is Lowain an A? I think I overrated him a little bit last patch, Leia. I think Lowain he got better this patch, but I think I had overrated him too much last patch, and he probably was closer to like bottom of A, and now he's top of A, I think. He got, his mid-screen is more consistent for sure now if he spends some meter on the awesome sauce and shit. But in general, he still, he currently has ambiguous left-right high-lows. Left-right's not a thing, and high-lows, the flutter kicks is not that ambiguous. Left-right isn't a thing. Gets 7% corner-to-corner routes. I have not seen those, if they exist. Lowain's damage is still, it's not Ferry and like 2B low, but his damage is still quite low off most stray hits that I find. I don't think Lowain is, I have not seen the Lowain light, if that's the case. Maybe next patch, maybe next tier list, I put him in S, but I don't think so. All right, Uel. Uel. Needs to be lucky? Interesting. He's really solid. A is not bad, man. Again, the gap in character, like, you know, these A- characters are not bad. I think he's a little. He still does have like the worst. He has a mutilus reversal, but he has the worst one in the game still, I think. Right. Anyway, Uel. So Uel, I thought was kind of like a character that did nothing last patch, in the sense that exactly. Even bottom 5 in this character is nowhere close to bottom 5 in the Vayne patch, man. So Uel, yes, it's true. Uel does have a looping 50-50 right now. However, it's a little disingenuous to say that. It's definitely not, you know, Ladiva's 50-50 or Nier's or Zeta's, right? It is, however, Uel is genuinely a character that does something now. So I think she got better in this patch, for sure, right? But with all that being said, Uel is still not the scariest character in the game. Kix has been downplaying Uel before we even got there, so I'm not even going to take his opinion at all, I don't think, even though he has a good Uel. But he does actually do something in this patch, right? Me downplaying what? Huh? Yeah, exactly. Every single character we've mentioned, you've talked about some way that UL is worse. I'm just like not even gonna like listen to you. I don't think, unfortunately. But again, UL actually does something now, right? So that's a big deal because he didn't do anything last patch. So yeah, I mean, I'm not saying you're a bad person, Kix. I'm just saying you're trolling, so I'm not gonna take your opinion into account. Is all. So yeah, he got better, I think, in this patch. In that, you know. You didn't get anything off the 50-50 unless this does give her. No, it's not. This is Metera. Wait, UL? Starlit Sky? She has. Oh no, yeah. I'm thinking of this thing, right? This does get a combo on counter hits. Yeah. So I thought when I was doing the patch notes, counterpoint, she did do something last patch. She lost. So true, bestie. So true. So true. So when I was reading the patch notes, I thought this gave a combo on regular hits, and I was horrified. I was like, they made a mistake, man. They made a mistake. But again. This is still good. And on counter hit, she does get a combo. And that can happen sometimes. It's very scary to mash on this girl's pressure, right? She definitely disadvantages that very, very hard. Her mid screen's okay, right? You match this feels like take the overhead. Yeah, I mean, again, it's not, her pressure is not the scariest, but again, as simple as that is, you can't do that forever, right? So I think UL overall, they redesigned her in this patch to a character that, it has a looping 50-50. And as a result, I think they took a little bit of precaution with her. I wonder if she'll get a little bit more. You can match on defense on Oki. Yeah. Gucci was telling me about that. You can make it unfuzzyable on Oki, but yeah, you can also fuzzy block the overhead if it's not. So the low comes out in 10 frames. The overhead comes out in 14. So if it's not on Oki, you can actually fuzzy block it, right? Because the low comes out a little bit faster. On Oki though, you can melee with the low to the point that it hits on the same frame, and it also can safe jab UDPs, which is a funny thing. Not many characters can do that, certainly. But yeah. So again. Usually the low is manual timed. Yeah, so it's not the most consistent thing in the world. I get it. But yeah, so anyway, you all got better. But again, I think they were, and this is fair, Psy Games, I think they were a little scared of her. Right? Because they knew they gave her a unreactable looping 50-50, right? So with that in mind, hey Gucci, what's going on? Off of throws and the overhead, the safe jab low is manual. Okay. With that in mind, I think while she's better, I'm expecting maybe they give her a little bit more in the next patch. The Starlit buffs are really nice. I've not seen exactly what these do, actually. I'll take your word for it. The main thing that I've definitely seen that feels different when I'm fighting UL is this shit, for sure. But 2-2U is also hilarious. The U Fox Flame no longer automatically enters third stance. This thing? This is 2-2U, right? It's the U Fox Flame. Frame 9 vacuuming +6 on block. Fair enough, yeah. But that didn't get changed at all, right? I'm going to say, I think UL's better than she was last patch, right? I don't think... she still feels a little weak to me. I will say this is another character where there is. I always used to say that Eustace was my biggest question mark in the entire game, right? UL is number 2, certainly, right? I think UL is number 2 in the sense that this character is one where like the nuances of this character are certainly lost on me. All I can tell you is how it feels fighting her, right? And fighting UL, not because of Eustace main, it's still Eustace probably, to be honest with you, but yeah. I think around Lowain, Charlotta, I was going to go right there too, Kix, yes. I can only tell you how it feels to fight her, because some things just explode off the page, right? Like, you don't have to be like a genius to know that like Belial's good, right? But all I can tell you is that fighting UL still doesn't feel quite as scary as it used to. I think better than Lowain? Sure, why not? Yeah, I'm okay with that. She just doesn't, she feels, I can't just down back and like win. Like I felt like I almost could last patch, even in a pretty bad matchup with the Diva, right? I can't just like down back and react to like little dash up or something. She's A+ TBH? Yeah. Oh, maybe. Honestly, Gucci, you're probably closer to right than I am. Obviously, you know UL way better than I do. But again, as of right now, for how I feel fighting her, I think I'm going to keep her here. She doesn't feel... I feel like I feel a lot more pressure from these characters up here than I do from her, right? This does make me think Zoe should go down here, though, because it feels more similar fighting these guys. That like these fellas do feel much scarier than these guys, I think. So I think like if I'm gonna put UL in A, I think I'm gonna put Zoe in A as well. I think because as I was just thinking, I'm like, am I really as scared fighting Zoe as I am fighting Vaseraga? I don't think so. Not quite. All right, Uno. Listen, fellas, I got to talk to you about this Uno motherfucker. Okay. The Unos don't exist. Oh, there's no Unos. There's no place of it. It doesn't matter. Shut the fuck up, okay? This guy was always really good, and he guys got like nothing but buffs in this patch. He's like, I don't huzzah, yeah, like, right, like, I can disappear for a bit. Fair enough. So like, Uno, by the way, so last patch, right? I had Uno here in A+, right? I thought Uno was always, like, he is one of the more well-rounded characters in the entire game. Basically, his only weakness is that he's slow, right? His buttons are pretty slow, his light buttons are quite stubby, and his movement speed is quite slow too. That's not nothing, by the way. Being slow is not a good thing, right? But, like, he does, like, everything else. Uno's probably the best zoner in the game, actually, like, for real. Maybe I'm tripping, right? But like his combination of like the Rakshasas and like the spiral spear and all that shit, and him being able to like immediately turn it on and it's like empty spiral spear and to dash at you and it goes fucking full screen now, right? They made this go faster now too. Uno's so soft on, I keep thinking it's the best zoner. I'm with you, Unico. Like Uno really might be the best zoner in the entire game, and then Uno has some of the best. He has such easy access to plus frames, makes him vulnerable to BC, but sure. And then Uno, the best owner is Belial. Fair enough. Maybe you're right, Junior Jam. And then, by the way, just like real quick, in case someone didn't know, this thing, the H version of this thing is the second best throw bait in the entire game, right? J22H on, or J214H on Uno. This is the second best throw bait in the whole game, right? Zeta's funny is Meterless? No, yeah, I got you, Elodius, yeah. I did hear you. I think you did mention that. So, like, he has the second best throw bait, I think, in the entire game, right? He's got really good defense, because his parry is horrifying. He's got really good zoning. He's got decent neutral. Outside of that, he's got good buttons that are slow, and his lights are stubby, right? This guy does, like, he does quite high damage, in fact, right? Just toned in where Lowain at. Okay, so Lonely, I've been told that apparently I'm downplaying this guy. Lowain, as I fought more of him, I feel like he's got a little bit more fake to me, but I have him right around here. You tell me if I'm downplaying him horribly. Leia was telling me I was downplaying him really badly, and there's like some crazy shit that's been discovered post-patch I don't know about. But I don't quite feel it fighting him. He's a bad matchup for Ladiva, for sure, but I still don't feel that it's like a character strength thing. Anyway, so like, Uno, all of that, everything I just mentioned, by the way, was pre-patch. And then, by the way, yeah, if on the YouTube side of things, if you guys want to like the stream, that would be greatly appreciated, certainly. The thumbs ups there, they do help out, certainly. I think it helps with the algorithm or some shit, right? But yeah, and then, right, yeah, like he gets combos off this now. They cause wall bounce, right? Yeah, like this is a combo. This is a meterless, like a cooldownless combo starter now, right? His parry, where is the stun frames have probably been increased? Yeah, I think this lets him get like conversions off things he couldn't before, right? His like little aerial dive kick thing is more useful than it used to be. The install actually does something now. Uno has like probably the best install that isn't like Vira. Like Vira's obviously the #1 winner by forever, right? But like his install actually does something now. Just makes him plus on block forever and ever and ever and ever and ever, right? I don't know, man. I don't know. Like Uno got nothing but like pretty significant buffs. Not badly, just slightly lower than expected. Okay. But yeah, so again, he got nothing but like pretty significant buffs, and by the way, I mean universally, I'm pretty sure Uno's slow ass did not get, Uno did not get 6XL close M either, right? So he's got that now too, which a lot of Uno's combos involve 6XLs, right? He has links, tight links, but links to 6XL in his combos, he can go into close M off now that he couldn't do before, right? Like I don't know, man, I don't know, like it feels like the universal changes are good for him. For the most part, he was not a U-skill starter kind of guy. So like all of these changes like nerf characters around him and he's not affected by them too much. This is a buff to him. Yeah, he has the second best throw bait in the entire game. He's got some of the best zoning. He got nothing but buffs and he was already really good. Uno's strong, man. Like for real. I don't know exactly where I'd put him. I mean, he feels like he's just better than Cagliostro, I think. Maybe I'm wrong, but like Uno's for real good. I'm not fucking around with you, man. By the way, it's not just the buffs that he got, because I had him here in the last patch, right? It's not just the buffs that moved him up a whole tier, because his buffs were, from my understanding, quite significant, but it's not quite that much. I was underrating Uno here, I think. I think pre-patch, you could have made an argument for Uno in like top of A+, or even like over here. This character has always been really strong. It's just nobody fucking plays him, right? Like, again, just like Soriz, if the next battle pass skin is Uno with tits, it's gonna be nothing but Unos in top 8, man. Like for real, I'm not fucking around with you. The only thing holding this guy back is that nobody wants to play him, right? So like he's very. I think I was underrating him before. He was probably like top of A+ before, and then he got buffs, right? So big booba Uno now for real. Uno with tits. That's what I'm telling you. For real, I think so. All right, okay. Eustace. All right. So this is where I have to kind of like defer again a little bit in the sense of last patch I said when I put Eustace on this list last patch, I said fair warning, I don't know what I'm doing with this guy, right? I don't know what I'm doing with this guy, and this might be underrating him. I'm gonna kind of do the same thing here. The general idea that I got, though, and that I now understand a little bit better from playing a little bit of Eustace, it'll be fun to go back and try to revisit this once I get him to master, right? Because he's currently the character we're working on, but he did just get better basically in every single way, right? I'm here for a reason, yeah. So he did just get better in essentially every single way. The grenades got better. The Flamex, his zoning is much more potent now, right? His mid-screen is better with the grenades. What is this? Mid-air hit stun duration? Sure, yeah. Far H. Mid-air hit stun, so I guess it's easier to convert off of Far H and things too, right? Like, U grenade, of course, not going away on block is a big deal too. It's like this is already the best thing about Eustace, and this like not going on block anymore is a huge thing, right? So like, if I'm gonna go off of this placement right here, right? He got a lot better, but he's still, yeah. So bear with me for a second here, Ash. If I'm gonna go off this placement, which may have been a downplay for Eustace, but this is one of those things where, like UL, I'm not going to tell you that I have like a very super technical reason for why I put Eustace there, but fighting him just didn't feel that scary pre-patch. Unfortunately, I have fought 2 Eustace post-patch. I've had 2 sets against Eustace, period, post-patch. This guy is the real rare character. He feels rarer than Uno to me. Except like I know Insurgent's playing a lot in brackets and shit, right? But like, from what I understand, from what I've seen, and from experience, what I've played, right? He's very bad in the air. He's horrible in the air. Eustace. I'm gonna say that he probably did get a lot better. He seemed like the buffs were incredibly significant. So if he was down here last patch, which I feel like my gut tells me is right, then he's probably like closer to like here-ish in this patch, right? Probably, right? I can even like very new to him. I can feel like the sauce dripping off of this guy, right? But maybe Voss is a little bit better. Who knows? Maybe he's like bottom of A+-ish. I'll do this. I'll put him here. I'll leave him here. I can feel this he might be a bit of a potential man character, right? But when I fight him, or when I see him, or when I just, even look up what he can do now, yeah, his corner combos still suck. I do know that one, yeah. So like, he still has some problems, certainly, right? So Eustace, let's just make it plain and simple, clear as day here. Eustace is worse Uno, who has a 50-50, right? That's all it is, right? He's worse than Uno at like everything. And then he has an actual true 50-50 in U grenades, which is scary. That's scary, right? Which is why he's good. A+ is good. But he just like, he's a worse zoner, he's got worse pressure, he's got harder access to plus frames, he does, I think, less damage than Uno too. Like both of these characters are like they're the giga all-rounders of the cast, where they can like, they're literally zoners with rushdown and mid-screen, right? Both of them, right? But again, Uno is just better than Eustace at everything except U-Grenade, right? U-Grenade is an absurd move. U-Grenade is still one of the best U skills in the entire game at this point, right? That's the thing that kind of keeps him up here. But I think he's a lot better than he was last patch, but he doesn't seem amazing to me. Again, I'm gonna be very honest with you guys when this happens. This is a bit of an ignorance placement, right? This is the ignorance placement, right? I don't know this guy. We'll revisit it, I guess, when I get him to master. But right now, he just seems vaguely okay to me. All right. Let's talk about Seox. Seox is a very interesting case of a character, right? So Seox got a lot of changes. So I thought Seox was kind of like he was sort of like the worst of the best, I think. I fully agree with you. That's good. I think he was sort of the worst of the best in the last patch, where Seox, I think, Seox was one of, in my opinion, like the gods of the game. He felt like better Lancelot to me in the last patch. With that being said, Seox did not get kind of nerfed in this patch. Seox is still good, but Seox did not get kind of nerfed. Seox was kind of the poster boy to me, I think, on like Seox actually got like hit pretty hard, but is still a strong character, right? Like, this is kind of like some of the ideal nerfs for a top tier, I think, the way they did this. Where, first off, what the fuck is this? To give you some context, right? Instead of the saying HP has been reduced 16k to 14k, imagine instead that this said Seox is always on 1 BP. Does that bring this into lights for you a little bit more? Because that's what this is, essentially, right? Seox takes about 18% more damage now than they did pre-patch. This is not a little nerf. This is gigantic. This is one of the biggest nerfs in the entire patch, actually. The biggest nerf in the patch is, all of the biggest nerfs in the patch happened to Nier, let's be real. But this is one of the biggest nerfs in the entire patch, is Seox losing 2,000 health. 12.5% less? I thought it was more than, no, it's more than that, isn't it? Because 10% is 1,400. Is that for real? Maybe you're right. I thought it was more than that, though. 60, so what is like 16k times 0.875? Oh, you're right. No, you're right. Yeah, totally. Yeah, I'm thinking the other way around. Yeah, I'm thinking this number is like 20% smaller than this number, but yeah. Yeah, 13% still. It's a big, it's not quite 1 BP, still bigger, right? It feels similar to Siegfried, but more extreme in the measures taken. Yep, yeah. 30% less health, still a huge deal. The exact number being a little bit off is you know, irrelevant. But the point is, he still is a lot squishier now. And they didn't stop there, right? So this is good. He's faster now. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy, right? Like this is definitely a good nerf. Oh, sorry, a good buff for sure, right? But this is a thing. Seox was very similar to Lance in that Seox did like 7 close H's in a single combo. You feel this. Seox builds super and ends his combos in super much less often than he used to. I feel this when I'm fighting him, for sure, right? This is kind of universal, but yeah, his dash H, you don't see it used very much anyways, right? So the only real buffs that he got besides being made faster now are these, right? This like is the sort of the double palm strike out of the Rekka. This was usually like not used at all. These feature, especially this one, features pretty heavily in his combos now all of the time. Like his mid-screen combos into the corner, right? He like does some corner carry with Rekka into this to wall bounce you and get a combo. That's good, right? It's certainly nice. But like, again, these are nice buffs. Right, but Seox already had different ways to combo off Rekka and stuff like that. This just makes like, this is an underused option that they made usable now, right? This is like an actual real option out of the Rekka instead of like a joke like it used to be, right? The Kamehameha, yep. Yeah, the meter gain, yeah, no, I'm with you. Like the meter gain, this is a big nerf too, right? This is a big nerf. This is a big nerf. This is actually a pretty big buff. This is a big nerf. This is a gigantic nerf. These are certainly okay buffs, but again, it's not like his Rekka couldn't combo before or anything, right? And then this, funny enough, is also a really big nerf, right? This thing used to be like, if you spot dodge this shit, he'd be like plus, I think. I think for real, he was like +1 or something if you spot dodge this before the patch. And now he's like -13. He went from being plus on this to being like close H punishable by the entire cast that isn't Vaseraga, right? So this is a really big nerf, because this is one of the better throw baits in the game, this U-Gate of Demons, right? In the immortal words of Vira, this was a sinister throw bait. I think he said that in Evo, right? He called it a sinister throw bait, and it's stuck in my head ever since then, because I don't know, he's British and it's funny, right? But like, this is actually a really big nerf. And then, Seox, our good boy Seox, right? The universal changes are not nice to him either, right? Seox, as you may know, right? Always got 6SL close M. He already had a 6 frame close M already, right? So like, this universal change was not very nice to him. This universal change was a nerf to him, essentially. And Seox was one of these characters that did ult skill starters a lot, right? You empty hand. Tell me how many times you've been hit by you empty hand, right? You'll be sitting here counting for the rest of your life, right? And the you throw bait. He started combos with ultimate skills a lot, and that getting nerfed is a really big deal, right? So his damage went down. His throw bait, you empty hand SSBA? yeah. So his throw baits got worse, which throw baits are like a big part of like, you know, strength in this character in this game, by the way. I haven't talked about this enough, but throw baits are a really, really big point of strength in this game, because this is strike throw fantasy versus. There's no mix in this game 99% of the time, right? So it is strike throw. So having a really strong, really scary throw bait is what makes character, like, it's a really big part of being like really strong, right? So again, his throw bait got worse. It does less damage when it lands. You empty hand does less damage when it lands. And he lost his 6 close M thing is not good for him. And he lost 2,000 health. Seox, and in return, he got what? He got his dash is faster. That's good. And the wolf howl stuff is you know, mediocre at best. His dash being faster is the best thing he got, probably, right? Seox got hit hard, guys. Like, Seox got hit hard. And this is the first top 3 we're going to talk about here, right? Actually, I'm going to talk about Belial when we get there, too. Is Belial supposed to be... Belial comes chronologically after Beelzebub. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. But yeah, so this is the first top tier we're going to talk about here, right? In the sense that there is a double effect here, right? I've mentioned where some characters, like Metera, for example, or Ladiva, got Narm flip beats you empty hand. That's funny. Some characters, like Ladiva or Metera or whatever, got better in this patch. But since overall there's a bit of power creep in this patch, again, the highest highs of the game are lower, but the average power level is much higher, right? So there's a similar effect that happens here where Seox not only got nerfed pretty hard, the general power level of all the characters around him also got much higher. power level is a relative thing. I say it all the time, right? But Belial was bottom 1 in the Sailor Moon Kasuge from like the 90s, right? Like Belial is not touching Sailor Jupiter at all, right? It's all relative. So if everyone in the game is getting better, by definition, if the top tiers stay the same strength, they're getting worse. Because it's all relative. Seox got worse because of that, and then he got nerfed pretty hard. So, Seox feels to me like I don't even know, man. I mean, he feels much more around this area to me now, right? Like, Seox dropped, like, he was better Lance before the patch. I don't know if he's better Lance anymore. He might be worse Lance now. I actually couldn't tell you. Like, him and Lance feel much more close to me, and they both got worse, right? Honestly, he's A+? Maybe. Like, it could. Like, I was almost gonna do this. I was with you, Leia, and then I was like, I think he's bottom of S. Okay, yeah. I thought the voice there, I thought you said I think he was bottom of A for a second, and I lost my mind. He's so squishy, top of A+. Here's what I'm gonna tell you. Yeah, the 14K is huge. Again, I think to convince myself of this, consistency is a really, really big deal, right? It's a really big deal. And 14,000 health does not a consistent tournament character make. He still is quite strong in a lot of other ways, right? But his offense got worse, and his defense, in a way, got worse, because what losing health does, it makes your risk-reward worse. Which is, it's the whole thing that fighting games are based around, basically, right? So, he feels quite similar to Lance right now, except he has 1,000 less health, and like maybe and better offense, maybe better defense, I guess. Which streamer told you Abel's consistent? What the fuck? Who told you that? You have a lot less breathing room playing him now? You know what? I was already on the border, and as I've kind of talked a little bit more about it, I think I'm gonna do this. I think so. I think you have to be better than Seox to be S. I like someone said Gatekeeper of S. I like that idea. I think you have to be better than Seox to be S. If I can't look at you and go, oh, is this character better or worse than Seox? Then that kind of determines it. You know, I think he's better than Djeeta. These are, by the way, A+ does not mean dog shit, right? Like, these are all strong characters. Though on the lower end, you get to, like, people who are a little bit too inconsistent for their own good, I think. But, like, these are all strong characters, right? But I just don't think, I don't think so. They have 6 mid-tier now? I mean, this is more so... Again, you have to realize how small the gap in the tiers is here, right? Like, this is a much closer race than this was, right? Nier is 175 times better than Vayne. It's hilarious, right? Like, to compare the, like, you know those like fake Dragon Ball power scaling videos where it was like, you know, they had like the power level bars that just keep raising up and shit, right? Like Nier's bar was like 100 times the size of Vayne's. The gap is much smaller now, right? So like this is like Seox is not that much worse than even like Catalina, but there's a noticeable gap here that makes you want to put him this far below her, right? Okay, let's talk about Vira. So I had a whole video. Seox probably the most nerfed top tier with Nier. Yeah. I mean, Nier is obviously the most nerfed top tier, but yeah, Seox is definitely there too. So Vira, I had a whole video talking with Char about Vira and how I was kind of wrong when I first read the patch notes, right? This Vira character, I always thought was pretty good, right? She's like pretty solid. She has like decent, decent normals for sure. Pretty good offense, right? She's quite scary in install. Her defense, she has Mito's DP at least. She's got good buttons to mash on defense. Her mid screen is a little bit weak outside of install, right? But install it's quite good. Vira just felt to me like, he felt very much like there's like an ascending ladder of Shotos in this game, right? Where like probably like, you know, pre-patch, I felt like Catalina was the worst, and then Gran, and then Vira, and then Djeeta, and then like Belial and Siegfried, right? Vira was always kind of like that middle of the rung to me. I will say, I think Vira did get better in this patch in quite a few notable ways. After, you know, not just talking to Char, but also just like experiencing the character over and over, and like watching her in tournaments, and also just like seeing her played, and fighting her myself, right? I think she got a lot better. This is a big deal. We talked about with Seox. That's the biggest buff that Seox got. It's probably also the biggest buff. Maybe it's not even the biggest buff that Vira got, but both of these things are a really big deal. Again, in strike throw fantasy versus, footsies are very important, and walk speed is going to matter a lot for that, right? Install Vira got made a lot scarier. What's going on, Dusk? What's going on, Char? How you doing? Install Vira got made a lot scarier, right? She has got buffs on buffs on buffs. Wait for the Vira input? I think I have a good idea of what you think, right? The nerfs, a lot of Vira's nerfs in terms of, this is, for example, what Char and me talked about pretty soon after the patch drops, right? A lot of her nerfs are essentially like, you know, like, outside of, where is it? Like, the super. Where's the super? This is more punishable now, but this got punished most of the time anyway in like tournament level play, right? This already got punished. And, you know, like things like, where the fuck is it? Like Scarlet Oath. I mean, this is punishable now and it didn't used to be, so that's fair, right? Like, or like, oh, it's the DP, sorry, not the DP. It's the DP. Where the fuck is the DP? The MDP. That is minus 6 on block now, or minus however much it is on block. Oh, this, yeah, it's minus 15 on block. It's not safe anymore, right? So, again, like, while these were nerfs, good players were already spot dodging. I think I'm gonna keep it moving along here, Char. I think I have a decent idea of what you think. If your opinion has changed greatly, you can type up a little bit of a summary there. But yeah, so, you know, make it minus 18, please. The 6XH number. I see you, Abel players. Yeah, you don't even have to say it. I know what you're thinking of already, Faith. I got you. But yeah, so these nerfs, basically, like, good players in tournaments were pretty much always spot dodging Vira DP anyway, and they were punishing this anyway. The punishes got bigger. And by the way, yes, I think this should be more minus, but I've talked about that at length. I think every DP should be more minus pretty much in this game. But yeah, these nerfs were, while they were something, it's not like you didn't used to get punished, now you do, right? And otherwise, honestly, she just got non-stop buffs in this patch. This was already one of the best close hitches in the whole game. They made it a frame faster, right? Her mid-screen in installs even scarier now. They have increased the strength gap between non-install and install Vira, but they didn't do it by making non-install Vira worse. They just did it by making install Vira better, right? Install Vira just got all, like, most of the buffs for Vira in this patch are to install Vira, right? Transformed. Well, this one, it's a nerf. Ignore that part, right? Transformed, right? Most of the buffs to Vira are in her install, but there are still some universal buffs. And her install being better it made her win condition essentially stronger, right? I think Vira in this patch was fine. Everyone else got better, making her buff kind of bad IMO. I think a lot of people think Vira is bottom 5 as of now. All right, you guys are smoking dick. Are you... Char. Who the fuck thinks Vira's bottom 5? What? Bottom 5? I'm not even... Okay, I'm moving on. What? You think Vira's as good as, like, Ladiva, Metera, Ferry? These are the characters you're comparing Ladiva to? You think UL is better than Vira? You're smoking dick, my good sir. You had a long shift at work. I understand, dog. I was gonna say that I think, again, while Vira did get better in this patch, right? I think she did get better in Loki Watch Charlotta under UL. Sure. I mean, I'll do this. I think maybe. Maybe UL can go into the lane. That's more accurate, I think. But yeah, I think he's mid-low as of now. Interesting. I think I disagree, though, Char. It doesn't feel that way to me, certainly, right? I'll tell you this. I think Vira did get better, right? Vira got better in a notable amount of ways, right? However, again, there was a general power creep in this patch where just about everyone got better. I will say, I think Vira's buffs, when I'm fighting her, they feel significant, even post-patch, right? Like, I think she did move up, right? Like, she probably will be, like, on this, like, higher end of A+, even more so now, right? Like, I think she probably is between Gran and Djeeta. I mean, just, like, kind of arbitrarily, sure, why not? I feel like you can't really separate them. Like, I think this patch really did do a good job of, like, this Shoto ladder I was talking about before feels like it's a lot more compact now, right? Again, like, where Catalina maybe felt like the worst to me, right? Then Gran, then Vira, somewhere, then Djeeta, then Siegfried, then Belial, then Siegfried, right? This, like, Shoto ladder in the game, is a lot more compacted. So, like, to represent that, I like the idea of just putting, like, Vira, Gran, and Djeeta all next to each other. I don't think Vira is, like, a top tier, but bottom 5 seems like genuinely smoking dick, I think. Yeah, Vira got better, but not, like, absurdly so. And again, there's power creep in this patch. If you got a little bit better, you're not going to move up that much. I think Vira did get enough to, like, move up a couple of spots. That's about it, essentially. Okay. Which, by the way, is good. I think Vira's power level is like, if a lot of characters were at this power level, I think that'd be a good thing for the game, right? Like this, like Djeeta, Gran, Vira, like Narmaya power level, kind of like this power level is like where I think ideally like every character should be. These characters are strong, they have win conditions, but they have clear counterplay and they have clear weaknesses, right? So I'll take it. All right, Bubs, Mr. Beelzebub. So I always thought Bubs was like pretty decent, right? By and large, it's my understanding that like, especially fighting the guy, he just kind of got spoken the same thing Narm players talk about when they talk about any matchup. Yeah. I'm always either top of A+ or maybe bottom S. Yeah. So I was gonna say that I'm not sure about the placement, but again, I had Bubs again, kind of like top of A+ in this last patch, right? And fighting him, watching him, things like this, Bubs does feel like he's just better, right? Bubs, I think, was a quite, like, Bubs feels, he got, like, he's a little confusing, honestly, because I feel like Bubs player, or not Bubs players, Bubs, the character, was quite good, and he got basically nothing but buffs, right? Like, he got nothing but buffs in this patch, which is a little bit strange. There's a couple of characters who are like this in this patch. Like, Percy is like that, too, where I thought they were pretty good, not amazing, but they're, like, pretty good. Yeah, true, it's libel if it's written. That's a good point. Get his ass, Dusk. They were pretty good, and then it's got nothing but buffs in the patch, which is certainly interesting. With that in mind, Beelzebubs, yeah. With that in mind, again, there was some amount of power creep in this patch, and though there's a lot of buffs here, I don't think none of them seem, like, really, really absurd, besides, like, I mean, obviously, like, you know, I know the Unisonic Chaos Scalper thing is nice, right? Honestly, like, this thing feels nice. I feel like this move is a lot more useful for Bubs than it used to be, right? Like him being able to use this to actually combo in the mid screen and shit, and also does more damage in the corner too, I think. This is quite good, and they're all nice buffs, right? For sure. So, where do I want to put Bubs? I mean, it's weird. I feel like, yeah, I mean, S is a thick. How do I describe this? The best buff is the Anthem buff. So true, bestie. It's yeah, grab and expand. It's still tiny, unfortunately. But I'm gonna say, above Kag, I will say S rank is a dense rank. Like, it feels like there's like a yeah, it's hard to, like, push. Like, every spot here is, like, very contested, I think. I'm gonna say he's definitely, he's somewhere around. He's not better. The thing is, he's, like, straight up not better than Uno. You guys have to wake up and realize how good this Uno guy is. Yes, nobody wants to play him, but and there's also his character's better than him, so, like, you know, it's not like he's the #1 best character in the game, right? They just pick him up just for the sake of winning. But you guys have to realize how good this Uno guy is, I think. Like, he's actually a bit of a gatekeeper in my head right here. You think Bubs is that good? I think so, Leia. I mean, again, I think Bubs was very good in the last patch, and then got nothing but he got nothing but buffs, right? Bubs is definitely not better than Uno, no, I agree, yeah. I'm gonna say, I think he's, him and Kag feels like it could be interchangeable in my head. Uno, the gatekeeper of high, low S. Yeah, I got, like, Uno is like S. These guys are high S. These guys are low S, basically. I'm gonna say Bubs is about here. Yeah, I'm gonna say Bubs is about here. He's one of these, like, just annoying to fight. Uno cheats, man. They have to remove that guy from the game. Yeah. All right, Abel. So Abel is going to be another really big exercise in remembering that consistency is a very important part of character strength. Okay, Abel got gigantic buffs in this patch. I'm gonna tell you the spoiler alert right now. Oh no, actually no. First, not Abel first. Not Abel first. Yes, yeah. Thank you, Echo. I forgot about Belial. I mean, listen, man. Belial was. I think Belial was, like, in my opinion, he was pretty clearly better than Seox last patch, but, you know, they're close enough. Belial was maybe the 3rd or 4th best character in the game. It felt like Siegfried and Nier were both, like there was kind of like an SA and an SB in my head, right? Like, Nier and Siegfried felt better than Belial and Seox to me, personally. But, like, Belial was in the discussion. I think you could reasonably have Belial as high as 2 last patch. I think arguing Nier anything other than #1 last patch, I think was a little bit silly. I didn't really subscribe to her being in her own tier, right? But again, I mean, we're basically doing it right now, Hecko. I'm gonna try and state this opinion a little bit more, like, logically for a second here, right? But, like, you could argue Belial as high as 2nd last patch, I think, right? If you put him first, I think you were smoking dick, right? But no, you could argue him as high as 2nd, and then they kind of just gave him, like, a lot of buffs, They took away the guard crush on Asmodeus. That's good. That's definitely a nerf. That's a meaningful nerf, right? But a lot of the Belial players, they were really talking about, bro, the buffs don't even matter. Hey, Belial players, you want to get back to me? You want to get back to me on those buffs don't even matter thing you guys were saying when the patch first dropped? Oh, but the buffs don't even matter. The buffs don't even do anything. You guys want to get back to me on this fucking thing? I mean, honestly, even this is pretty decent now. Why would use this when you got this, right? Like, you want to get back to me on the buffs don't matter? This is the best fireball in the game. So, before the patch, Belial's bottom 10, so true. Before the patch, I think you could have argued that Siegfried H fireball was the best buff, the best fireball in the game, right? But you could have also argued 2 other fireballs, I think. You could have argued Belial, Gosha, and you could have argued Grimnir's Tornado, just because of how important it is for, I'm right there with you, Omni. Just because of how important it is for his whole game plan, right? And how much he can shut people down from stopping him setting up, right? So you could have argued these 2 as best fireball, but I think it was Siegfried H fireball. With this being a thing now, I feel like it's kind of just like, you know, like unquestionably the best fireball in the game, with the U version being as fucking snapped as it is. I oftentimes try to find when I'm desperately trying to find a weakness for Belial. I say that usually the thing with Belial is his approach is a little bit linear, right? He doesn't have like an empty hand. He doesn't have like a really like just brain dead neutral skip. This doesn't count because this is reactable and you can spot dodge it. But considering this is pretty damn close to that, considering it's fair, and you say, oh, empty hand is 2. This is super easily reactable and you can spot dodge it. This is like, you basically have to like get caught sleeping to not to get to block this from full screen or something, right? But considering how well-rounded he is, this is too close to a neutral skip for this guy. This thing's plus 38 on block. He gets a full combo now. He gets a side swap on this. He gets you in the corner, right? Loki, the fireball changes chill. He already had full combos from U fireball, and unblockable loops were an issue. Nah, dog, he didn't use to side swap your ass out of the corner for getting hit by U fireball. Either that, or the Belial just didn't fucking find that before the patch, but that should have never happened to me before they buffed this thing, right? He did not use to side swap your ass on U fireball, for sure, right? Yeah, his only exactly, Faith. His only weakness has to play neutral, but he's one of the best neutral characters in the game. Yeah, I agree, but it is still technically neutral is still tough, right? But yeah, so this is a pretty meaningful buff. This thing is not, like, honestly, like, this is a decent, like, I've seen a lot of new routes with this, but again, like, it doesn't matter too much. His combos usually will still, like, this is pretty situational, right? Honestly, like, this being 10 frames faster is a bit of an insult, honestly, right? But here's the other thing people don't talk about enough, Belial. Have you considered? So here's the thing, right? Belial, he always got 6XL close end, right? So, like, this is not good for Belial. He already had this, right? So it's kind of like a damage nerf to him off his 6XL, fair enough. Have you considered this guy doesn't have a fuzzy, and Belial, his skills are so good that he's, especially pre-patch, he like didn't use, Belial's the character, like everyone was always made the joke, like Belial played vanilla Gran Blue and he was still like top 1, right? Like he doesn't care about this nerf at all. This doesn't, like, it actually affects him a little bit now that U Fireball's broken as it is. But that's kind of like, you know, he got a really cool tool and then it was a little bit worse. Like, his game plan is not relying on his U skills at all, and he doesn't have a fuzzy. So not only did he get some pretty decent buffs in here outside of the guard crush, right? The universal changes nerfed all of the characters that he was competing with, right? Like the U skill changes, they hurt Seox, they hurt Djeeta, they hurt Lancelot, they hurt Beatrix, not really, right? They hurt Zeta, they don't hurt this guy. So like he actually, like, the universal changes buffed it relatively, they buffed him, right? And then he got some really nice buffs and he lost his guard crush, which, I mean, the guard crush is a big deal. I'm not gonna lie, it was just a guaranteed way to take a brave point off people, right? But like, he just got better, essentially. Like, this character was arguably top 2. If you couldn't put him number 1, you were smoking crack. But, you know, he was arguably top 2. I think you could put him as high as top 2, and they buffed him. Now, here's the thing. It seems that he will never be nerfed. All the vanilla players knew this, and I didn't. I made my wish list, and I was like, look at all these things we could take down. And by the way, in case you're, sorry, I've been talking this whole time as if like you have the context. If you are new to Gran Blue, if you don't know why Belial is so good and why, because I'm talking about like just his baseline and he got better, right? If you don't know why Belial is so good, I can just like, you know, very, very quickly give you a little bit of a tour of everything that makes this guy as strong as he is, right? I mean, he's close normal, sure, whatever, fine. His close M, sure, 6 frame close M is definitely a nice thing. This close H is pretty nice as well, though it is 9 frame startable, but slower than average, right? But we get around, we start getting here, right? This is a 6 frame far M from up close, 8 frames from, you know, from far away, but still 6 frame far M from up close, pretty crazy. This is the best whiff punish tool in the entire game. Well, best whiff punish normal in the entire game. Point blank, period. Right? Just no discussion at all. And again, in Strike Throw Fantasy Versus, that's a very important thing. This is a 5 frame 2L that is bigger than most 6 frame buttons. We're good? This is the only plus on block low 2M in the game. There are 3 plus on block 2Ms in the game. Gran's is plus on block, and Narmaya's in Kagura is plus on block. Both of them are mids. This is a plus on block 2M that is bigger than both of theirs, and it's low. Right? His 2H, honestly, a little bit mid. His 2H is not really that good. If Plaza, maybe like his anti-airs are kind of, he still hurts pretty hard if he anti-airs you, but like, maybe his anti-airs are a little bit bad, but again, it's really grasping straws as well, guy. Best 6XL in the game, maybe? Maybe. It's up there. They did a whole patch in the, when they dropped Lucy, I think, they nerfed 6XL, right? They nerfed 6XL across for a lot of characters, where they Catalina's right there? Sure, maybe, but it's in the discussion, I think. They nerfed the range on 6XL for a lot of characters, and they gave it more recovery. They just like didn't touch this one. This one just like is a like this just isn't nerfed. Like this thing lunges so incredibly far, right? This is a plus on block 6M because why not? Just like more mental stack. You'll start to notice, by the way, that like as we go through this, every single one of these tools is like actually pretty threatening. This is like he can make plus on block on this thing quite easily. This is like another. This is as close to a neutral skip as he has, honestly, right? Yeah, I mean he's got. Why is this cross up? Thank you, Dust Loop, right? This is a decent JL. This is a pretty good cross up button. This is one of the best jumping normals in the entire game. This thing is kind of whatever, sure. This parry is, situational, but it's not really that good about him, right? This is the best fireball in the entire game. His DP is like -12 on block for some reason. This stuff is more mental stack. It's reactable, but it's more mental stack. It's another really scary thing you have to worry about with Belial because he is still infinite plus frames if you're not careful, right? For some reason he has a command grab because why the fuck not? And the command grab is actually, though it is slow, with all the mental stack he has, right? This is actually pretty like people get hit by this all the time, right? This is one of the best U skills in the entire game, right? This thing is still good, by the way. It doesn't guard crush anymore, but it's still just like a plus on block U skill that crushes everything, right? This is an invincible command grab they made it 10 frames faster in the patch, so sure, why not? His supers are pretty fair. So, when I say what makes Belial good, they buffed the U command grab to be faster. Only the U command grab is faster. The H1 is still as slow as it used to be. But again, when I say what makes Belial good, if you don't have the context, if you're new to Gran Blue, if you just don't know why everyone is so surprised Belial got buffed, the answer is everything. Belial is the best, Belial's the best, or like the second, third, fourth, fifth best in the game at everything, right? H-Rock got buffed a bit too? I didn't think so. No, it did not, yeah. Only U Vasago. M Vasago got faster, but yeah, H did not. So, again, Belial's the best, or close to the best, at everything in the game. And again, when we talk consistency, you can't really ask for better than Belial, right? Belial is... There are no flaws in this character. His only flaw is that, to pull up this JoJo stat hexagon, right? His circle does not look like this, right? He's not literally the best in the game at everything, right? It's more like this. Like, he's really good there. But, yeah. Like, it's not this. Belial's only weakness is that he's not literally the best at everything, right? If you're playing for money, pick Belial. I mean, he did literally win Evo, but again, I don't really think too much about like tournament results for character strength, especially again in a scene that is a little underdeveloped as Gran Blues is, right? But yeah, so he's very, very good, and they just the only thing he doesn't have is real true mix. That's fair. But again, Belial, he has so many different tools you have to worry about, right? That like his reactable stuff is like basically true mix, right? Like it's not. I understand, but like there are so many, like all the tools you talked about, right? Like 2M, Far H, 6XL, 6XM, his fireballs, his like delay fireball spins, U fireball, his command grab, his parry, right? Like everything. He has so many different things. Gran Blue is a mental stack game at its core, and Belial plays that mental stack game better than just about anybody, essentially, right? So, to the point that it almost feels like it's mixed. Oh yeah, I mean, if Belial had like, if this is a stupid thing to say, if Belial had like a looping 50-50 meterless fuzzy like Zeta does, I mean, he would just be top. Like Belial would be better than pre-patch Nier with that, right? But I mean, if Belial had that, he'd be probably better than Nier, actually, right? For real. Okay, with that in mind, Belial is really, really good, and he's gonna be good forever. Sure. Yeah, he's top one in the mental stack. Yes, exactly. Which is one of the most important things in this game, right? Yeah, if his command grab was unreactable, we're cooked, right? Okay, Abel. I kind of interrupted myself earlier here. Abel, let's talk about Abel, right? So Abel, hot take is H fireball should launch like Sieg, nerf his mid-screen damage a little. That could be an interesting idea, gotcha. That's not a bad idea for a nerf. Abel got a lot better in this patch in that. So they did the thing, I was talking about how, with Ladiva, they made her advantage state better, but they didn't make her weaknesses any better, right? They made, with Vaseraga, they made his advantage state better, they didn't make his weakness any better, right? Same thing. They did a similar thing with Abel, right? However, they have made his advantage state, or just like his damage, so incredibly terrifying in this patch. Like at a certain point, I said this before, at a certain point, you have to respect Ball. It doesn't matter that Abel takes all of his health and just dies. It doesn't matter that he has 14,000 health. So, I mentioned earlier that Belial's only weakness is that Belial's hexagon does not look like this, right? Like Belial's a 4 out of 5 in everything. and that's why he's top 1, right? Abel, unironically, I need you guys to like really believe this because it's true now. With these buffs, Abel is the best character in the game at literally everything. Do you know why Uno is not the best zoner? Because it's Abel, right? Do you know why Uno is not? You know why Vaseraga is not the highest damage character in the game? Because it's Abel. Do you know why? I don't know. Belial is not the best neutral in the game? Because Abel does, right? So he does so much damage, doesn't matter what everyone does. No, I'm wrong, Orkin. Wrong. It does. Nobody does damage like Abel. Even pre-patch, Orkin, pre-patch, I thought it was bottom 1. And you know why? It's because you were right. Pre-patch, he did high damage, but it kind of didn't matter when he was doing so much damage to himself that, like, you know, he would like 2 to 3 touch you, and you would 2 touch him. It didn't really work out. Genuinely, Abel touches you from anywhere on screen now, and the next interaction you are guessing for game, right? Abel is the best character in the game at everything, except if we're gonna say that Seox has 14,000 health, and that is a big deal, Abel still, if anything, last patch, I used to say that Abel had essentially 11,000 health-ish. Abel would often spend like, you know, 2 to 3k of his health every round. Abel has, yes, Kira, Abel has less health this patch than he used to, because the really crazy shit that he got mid-screen is off of his H specials, right? So Abel actually has like 9k health this patch, for real, right? So the thing is though, yes, so they really intensified everything about Abel, it's true. The thing is, at some point, you really are, like, Abel has broken his limiter, right? Like, Abel, like, he is so inconsistent, but he will just kill you often enough that I think I have to respect Ball. With that in mind, this is a tournament play tier list, and the most important thing is consistency. For that reason, I can't put Abel higher than like here-ish. I'm gonna put, honestly, I'm gonna put the Shotas above him. There's so much more. There's gonna like die less often, right? Now, I need you to realize that I thought Abel was bottom 1 last patch. Abel is the biggest winner of the patch, probably not. There's one other guy we're gonna talk about. Abel is the biggest winner of the patch, outside of maybe one other guy, and you probably know who I'm talking about already, but we'll get there. Abel's like the second biggest winner of the patch, to be real with you, right? But again, inherently, in his design, Abel can never really be like a top tier, because he has 9,000 health, right? I was talking about, at a certain point, I can't just ignore Soriz having 20k health. I can't ignore that. I can't ignore Abel having 9k health. I can't do it, right? So, even though he's really strong now, I don't think he can be there, right? He was top in vanilla? Okay, so Abel can be top tier. You have to like make a horrible mistake, and basically he has to like not kill himself, essentially, right? You have to like that weakness has to not be a weakness anymore for some reason, right? I will say, Abel players, yes. Becco, I'm with you. Remember when I made that whole rant earlier about how Ladiva and Metera look like this? And that's why they should be bad, right? Ladiva and Metera, their hexagon looks like this. I know it's a cannon or a penis or something, but like they have like one stat that they're like maxed out in, and everything else is pretty shit. But these characters can become very toxic if you let them run wild, right? So that's why they're kind of like always held back. I think Abel, while it's really cool and it's really fun watching him, and he's not gonna be like that big of a problem in tournament, I think Abel, as he is right now, is bad for the game. I don't think Abel should be this good. I think this is a mistake. Because Abel, so like, you know, like they have like the full stat here and they have a little bit and everything else? Abel is more like, literally this entire fucking thing is full, right? But then like, he says it's like defense, or like health, right? Like there's literally nothing here. But the rest of the hexagon is full. So, I think, even though he's not gonna be like taking, yeah, well, he's Pac-Man for real, yeah. So like, I think this is not correct, right? Like, I don't think they did a good thing with Abel. I think he should probably be nerfed next patch, to be real with you. Not because of tournament play, but this feels like if I had Ladiva up here, or if I had Metera up here, or if I had Ferry up here, I would be saying the same shit, right? He feels like he shouldn't be this good. He is this good. I can't deny it. I have to respect Ball. But I think Abel should probably get nerfed a little bit in the next patch. To be completely fucking for real with you. I'd argue Abel is fine where he is. Maybe. I disagree, Faith. He feels incredibly toxic, personally. It's really funny, and I can't wait to play him, and I love watching him, but he feels like he's a bad design decision, personally. So, You have to do HP management, you can't turn brain off and always do cash outs. Fair, but still. Anyways. Anila is another one of these characters that's a little bit power crept in this patch, I think. Anila, I had pretty decently high up in the last patch. I think her buffs were quite good for her. Where did I have her? I have her like somewhere in... Yeah, there you go. An A+, right? I think Anila got buffed pretty hard in the Vayne patch, right? Anila mostly got nerfed in this patch, actually, right? For the most part, she got... you over the fence does something now, which is good. That's good. This was one of the worst U skills in the entire game before, and it, does something. That's good. But, besides that, the U sheep are a little bit worse, which is one of her best moves. Right? Are these still mistranslated? I don't think so. Yeah. Her 5U was a little bit worse, right? She didn't get, Anila did not get torpedoed in this patch. But again, this is where we talk about what we talked about with Seox, right? Getting nerfed at all in this patch is a big deal, because almost everyone else got better, right? The jump breaker RPS is low, so I want to micro dash DP him most of the time, but sometimes just cancel it and I die. Yep. Top 3 for net play feels like Abel, Ladiva, and Ferry. Yeah. But so exactly, you're right. Gotcha, for real. But we're talking, that's why he should not be this high. He's the worst Shadow in the game. I mean, honestly, since a lot of them got buffed a lot, you might be right. Yeah. I mean, if the Shadows, quote unquote, are Gran, Vira, Djeeta, Siegfried, Belial, and Catalina, then yeah. But okay, so again, Anila got maybe mildly nerfed in the last patch, honestly, overall. But again, like we talked about with Seox, if you get mildly nerfed in a patch where overall the average power level of the game went up significantly, that's a big problem, right? Staying the same is a big problem. So with that in mind, I think Anila is gonna have to go down. I think. Have fun in FF14. I had her kind of here. Anila does feel in this patch, she feels a little power crept to me, right? I'm not sure exactly if she's right here or something, but I think Anila does drop about a tier, right? I should specify sub S+ net play. Oh yeah, again, dude, Ladiva is top 1, I think. No, it's probably Abel. Ladiva, no, Abel players have killed themselves too often. Ladiva is Ladiva's top 1 in, maybe it's Soriz. Soriz or Ladiva is top 1 in S+, or in S, I think. For real. But yeah. So I think Anila has to move down a little bit, right? She just she's kind of gone back. Cagliostro? Maybe, yeah, that could be fair. She's kind of gone back a little bit to where she was at the start of the game, where she just feels a little underpowered in general. It feels like Anila just doesn't do as much as people off Voss. Yeah, no, Voss is crazy too. Good point. Yeah, Voss is also right up there. But yeah, she feels just a little underpowered. She doesn't do as much damage. She doesn't get quite as much in the mid screen. She's a zoner kind of ish, but it's not really her fireball game's not quite as good as it should be. M fireball, Catalina's M fireball is better than literally everything, all of Anila's fireballs combined, right? And then Kata's U fireball too, right? So it feels she's back a little bit to the very first patch tier list I made, where it just feels she's a little bit, her numbers are just a little bit too low. She's still solid, right? She's still solid, but she's kind of, they left her behind a bit in this patch, I think. Certain other girls, the opposite of Anila, is in that girl didn't get touched by tiny buffs, which just helped her since overall power level went up. Yeah, we'll talk about her in a second. Okay, Siegfried. Siegfried is interesting. Siegfried is still very strong, right? Games need to have top tiers. Someone is going to be one of the best characters in the game, right? Siegfried feels like a super, maybe I know everyone hates fighting every character in the game, because that's how the FGC works, but Siegfried feels like a super healthy top tier, in my opinion. He is top tier. Siegfried is somewhere over here, I think. I think he is, he's a little bit left behind by some of these newer comers, and then Belial's just I think you could have argued Belial over Siegfried last patch, and he's just obviously better than Siegfried now, I think. Siegfried is, I think, one of the best characters in the game, right? Plain and simple. But the big thing, obviously, is this and this, right? Siegfried H Fireball went from being it was in contention, I think, for one of the best moves in the game. Normal, special, supers, U skills. It was in contention for one of the best moves in the game, period, was Siegfried H Fireball, right? And now it's like only okay. Like it's a really good pressure tool. At least it's a good like on block. It's plus 12 on block, right? It launches on hit now too, so it's like worse for combos, right? It also this travel speed nerf I've talked about it a couple of times, but this actually is a nerf. Why is Vira so low? I don't think that's not low at all. A plus. Seox is right here, man. That's not low at all, man. Vira is a solid, strong character, but she doesn't have like she's not like quite as she still has to get to install to be like really crazy, and it's not that easy for her to do so, right? 100 meter is not that hard to come by, but again, she can't do it as safely as she used to. Like she's not weak at all though. This is not low at all. I think you're misinterpreting the list a little bit, Mr. Dat Boy. But yeah, so this is also a bit of a nerf to his pressure in the corner too, because again, like you can spot dodge. Used to be again, Sieg could like poke with far H. Siegs did this all the time, right? They'll poke with far H and do either Verdrangen or Fireball. And if you want to spot dodge a Verdrangen, but if you did that right away, Fireball would kill you because it was so slow. Now both of them, if you spot dodge immediately, they both whiff, right? Doing triple combo Fireball 2M Link Midscreen was one of the sauciest things they did, and they took that away. Yeah, so like his damage is a little bit. He still hits like a fucking truck, but it's a little bit lower. His neutral is a lot worse. He still has very good neutral because he's got good buttons, but he was always kind of slow, and now it's kind of like, you know, that's a defined bit of a weakness for his neutral a little bit. Those buttons are still amazing, obviously, right? His pressure is a little bit worse, right? His DP is still amazing. Don't listen to them. They're lying to you, right? They tried to make his install usable. I don't think they really like did it. Like it's still like bad, I think, right? But it's something. Yeah, right. Like yeah. But overall, like Siegfried got one like really big nerf in H Fireball. And for the most part, he's still quite good, right? This should go to show you how strong Siegfried was. Like, you could take H Fireball basically away from him, but he's still, I think, a top tier. But he's not... His mid-screen is kind of mid down, trying to be a down player, but LMAO. He doesn't... His corner carry is kind of mid, I'll tell you that, Moth. But his damage mid-screen is still, like, decently high. He still does get, like even just, like, fucking auto combo into Uva is, like, 4,000, 5,000 damage or some shit, right? Like, that Uva does so much fucking damage. His corner carry is nothing special anymore, though. Outside of like, you know, Rekka or something like that. He can 2-2 into the corner, yeah. So he still has that, right? So again, I think it's worse than it used to be, and mid-screen got better overall in the patch. But Siegfried is still just a very, very solid character. He still is one of the highest damage characters in the whole game. Don't get it twisted. He has some of the best buttons in the entire game. Siegfried's 2M is like the benchmark, right? Like, this is like the normal in my head, right? Like, if you are in a similar class, this normal, you're a good button. If you are not, you are probably, like, not a good button. This is an insane button, and he's got a bunch of them, too, right? This is really slow, but it's a good button. This is the VERSUSIA normal? Yeah, like, VERSUSIA has a better version of this, I think, which is kind of crazy. Maybe it's not as big. But yeah, like this is a crazy-ass button, right? And he's got a lot of good buttons like that. He's still got, like, you know, like, Siegfried is just, at this point, Siegfried is basically a worse version of Belial, in the sense that he is good at everything, has no real weaknesses, but again, where Belial's like a 4.5 out of 5 at everything, Siegfried's like a 4 out of 5. Or if Belial's like a 4 out of 5, Siegfried's like a 3.75, right? He is almost, I know people use this as a buzzword. Sieg got nerfed into a more fun character. Lol, I don't like an idiot playing, I feel like an idiot playing his fun Dragon install game. Yep. So again, Siegfried feels, honest? Is that crazy? I mean, his buttons are not, right? But Siegfried feels like as honest as a top tier can possibly be, right? Oh man, we got to near, huh? We have gotten to near. Can I talk to you guys for a second? Can you hear me out for a second? Because I don't think anyone is gonna agree with me here, okay? But can I talk to you guys for a second? Oh yes, DP's amazing. Can I talk to you guys for a second real quick? Can you just hear me out for a second? Can we let's establish some ground rules, okay? I agree. Nier was undisputed top 1 last patch. Okay? We're good. I wanna tell you something. Let me tell you something. Okay. Remember when I said that Seox losing 2,000 health was like the second biggest nerf in the patch, probably? I want you to realize that it is not the second biggest nerf in the patch. It's actually like the 9th biggest nerf in the patch, because the 8 biggest nerfs all went to Nier. I just want you to hear me out for a second, okay? Just shut the fuck up for a second. Which was good. I'm talking about power level. I'm just saying. This this rework is a big nerf. Nier spends 3 to 4 times as long without death than she used to. Okay, actually, I want to kind of build this bit by bit, okay? Nier, what made Nier so strong in the last patch? I gotta make a list. Let me make a list for you guys. There was so many things, okay? What made Nier so strong? 1, incredible normals, okay? Highest average damage in the game, right? Because she didn't need a corner. She did the most damage everywhere. Looping, 50, 50, unfuzzyable, huge damage, unBCable. Okay? Unblockable RS setups. Okay? Basically, never ran out of death stocks. So, like, her weakness running out of... you almost... Outside of, like, the 18,000 health characters like Ladiva and Voss, you almost never saw Nier run out of death, right? Yeah, so... Best use skills in the game. There were, of the top 5 best use skills in the game, number 1 was 2-2U, probably. Number 2, it was, if it's not number 1, it was this one, which was 2-3-6U, and then 2-1-4U was, like, the 5th best use skill in the game, right? And her alt DP is still very good, yes, but it's a meterless reversal. It's a meter reversal, so I'm not going to talk about it too much, right? But yeah, so she had the best use skills in the game, like, bar none. She was the best character at dealing with BC in the game. BC is the strongest universal mechanic in the game, and nobody dealt with BC better than Nier, point blank, period. What else? I mean, obviously, incredibly scary pressure, which was amplified by 1, her damage being giga high, and 2, BC not being a get out of jail free card against Nier, like it is against a lot of the cast, right? Yeah, Incredible Normals is right up there, Eustace, I got you. Yeah, Incredible Normals, I mean, being, you know, like, 2M, her 6XL is pretty good, 2U, obviously, Far H, there's more that I'm forgetting probably, but yeah, her Close M's pretty decent, right? So, am I missing anything? Incredible Normals, highest average damage in the game, looping 50-50, that's unfuzzable, huge damage, unblockable RS setups, never ran out of death, best use skills in the game, the best character dealing with BC in the whole game, incredibly scary pressure, and... Did Nier have a really good throw bait? I actually can't remember. I feel like Nier, actually, did Nier have like a, whoa, did Nier have a throw bait pre-patch? Didn't really need to with all of this, but she had good throw bait setups. Fair, I'll say good throw baits, but I'm actually not sure. I'll just say good against throw. She's not like in all caps, not like everything else, but I'll say she was good against throw. Right? It was scary to like to try and like throw tech on Nier and stuff. Okay, now can you? I want to posit something to you, right? First off, I'm gonna all caps this real quick, right? I want to posit something to you about Nier. This was highest. Oh, hold on. This was highest average damage in the game in all caps, right? This shit was insane. Because highest average damage in the game, right? So I want to posit something to you. Left, right, high-low steps with throw. Okay. She combos out. Yeah, true. Can combo off throw as well. Yeah, can combo. I mean, that's more. So that's on the damage there for sure. But yeah. And also part of why her pressure is so scary. Okay, so I want to posit something to you. Okay. Can we agree this is like a relatively exhaustive list, if a little bit general in some places, what made Nier strong? I want to posit something to you. And that is that, in this patch, not only is literally almost all of this gone, almost all of this is gone, it has in fact reversed. Nier still has, Far H is still pretty damn good, 2M is still okay, like still good, 2U is still good, certainly, right? So she has good normals now, for sure. That did not go away. They're worse. All of her best ones except Far H got nerfed, right? All her best normals except Far H got nerfed. Far H is still a god button. But her normals are, we'll say she has great normals. She has great normals. They're not incredible anymore, right? That's still strength. That's good. Her damage is still very high average damage. Okay? No, this is the old list, GBH. This is the pre-patch list. She has, this is the best thing about Nier still. Nier still hits like a truck in the mid-screen, and funny enough, the way they made her resources worse means that almost always now, even on 13 stocks, Nier can start a combo at 13, and she can end it in a super on 3 or fewer stocks and blow you up, right? So like, these two things are still very good about Nier. Okay? Okay. This is completely gone. She doesn't have that anymore. And okay, also, something else about mid-screen. We'll talk about it also, right? Mid-screen in general in this game, because it's Nier's mid-screen. Nier's mid-screen is what's special. Her corner damage was always good, but like it was never like she was never like the highest damage, max damage character in the game, right? Her mid-screen was what's special. And again, mid-screen in general has gone up. So you can almost think of it as so let's mid-screen 50% to kill now? Yes, sure, but you can almost think of it as, again, it is not as special as it used to be, and it got worse. It got worse, and everyone else's mid-screen got better by and large. So again, even though this is still, I'm not going to argue that Nier is not very exceptional in her average damage in the mid-screen. I'm not going to tell you that. But I'm saying it is twofold this got worse. And this is the best thing about her, okay? This thing is fully gone. This is not only fully gone, Nier, 90% of the time, can't even fucking Raging Strike anymore. So again, it's not just gone. Nier got Raging Strike taken away from her as a mechanic most of the time. So again, this is gone, right? This is gone. This is not only gone, but she's bottom 1 at RS now. Okay? Basically never round of death stocks. This is not only gone, spends half the game deathless now. Okay? They didn't make her resource efficiency worse. Nier spends, it feels like twice a round, Nier goes deathless, on average. Twice a round. For real. Maybe it doesn't last as long, sure, but like she's spending, whereas almost never, used to almost never see it. She spends like 15 seconds a round, it feels like. Deathless now. Best U skills in the game. It turns out that her U skills are actually not very good anymore because you can BC all of them, and not only does BC stop the U skills now, it also makes her deathless. And I mean, can we all agree that Deathless Nier, give me a second. Deathless Nier is, oh god, I do it the row, hold on. Deathless Nier is in her own tier at the bottom of the game, right guys? Like, there's no discussion about this, correct? Let me do this again real quick. Who did I have in here? I had Metera, Ladiva, Metera, and Ferry so far, I think, right? So like, we can all agree that like this is like dog ass tier for Deathless, like Deathless Nier is here, right? Like, just I'm trying to like take you with me step by step, right? Elsa goes by she, I believe so, but I've heard somewhat conflicting evidence. I just call them they. But I believe Elsa goes by she. But people have told me like different things. People said they, she, all that. So I just stick with they until I can know for sure. But yeah, so like Deathless Nier is like 3 tiers below. Like Deathless Nier is not 1 tier below these guys. It's like 3 tiers below, right? And her U skills now, if you spend BC, you make her deathless. So her U skills, while still good in some cases, are actually mostly kill her now when she does them. Because if you have brave points left, her U skills, she can't use them, or she's committing to being deathless for a bit, which is a death sentence. Pun intended, right? So again, she went from best U skills in the game. Not only do they get like, you know, they're okay, they're actually kind of bad for her to use in a lot of situations now, outside of like certain setups, right? The best character dealing with BC in the game. I would dare argue that BC is stronger against Nier than it is against almost any other character in the game now. No, again, this is not just go away, it inverted entirely. BC feels like it does 10,000 damage when you're fighting Nier. And if she's in install, BC literally does 4,000 damage to Nier. So again, not only is this gone, but inverted. Like outside of characters like Ladiva and shit, who are like have no way to deal with BC at all, it actually feels like BC is stronger against her than it is against almost every other character in the game. Nier's pressure is still good. It's still good. She's got all plus frames and shit. But the thing is, again, I remember I said her pressure was really good because she was so good at dealing with BC. But now, BC not only kills death, but so does fucking throw teching. Did you know this? If you tech Nier's throw, she goes deathless. Do you understand how bad that is in a game where it is so fucking easy to tech throw? if you tech Nir's throws, it kills death. So good pressure is it almost feels a little bit generous, to be real with you, because the only reason it's good is that it's high reward. She does a lot of damage when she hits you, right? But like, you get that? Are you with me? Like, BC and throw turned her into the bottom 1 character by a country mile. Okay? So let's just, so this is honestly, like, good pressure is generous. And I mean, good against throw, don't make me fucking laugh. Right? Throw kills death. So, and secret bonus, Nier always had a weakness. Nier had 2 weaknesses that were so overshadowed for past patch, it basically didn't matter, right? But Nier had a weakness. She had 2 weaknesses. Nier, 15k, very squishy little girl. Okay? That's a big deal. Again, having 1,000 less health is a big deal. We talked about it with Lancelot, right? And outside of her incredible normals, which are also worse, right? Nier did not have great defense outside of her normals, right? Like, bad defense outside of Abare, right? So, Nier's normals are worse on Abare now. She can't mash as easily, so that defense got worse. And they took away her meterless DP. Like, I can't explain to you. You're not bad defense? She had... you're understanding what I mean, Musketeer. She relied on BC for defense. That's not good defense, right? Relying on BC for defense does not make it good. She had good buttons to mash on defense, but she had probably the second worst meterless reversal in the game. I'm just saying, those were things that were like, they didn't matter for how good she was pre-patch. But when all of her strengths get taken away, these are going to hurt a lot more now, and they made this one worse. So, like, I need you to realize that there are... if I made a top 10 biggest nerfs in the... I might make that for funsies. If I made a top 10 biggest nerfs in the VERSUSIA patch, like, this is like number 5. This is like number 7, right? These combined are like number maybe 4, right? These 3 combined? Maybe like all of these like number 4 combined? This is like number 2? This is like number 8. This is like these not being invincible is like number 6, right? This is like number 9 or something. I'm trying to explain to you guys that literally every single biggest nerf in the patch not only were on Nier, they were all on nowhere else might be number 1. Yeah, I was trying to think of not only were they on Nier, but they all went on Nier at the same time. I said this before and I'll say it again. Any of y'all motherfuckers who are, I think DP's number, no DP might be number 1, you might be right, it's something, but it's so hard to decide because so many of these, if any one of these lines was on your character, you would quit the fucking game. Like, you guys, some of the guys who are dooming about like side grades to their character, right? If any one of these nerfs happened to your character, no matter how good they were, you would quit the fucking game, right? And she has 8 of them. Seox losing 10,000 health or 2,000 health is like number 10, right? 1 through 9 all happened to Nier, for real. With that in mind, I think you guys some of y'all need to learn to not be so stuck in the past. Nier was undisputed number 1 in the game. We agreed that these were the things that made her very strong. All of her best strengths not only got removed, they got inverted, they became weaknesses. Or they straight up got removed. And her other strengths didn't get inverted or removed, got lessened heavily, and her weaknesses got amplified. The best matchup for like half the characters I can think of feels like it's Nier in this patch. Now, with that in mind, where do I think Nier is in this patch? I'm gonna give you some good news. She's not bottom 1. You're right, Excelia. She's not bottom 1. However, she is bottom 5, I think. Listen, all the good Niers are telling me that I'm losing my mind, right? All the good Niers tell me you're like, even the dooming Niers are telling me you're going too far. She's not that bad. Elsa still thinks she's top 10? Sure, man. I don't see it. I don't see it. Like, walk through this thought process with me and talk to me, man. Everything that's crazy. What? Again, let me reiterate. Everything that made her good either got removed entirely or completely inverted. She went from having the best use skills to the worst ones, from being the best against BC to the worst. She went from being good against throws to being bad against throws. She went from, like, her incredible normals got nerfed, her damage went down, and everyone else's, like, mid-screen damage went up, which is a big deal, right? It makes her less special, right? Her 50-50, maybe the best thing about her, is gone. Her meterless DP got taken away. She can't Raging Strike. Like, I don't see it, man. I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't understand. I don't understand. Now, I will give you one olive branch here. I think the two characters I've played the most recently are Nier's two worst matchups. I think Ladiva's pretty bad for Nier, and the more I play it, I think Vaseraga is Nier's worst matchup. Okay? So, those are the two characters I play most of the time. I will admit, it's possible that I'm underrepresenting her because of that. But the reasons I just stated are universal. Being really bad at BC, right? That's not like all this shit is not matchup specific, right? So you can tell me stupid. You tell me I'm stupid. You tell me I'm ugly. You tell me I'm I need to go die. I'm a Nier apologist. You can tell me everything you want. I agreed that Nier was undisputed top 1 last patch, but I think Nier, I would be looking forward to some slight, and again, I've said this multiple times before, let me make it clear. I still think this was the right thing to do. I had this as my, what Gotcha's saying, I had this as my single biggest success of the VERSUSIA patch, right? The biggest hit of the VERSUSIA patch was to shoot Nier this hard. It needed to happen. He was literally bad for the viewership of the game. Like, for the lifeblood of the game, it was bad, right? But both things can be true. That needed to happen. But she's not balanced right now. She's weak. Nier is a weak character. Nier is very weak. Yeah, at least give her RS back. Like, I know you wanted to remove the unblockable RS. They removed it twice. Like, the changes to, my understanding is the changes, the changes to something. I can't remember what exactly. The changes to Ominous Turn or the changes to Misfortune or something. My Nier players told me that already would have gotten rid of the RS setup. Like, that already got rid of the RS setup, and they said, no, you just can't RS anyway, right? EX Armor? Oh, yes, thank you. Yeah, that was what. Yes, that's it, you. Yeah, that's it, you. Yes, thank you. So, like, they already removed the unblockable RS. They then removed it again by taking RS away from her entirely. So, like, I used to be top 1, just put the fries in the bag, sis. Yeah, exactly. So again, right? This is just an unthinkable thing to some of y'all because of how strong Nier was, and I get it. But give me the logical argument. Doing like 8k in the mid screen with a super, right? Like, people are saying, oh, Nier can kill you, Nier can kill you from 50% off any hit, right? That's good, but like doing 8k in the mid screen with a super that's good. It's not absurdly special anymore. Off any hit, sure, off like a 2M. Sure, that's the thing. The really crazy thing is Nier can do that. Nier can do that off like 2M. Most people can't do that. You need to do like an auto combo starter or something for most characters to do something like that, right? But like, it's good. But I mean, Ladiva has an infinitely looping 6,000 damage 50-50, right? Like, you have to realize having one. You know what Nier is now, guys. You guys realize Nier is this now, right? Right? Like, you guys realize Nier is this kind of character now? Like, the only thing Nier does is she has, like, pretty good neutral for sure, and her damage in the mid screen is quite high. It's not absurd, but it's quite high, right? So, like, you guys realize that, like, oh, but Nier can kill you from any hit from 50%. Again, Ladiva has an infinitely looping 6,000 damage 50-50. And she's bottom 2. Having one really incredibly strong thing about you it's not good, right? Doesn't make you a good character. Ladiva's best strength is better than Nir's. Nir's a little bit more well-rounded, which is why she's above her, right? But like, having one really absurd strength does not a good character make, especially for tournament play, right? So, Metera's Kami with a gun, still awful character? Yeah, exactly. Is it infinitely looping? I thought special was on cooldown. The cooldown, so the way it works, Exilion, is the animations, doing HSPD into U air grab is such a long animation that you can go, by the time you close L them on wake up, EXSPD's back. You can go EXSPD into close L, EXSPD into close L, EXSPD, and it costs her like 20 meter because she builds like 30 off EXSPD, right? So, like, she can loop that enough times to kill you. Because again, by the way, that kills you if she does it 3 times. If Ladiva starts with 60 meter, she can loop that 3 times. I think it's less. If she starts like, maybe even like 50, she can do it. So like, it kills you in 3 loops. It does 6,000 damage. It kills Ladiva in 3 loops. But she's awful. Because one really strong strength does not a good character make. Right? And you know why Ladiva's awful? Because Ladiva is bad at dealing with the universal mechanics. And Nier is worse at dealing with BC than Ladiva is. For real. BC is worse for Nier than it is for Ladiva. Ladiva is also slower, has worse neutral, you know, and is worse at dealing with backdash and stuff. Sure, Ladiva's worse than Nier. I'm not trying to say that she's better. But these are the same kind of character, guys. Nier is the same kind of character as Ladiva in this patch. And as Metera and as Ferry, right? She has one really, really hyper strong strength and nothing else. So, get with the times, people. Nier is not even close to a top tier anymore. Nier is closer to bottom 1, much closer to bottom 1 than she is top 1. That's all. I know we took a long time on that, but like, I know for a fact, what are people going to disagree with most on this list? It's this, right? Nier is dog shit. Thank you, Vermilion. Finally, someone who like, I know like a lot of people are like, you know, motherfucker got 6th place at Evo. Maybe you'll listen to him, okay? Nier is not good. Is A- dog shit though? Relatively, right? Again, these characters aren't like dog shit is a bit of an exaggeration, right? But like again, like relative to the game, yes. But again, all of these guys, why did I drag him? All of these characters can win, but like winning 12 tournament sets in a row before you lose 2 is tough on these guys because you can't just like die so many times, right? So like, she's not dog shit, literally dog shit. She can win very easily. Near bottom 1? No. She's not bottom 1. I think she still has more. So here's the thing, right? Nier, when I say Nier is the same kind of character as Ladiva and Metera and Ferry, right? I say that when I say that she has one very strong strength and it's otherwise dog shit. The thing is though, her very strong strength is like neutral and mid-screen, which is where you spend most of the video game, right? Ladiva has to get to the corner first. That's tough because neutral's so ass, right? These guys have to make you not get in on them, which is very hard to do. Playing neutral, every character has to engage with Nier's win condition at some point, because neutral is where the game starts. And we'll talk about why that makes one character very strong in a second here, right? But you have to play neutral at least once every round. So that being Nier's incredibly strong strength makes her better than these guys. She's a lopsided, shitty character, except for her really good things. She's really good at neutral and getting ward off neutral, which is a very important thing in this game. So, again, that makes her better than all these guys. But, yeah. None of these characters are old fighting game bottom tier. Much. Yeah. Yes. And I mentioned this before, and it's a good thing to mention too is, again, yeah, Nier's not, like, dog-ass, but I'm using strong language with Nier. It's the way I'm going to bed. See you, Moth. See you. You said that Voss had 2nd worst defense in the game. You're going to say VERSUSIA's the worst? Yes, I am. And if you watch the video when it's recorded, you'll see what I mean exactly. It's a toss-up, though. I think you could argue either or of them, but I'll tell you why. Well, you'll watch it later, I guess. But I want to make this clear, because I used very strong language with Nier, because I'm trying to break through, like, the ice block in people's heads of, like, Nier is top tier. She can never not be top tier, right? Nier is broken and horrible, and I hate her, and she's so strong, and why is she like this? So, like, people hated Nier for so long, and hated her so vehemently that they just can't get through their heads that Nier is not strong anymore. Which is why I used very harsh language. With that in mind, bottom 5 in this game is not that bad anymore, post-patch, right? She's still a very capable character, right? Vanilla Nier is basically a Blaze Blue top tier. I mean, Vanilla Nier, dude, pre-patch Nier, imagine pre-patch Nier can come off for DP with, like, pre-VERSUSIA patch Nier, where the Niers had like developed the character and all the 50/50s, and dude, like, if it'll make the guys with the Nier hate boners feel better, right? Hypothetical pre-patch Nier that was developed as much as pre-VERSUSIA patch Nier was. So like she can combo off her DP, and she had 50/50s, and her skill was better, and she had like all this bullshit. She's like 7 tiers above everyone. Oh, that's Grimnir. We'll get to him in a second. She's like 7 tiers above everyone, right? That's not where we are anymore, guys. The game's different. The patch was significant, and they changed Nier a lot, right? We have to get used to that, right? You're still good enough to get onto the free pass? Listen, man, all these guys can win brackets. For sure. All of them can win brackets. But is it more likely that Nier wins or that like a Seox wins? I don't think it's even close. UL still real low? Yeah, I mean, Twy, I think with UL, took away the plus from the S+. Oh, yes, you're right, thank you. Yeah, they reworked for this patch. I think they were a little bit careful with her. So I think I'm expecting some nice UL buffs in the next patch, I think. Like some minor buffs in the Vikala patch. Because the Vikala patch is going to be relatively minor compared to the VERSUSIA patch, I think. It'll be more like the Vayne patch than the Vikala patch. Or than the VERSUSIA patch. Alright, Grimnir. Let's talk about Grimnir. So Grimnir is really good, right? The question is Grimnir here or sorry, is he here or is he here? Is really the only question, right? Obviously, Grimnir is very strong. Top 2, no contest? I don't know about top 2. Grimnir above Percy and S. Grimnir is really, really good. Okay, here's the thing, right? The thing with Grimnir has always been, so I had him very high in the last patch, in the last notes too, right? I had him bottom of S. This might have even been downplaying him at the time, right? The thing with Grimnir is one of these setup characters, in the sense that he needs his seals to be like when Grim has the seals up, that's when he's like, we get into like the really stupid shit. The thing about Grimnir, yes, exactly, Xalion, there is no setup character in the game. To call Grimnir a setup character is almost a joke. It is technically his archetype. He has to set up the seals, but like how easy it is to set him up it's pathetically easy. You go, you know, what did he say? Winds or something like that. Like he puts out the H tornado. That's Rashid, isn't it? I'm mixing them up. But he Storm. That's Rashid. Right? Storm. He puts down the H tornado and he just seals up. Boom. Guaranteed. It's almost unstoppable. H tornado jump seals. Yeah, exactly. Right. So like he's a setup character, but his setup is so incredibly mix up. Yeah, mix up. It's I summon you, racism storm. So it's very easy for him to get set up, and then once he has that setup, he is real scary, man. Grimnir, I mentioned earlier that the second best throw bait in the game was Uno's J214H. The best throw bait in the game is Grimnir JU, right? For sure. That shit is, I mean, it's not plus on block, but I feel like that shit just catches, like, the sheer amount of options out of Seal makes that thing so much harder to predict. And people get bopped by that way more often than they get bopped by Uno's 214, right? Grim has, Grimnir with the seals up, plain and simple, has the best offense in the entire game. He also, they didn't give him a 50-50, which it doesn't feel like that should be the case. Grimnir doesn't feel like he necessarily needs one, but like he has like, people, listen, part of me, I'm talking about the thing where at the end of his combos, he like launches up into the air and then he goes, you seal. He goes, you seal, and then like he falls down, he's off screen, you're falling into him, and then as you fall into him, he's like either like, you know, dashing and doing a JL or landing and doing a 2L, right? So that thing, people are telling me that thing is reactable. Some people are saying that it like almost feels reactable. If I want to like really like suck my dick, I'm like, yeah, bro, I could like do that. But like I don't think that's reactable. That shit feels like it's a 50-50. It's a metered 50-50, so it's worse than like a Zeta one for sure, right? But it's metered, but it's still a 50-50, which is a very rare thing to have in this game. Yeah, the seals not launching is kind of insane because his mid screen with seals now is just absurd. He like literally Grimnir will like just train carry you throughout the entire screen. You have 20 frames to react. It's very weak visual cue. Yeah, like it's. I'll call it reactable. Like I don't think it's reactable. You're not reacting to that shit, especially because Grimnir. It's not a 50-50. Grim can also just like do nothing to bait your DP as well, right? Or he can like delay and throw. Like it's pressure, but there's a high-low mix involved. So like you're not. I don't think that you're reacting to that shit personally. So like that's insane. His offense is the best in the game, point blank period, with seals up, right? He's like the thing is. The only thing with Grimnir, two things, right? People get really mad when you say this, but just give me a second. Forget this button. Forget this one for just a second, okay? Forget this button for just a second, okay? Forget this one for just a second. For just a second. Outside of this, Grimnir's buttons are not amazing. Now, to be fair, This is almost like a Lily, like crouching heavy punch situation, right? Where like he almost doesn't like need too much. Yeah, far L2, yeah, that's fair. He doesn't really need too much besides this, but you know, this it doesn't, as much as we want to pretend it doesn't literally do everything for him. So that's like a mild weakness. He's a top tier. He's a top tier character. Let's not. But you know. And the other thing is too, this is kind of slept on as well, right? This is one of the best 2Hs in the game. This is the highest. This or Vaseraga is the highest reaching 2H in the game, and this has more horizontal reach than it looks like. If you look at the hitbox on this thing, this is only a little bit horizontally smaller, only a little bit, than Siegfried 2H, right? This is one of the best 2Hs in the game. The Dust Beam for 2H, yeah, exactly. Hitting the opponent out of the stratosphere. This is a really nice 2H, because you want to go into the air a lot against Siegfried against Grimnir, try to air throw him, or like, you know, otherwise deal with the seals. His SBA is only 4,500. It's not, his SBA is not that special. It's only 4,500. It's on the higher end, but it's not like a Lucilius or a Nier or something. It's just a different. It's the second tier, the 4,500s. I think his 2H kind of sucks, TBH. Not, I mean, it's 11 frames, so it's like totally regular startup, and the hitbox is huge on this thing. I didn't notice this until I looked at it. Grim is not usually the guy like sitting on the ground and anti-airing you, but this is a good 2H. Janemba ass 2H, yeah. So like again, Grimnir. And then the other thing, obviously, with Grimnir is he doesn't have... So he has no Meatless Reversal. That's not mandatory. He has okay defense, pretty much because of this, right? This and Far L. He has, like, two pretty fast, low pokes that are good against Shimmy. Far L even better, I think, right? The thing is... So, again, this is Strike, Throw, Fantasy Versus. People are going to shimmy you a lot in this game. And if they're just walking back or backdashing, having a long-ranging, low-hitting move is pretty nice. So Grimnir's buttons are pretty good on defense. His close L and his 2L, right, are pretty good on defense, actually. And of course, 4L is better, but you gotta be mashing 2L on most of the times you're crouching, right? And this is still a decent button. So his defense is only okay. It's not horrible. He has a good dash L as well, if I remember correctly. I gotta see it in my... Yeah, he's got a decent dash L as well, right? So like he's got good defense for sure. Yes, he's very fast. Pretty good on defense. I'm not saying pretty good. I'm saying he's decent, right? His defense is one of his weaknesses, Musketeer, right? But it's again, when we talk, people like ha, bad defense, or Grimnir defense is so bad. Look at Vaseraga defense, or like VERSUSIA, or Ladiva, or like Ferry, or something, and tell me that Grimnir has bad defense. Grim does not have bad defense. He has okay defense. He doesn't have good defense. He's okay. He's not these guys, right? Just him being fast. Also one of the best defenses in the game. Whatever, man. Whatever you want, yeah. His only reversal is 16 frames. Whatever you say. And his 2L is like the worst defensive button in the entire game. It's fine. I think you're not coming at it from the right mindset here, Musketeer. His Farl is UL's Farl, but much better. Yeah. This guy cannot meet it. Yeah. Don't worry about it. Some people. Voss is rare enough. I understand. It's fine. Anyway. But yeah, Grimnir. I don't know exactly where to put him. Right. If Grim has seals on the screen, his defense isn't bad at all. I mean, he can't really. Like, he can't see. He's not gonna seal out of the corner or anything. Right. I don't know. Having good buttons is part of defense too? Yeah, I mean, it's a big part of defense. It's not a part of defense. It's a big part of defense. He's better than Sieg? You might be right. I'm going to say... Only has 50 meter ferocity, I'm guessing, on my defense? How is it different from DP? You tackle does like 3,000 damage most of the time, which is like 500 more than a DP. How is him having 50 meter making you guess on defense different than anyone with a meterless DP making you guess on defense? He doesn't even get like Oki off it half the time. He gets Soul Forge, that's good. And it's not even a reversal. You can just like if you don't leave a 5-frame gap in your offense, Tackle doesn't do anything. He can combo off tackle though? I mean, yeah, no, but with the combo, it does like 3.5. In the corner, it doesn't do that much. He gets the worst wall bounce in the corner. So like, no. The combo does like 3.5. It doesn't do that. Like that's high for a reversal. But by the way, it's not a reversal. It's invincible on frame 5. His only reversal is a 16-frame command grab that you can safe jab standing up. He has the worst 6XL in the entire game, or the second worst, and he has the worst Abare button in the whole game in 2L. What the fuck are you talking about? He's got some of the best defense of the game. Look, you're smoking dick. Anyways, Grimnir, I think I'm okay with this. He's very strong. I think he's very strong for sure. I don't know, like these guys are all very good. You can sort of like argue a lot of them. I think there's a bit of separation in a couple characters, and we can talk about them in a second, right? Blau being one of them, but anyways, yeah, Grimnir's good. Bro, smoking D for sure. I mean, okay. let's talk about, I said Abel was the second biggest winner of the patch, and I think someone else is actually the biggest winner of the patch, and everybody went, haha, I wonder who he's talking about, and obviously everybody knows who I'm talking about. Lucilius. So, I will be honest with you, I'm of a couple minds about Lucy. So let's get the obvious stuff out of the way. Lucy was not great pre-patch. He was fine. He was fine. He wasn't amazing, right? He was not great pre-patch. Let's get the obvious things out of the way. Blade level 5 is even better than it used to be. It was always scary. It's even better now. They buffed it. And they made it easier to get to. Which seems like... You know how with Nier, I said the problem is they sort of like... They stacked like too many buffs. Or sorry, too many nerfs on Nier. And so they kind of all compounded. It felt like they did kind of the opposite with Lucy. Where like they kind of like... One of, you know, like Iscariot getting more blade level is an interesting buff. But then Iscariot's ground bouncing to make his damage in blade level 5 so much higher is kind of weird. It compounds with this. And then the general buff to blade level 5 in general also compounds to this, right? So there are like 3 very, very big buffs to blade level that all synergize very well with Lucilius. And yeah, everyone's talking about it on both sides here. It's not as easy as Grimnir, but it is a lot easier for Lucy to get to his win condition. And like somebody said, Blade level 5 Lucy is the best character in the game, right? It's not exactly close. He already has very good specials. They have a 2-second cooldown, and he does the most damage in the game, essentially by far, right? Outside of like 3 Dragonstock Siegfried or something, right? He might even do more. I haven't seen like the real optimals off Blade level 5, but I don't know. 3 Dragonstock Siegfried does like 27,000 damage, so it's not gonna... But yeah, he's the second highest damage character in the game, right? In Blade level 5, and like, in realistic scenarios, it's much easier to get to BL5, Boys Love 5, than it is to get to Siegfried Dragonstock 5, and again, Dragonstock 3, and that only lasts 10 seconds, right? So, it felt like they compounded too many synergistic buffs on Lucy, and now he's kind of insane, right? And by the way, what they did was plug up the guy's weaknesses, basically. Pre-patch, right? When Lucy was pretty mid down here, right? Lucy had some of the best buttons in the entire game, right? Of course, people always make the joke about Jesus Kick, right? His far M. People talk about this thing all the goddamn time. This is a gigantic 7-frame medium button, right? This is not Lucilius' best button, by the way. It's this one. This is Lucilius' best button. What the fuck is this thing? This is the best far L in the game by by orders of magnitude, I feel like. This is gigantic. This is like as big as some characters' far M's, it feels like. But of course, this is also a very good button, right? It's not just 120 to 130, by the way, like it too. It's also that Supers, Supers got a 30% bump, which they didn't used to, and so did U-Skills. So everything else went from 120 to 130, they went from 100 to 130. So again, it's even more of a bigger damage bump than you think, right? His Far 5M is the second best normal in the game. I'm of the opinion that his Far L is even better than his Far 5M Vermilion, but these are both god normals, no doubt about it, right? These are both god normals, for sure. But yeah, so, even before they juiced him to hell and back, right? He had really good neutral. He had good, his specials were good. Like, Iblis was like, a really good fireball. This is a really good fireball, Only Belial 2M is more borked. You don't think Belial Far H is pretty good? This was always a really good fireball. This was like a fine, he had good mid-screen damage even before the patch with stuff like this. It wasn't amazing, but it was okay, right? This was, not really that used special before the patch, right? Tessera was a decent option, not really in neutral because it was very fake. But the U1 was a throw bait, and these were against like zoners mostly, like anti-projectile tools and things like this, right? So like Lucy, he's very much Catalina. Oh, ignore the pie chart. Lucy is very much Catalina in my eyes, but a little bit different in the sense that like he was a very solid character pre-patch. Again, I think I said exactly this. He's a little bit undertuned, right? It took him a little bit. He almost never got Blade level 5. And even when, and outside of Blade level 5, he was like, okay, he didn't do that much damage. He wasn't that scary, or his pressure was like, okay, or things like this. They just like took him and shot him to the fucking moon in the sense that he gets Blade level 5 every single round now, pretty much, unless he just gets like instantly killed. And it's better. And and by the way, it's not just the Blade level 5 stuff that's within him here. There's 4 compounding buffs here. 1 is that Iscariot gives Blade level. 2 is that Iscariot makes his combos do 100 million damage in the mid-screen at Blade level 5. 3 is that Blade level got buffed a lot. 10% here and 30% here, right? And 4, quick reminder that even though the game is still very high damage, even though the game is still very high damage, overall, on average, outside of some outliers, people do less damage in this game now. This is a universal damage nerf. This is a universal damage nerf. This is a less, the ultimate skill. This is a less universal, but pretty applicable damage nerf, right? So, not only is Lucy better at getting Blade Level 5, not only does Iscariot make his combos do 10,000 damage in Blade Level 5, not only do they buff Blade Level 5 just across the board, but rounds are longer on average than they used to be. So he has even more time to get Blade Level 5, especially if he's playing defensively, which he's much more incentivized to do now, right? So, this really was the case of just, Lucilius is quite well-rounded, and he got, like, Lucy looked like this before the patch. He had like a small circle, you know what I mean? He had like a relatively small circle. But like, you know, he was actually probably like, you know, it was more like, something like that. They just like took him and like made the circle look like this instead. Like it's just as big everywhere else, and in some ways it's better. And then they just like added this gigantic, like, you know, Ladiva near like Ferry level win condition on top of it, and just didn't take anything away from him, right? By the way, Lucy mains, y'all were dooming hard, by the way. Y'all were dooming really, really hard when you read these patch notes, huh? Bem after seeing the circle. So, like, I will say, simultaneously, I think Lucy was a little bit overhyped when the patch first dropped. I think he's obviously S+. He doesn't feel as good as these guys. You know what I mean? I think people were talking about Lucy top 1. I think he was maybe I'm wrong. I think he was a little overhyped when the patch first drops. He's obviously really good. He's obviously amazing. But I think he's the same as well through Catalina. There's a bit of a maybe this is interchangeable. But I couldn't really see him above Belial or Zeta with what I know about them now, right? I think. But yeah. Belial's still quite better. It's not a canyon, right? But again, in my head, this guy's still better than Lucilius, I think. And I think probably Soriz I agree with. Yeah. Okay. 2B. So this character's strong. Let's not beat around the bush, right? 2B's good. And 2B is a very consistent character, right? Is Cat really that good now? I'm still new, so it's kind of insane for me. Yeah, I mean, again, the long and short of it, Otaku, is that Cat and Lucilius are very similar characters. They were always very well-rounded, very balanced, very like solid characters. But then they just like in an RPG sense, they made it so that like they were leveled like 10. They just made them level 99. Like nothing new happened to them. They just like all their stats got crazy. 2B's above Percy as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, so let's talk about it, right? 2B is very strong. And 2B, remember when I said that, really quick, right? 2B is, yeah, low damage, yes, but she's not playing Gran Blue yet. So 2B's biggest strength, by and large, is that 2B has the best neutral in the game. Now, when I said that the reason Nier is better than Metera or Ladiva or Ferry is that Nier's strength is neutral. And neutral is something everyone has to play at least once. So having that be your strength is very important. Having that be a weakness, like it is for Ladiva, for example, is not very good. 2B has the best neutral in the entire game. And usually it feels like the way 2B is designed is that, and by the way, I will say, I think I was underrating 2B here. This is another one where I think I have to apologize in hindsight. I think I was underrating 2B in my last tier list for even before the VERSUSIA patch. He was probably like somewhere higher up here, right? So apology accepted. Thank you. So the realization that I had as I was talking about 2B is like the design of 2B is, in my understanding, is that you are supposed to basically, she's gonna win the first neutral interaction. She's gonna win the first, like 99% of the time, like 90% of the time. She's gonna win the first neutral interaction in the mid-screen. But she doesn't do that much damage, and she can run out of, her offense is like decently scary with her resource, but she can run out of skill gauge. So my understanding is how they expect you to play against 2B is 2B is a character you outlast, right? In the sense that you're supposed to just let her win the first neutral interaction, and then outlast her if she's out of skill gauge. And then once you get her out of skill gauge, her offense becomes a lot easier to break out of, and her defense is very bad. To be like, she doesn't have great buttons. She has no 5-frame lights. She doesn't have any great buttons for defense necessarily, right? I mean, like 5M is okay for like reaching people trying to space you out. That got nerfed in this patch too, right? But her DP is very, very resource intensive, right? So the idea with 2B is that, I think. However, just at its baseline, a character where you are expected to just let them win neutral once is very strong. Because even though she doesn't do that much damage, right? In a game like this, the corner is terrifying in this game. And just like acquiescing that you're going to get to the corner at least once every game against 2B is still scary. And her corner pressure, in my opinion, maybe I'm wrong, is scarier now because of, God, she has so many it's Volt. It's this, right? This thing is actually a lot scarier than it used to be now. Like, she has a much better, like, anti-throw option. To be fucking broken, I'm on that train with you, Vermilion, for sure. She has a much better anti-throw option than she used to, and she can combo off her own throws, right? So her corner pressure also got scarier in the patch. So waiting her out got harder to do, because she can just kill you a lot easier than she used to be able to. Now, she is overall more skill intensive, but again, she uses that skill better to kill you. So I am probably of the opinion that 2B probably got better post-patch, and I think this was a pretty big downplay of her. She's probably somewhere in this S tier last patch, right? I will say, she's more toxic, possibly. I will say, people winning the 2B are gapping. I don't think so. I think she's very good. I will say though, that she doesn't feel like these guys to me. And actually, but she does feel to me, from what I understand, she feels scarier than Percival. I think I'm not moving Percival up. Yeah, 2B feels like she's like right here. She feels right here to me. Maybe that's downplay. Maybe that's downplay. But I don't know. The fact that there's still a very clear win condition in sight against 2B. I can fight 2B and go, all right, no, yep, just get through it, man. Just get through it. It's gotten harder to do that, but there is a clear win condition fighting 2B. And it is to just let her run out of skill gauge and then kill her, basically, which she is going to do more often now. But again, she will kill you before she runs out of skill gauge more often than she used to, because he got better, with the Volt buffs. Yeah, you see it right there, like the stream on the YouTube side of things, if you want, yeah, sure. To be similar to Zeta, and the fact that her player base is probably not making the best use out of her kits, maybe. But again, right now, she's exhausted in fights. That's another thing. Yeah, I mean, if you want to factor in, like, yeah, people don't like fighting this character. Fighting games are at heart a mental game. Once we get to the point, especially at high-level play, once, like, everyone understands the basic rock, paper, scissors of offense and things like that, right? This shows is obviously relatively balanced. Other fighting games for Smash are far worse. No, yeah, listen, what? I'm going to tell you right now, we're going to get to the end of this pretty soon. The VERSUSIA patch is a smashing success, I think. Again, the lowest tier I have on here is A-. That's because these characters are not bad characters. They just, they are obviously lacking in a lot more of the consistency is the really big thing. At this point, every character has some really crazy strong shit. It's only consistency is the only thing holding characters back, right? Which is why this is a tournament play tier list. Consistency is gonna matter more than anything, right? But like everyone is good in this game. At this, they did an amazing job. Like again, I said it like 3 times so far. I'm gonna say it again. The gap between Nier in this tier list and like Vayne in this is like the pre-VERSUSIA patch tier list, right? This gap is hilariously big. This gap from like Belial to Ferry is honestly like. It's big, sure, but it's not, yeah. In my opinion, Starlix was 623H, and like how much easier it is to get stacks now, and making install safer, right? I feel like Soriz is just so 623H is a DP, yeah, Hecko. It's the DP buff is huge, and I think also the stocks. Soriz is the tankiest character in the game now, bar none, right? That's it. Like that's so yeah. I agree that I think he's crazy right now, Starlix, for sure. Okay, but yeah, so 2B is very good, I think. But again, is Eustace justification inconsistent enough to tell? Yeah, I mean, Forgiven, yes. So again, Eustace is definitely still the biggest question mark on this list for me. But I can tell that he got a lot better. I'm basically saying, I'm doing this on a relative thing. This is how good I thought he was before. If I assume this was correct, then how much better do I think he got? And then I move him up accordingly, basically. If this is wrong, then this is wrong. If you catch my drift. But yeah. 2B is very good. The only reason she's not up here, and if you want to do this, I wouldn't, if you want to do this even, I wouldn't be too mad at you. But the reason I'm going to put her here is that there's a clear win condition against her, I think, right? All right, Vayne. this is the character that I talk about all the time when I mention this. Vayne is still bottom 5. But Vayne is a lot better than it used to be. Yes, Vayne is infinitely better now. Everything about his kid is massively improved. Yes, Vayne is much better than he used to be. Much, much better. But he's probably still like here? Is he better than Nier? I don't think so, right? Best match for Vayne, Vaseraga? Oh yeah. I mean, like, if you were really like, if you were on some Vayne, if you were like really slurping him, right? I feel like maybe you could get here. But yeah, this is where we get into, so when we talk about consistency, why is Vayne so low? At this point, I mean, Vayne, you know, he's got decent-ish buttons. He's got decent mid-screen damage. He hits like a truck in the corner, right? He's got good anti-airs. Shield is kind of like a joke a lot of the time, but it's still something you have to keep in mind. It's like a little bit of something you have to respect a bit when you're fighting him a lot. Why is Vayne this low though, right? It's because Vayne is, again, one of these characters that is very lopsided. However, so we talk about, you know, Ladiva is bad because she loses to BC, right? Nier is bad because she loses to BC and throws and throw text and shit like that, right? Vayne's problem is he loses to running. Vayne loses to the dash button, and then if you go dash and then you hit L, that kind of kills him, right? Characters with good move speed can just dash through shield a lot of the time, and Vayne has to either play really aggressive to protect it, which has its own problems, right? Or he just like can't, he's not gonna get that much value out of shield. In the corner, shield is quite scary. You can get like Oki off shield, like shield can be actually pretty nice for Oki, but Vayne is at heart a zoner, right? And his zoning relies on the slam, energy destruction, and the shield. And both of those are not really great zoning tools. I'm gonna put him, I think maybe Metera is better than him, right? Or multi-hits? Yeah, it's true. Yeah, shield loses to multi-hits as well, right? I think Metera's a little bit better. I'm gonna put him above, like, Ferry. I think he's a better zoner than Ferry, just because, like, he hits, like, a truck. This guy does good damage, especially in the mid-screen. He actually hits really hard, I think. And then in the corner, he hits incredibly hard. And his anti-airs, obviously, Vayne is known for his anti-airs since he came out, right? So he does a lot of damage, and he's got a throw bait. It's not a great one, but it's a throw bait. It's probably worse than Ferry's, honestly. The big thing separating him and Ferry, I think, is that essentially he just like does more damage than her. I think they're like, he doesn't have mix, but he does more damage. They're quite similar. There's not a huge gap here, right? Shield is just, unfortunately, it is an incredibly strong tool when it works, but the people it doesn't work against tend to be the characters you see a lot in tournaments, right? Fast characters. This character, right? This one, right? This guy. I mean, this lady to an extent. She's not super fast, but she can still, like, you know, she can dash L decently, right? Like, the things that like shield loses to are like the good characters in the game, essentially, right? So his consistency problems are going to come from the fact that he is very reliant on shield, and there's a lot of characters in the game that are very good at dealing with it, and they're the good characters. So he is intrinsically made bad, again, because he's one of these characters, right? He's one of like these like really jagged characters, right? And you see it, you can really feel it if you play Ferry versus Vayne, or Charlotta versus Vayne, or Vaseraga versus Vayne. When shield works, it feels like it shouldn't be in the game. So they made shield not work most of the time, because shield really, like, more than almost anything in the game, shield is like he's like out here, right? Like when shield works, it feels like it shouldn't be in the video game, right? At least he's near to Anila or UL? Maybe. The gap is not huge here, but again, I think Vayne is gonna be, like, the fact that Vayne gets, the people who beat him up the most tend to be the characters you see a lot of, like the good characters and also the fast characters. People like playing fast characters pretty often. Like, losing to fast characters as a zoner is kind of normal, I guess, but like he intrinsically, like, based on his design, loses to walk speed and dash speed, which is not a good thing for him. So, that's why Vayne is that low. Beatrix is funny. So Beatrix, this is where I had her in the last tier list. And by Vayne, by the way, he moved up a little bit, I think. But again, Vayne, these guys are all much better. Avatar, obviously, way better. These guys are all much better, but again, they're all relatively still, like, their fundamental design problems still make them bad, but they're still, you know. So yeah, Beatrix. Beatrix was down here. And honestly, you could have even said this was downplayed at the time. But the reason for this was, remember, this was after the Vayne patch and the Beatrix emergency patch, right? Where she got nerfed and all the other top tiers around her didn't. Or at least Beatrix is probably top 5, right? Somewhere in here. But like, she got nerfed, all the other top tiers did not. Now, outside of Belial, a lot of them have caught up to her. They've gotten nerfed back to where, you know, she sort of ended up, right? B did not move? I think she did. Because again, B sat still, but This guy got worse. She got better. This guy got worse. This guy got worse. She got worse. He got worse. She got worse. So, some new characters have risen up to meet her, right? But honestly, I mean, is Beatrix better than 2B though? Like 2B is a gatekeeper in my heart. Like I was gonna put Beatrix like here-ish, but like, is she better than 2B? She's so brain dead. She is easy. She's easy and consistent. Like she's. You want to talk about like if people are talking about Zeta's execution makes her you could argue consistency against Zeta for like her having like kind of tough stuff to do with the fuzzies, right? I mean, if you want to say that being easy to play makes you consistent, which is a fair thing, then I mean this is the easiest character in the game, right? That's what I mean. Everyone else moves down to status top tier. Yep. I'm gonna say. Okay, how does Beatrix compare to Siegfried in my head is the question. She's faster than he is. That's a good thing. She has a command grab. She takes 50% of your life with clocks enough argument. That's not that special, dog. You're talking about in the mid-screen? Then fair, yeah, but... Again, even then, like really good mid-screen is more common than it used to be. And in clock only comes up at under 30%, right? I think you really put that in like it was a slam dunk. It's not the slam dunk you think it is. But yeah, so how does she compare to Siegfried in my head? She's faster. Yeah, she has a better neutral skip now for sure. Riding free is still a war crime button. She has a command grab. Yeah, I forgot about that. Beatrix has a command grab. She has a fucking command grab, doesn't she? Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of stupid. Her having, like, she is Siegfried with a command grab, isn't she? Fuck. He does more damage than she does, for sure. But she is Siegfried with a command grab, isn't she? And she's faster. Yeah. Yeah, oh, man. Yeah, wait, I mean, when I put it that way, right? Yeah, and she has better mid-screen too. Faster Sieg with a command grab and better mid-screen? This bitch is kind of crazy, no? I think she's yeah, like, as I'm kind of talking myself into it, yeah. She really is, yeah, she is, wow. Her combos are so easy, yeah. Command grabs with the win condition, yep. Man. Sieg already has a command grab? True. Like she's below Cat? Yeah. Not sure if he's a character in the game, but she flows well and her routing is very flexible. Yeah, okay. So with that in mind... If I had Siegfried and I said I made him faster, but to be fair, it's faster Siegfried with a command grab and better mid-screen, but worse buttons, for sure. Siegfried has better buttons, right? But still, Sieg would take that trade any day. Her command grab is frame 10, I think, Con. It's not frame 1. That'd be pretty funny, but no, it's frame 10, I think. Song? The song is Crowned in Tailin from Europa Universalis 4 Lines of the North DLC. The shit goes crazy though, no? It's so angelic. I love that shit. EU4 is the game that I've played the most, I think, out of any video game in my entire life. And yeah. Thanks, it's so meditative. Yep. Okay, so. I mean, Siegfried will take that trade. If you made Siegfried's buttons a little bit worse and gave him a perfect game, yeah. If you made his buttons a little bit worse, give him a command grab, better move speed, better 6XL, and better corner carry, he'd take that 100 times out of 100, right? So I think she's probably here. She's comparable to Catalina in my head, right? There's almost a separation in my mind right here. There kind of is one forming in my head. It's so odd. I almost want to do this. I'm gonna think about this. There's almost like. I almost feel like I want to do like something like this almost. You know what I mean? Like 2B feels like better than Percival, but not quite as good as these guys. But these guys don't feel as good as these guys either. That's supposed to be top 5, maybe like a borderline called debatable. Yeah, debatably S+. Sure, I like that idea. Because like, these guys are obviously very good, but like I just like get a different feeling in my ballsack when I look at these 5. You know what I mean? Like they scare me in a way that these guys don't. I can't put a finger on it, but yeah. But also, these guys feel obviously better than these fellas. So, make a grandest of bluers tier above S+. I'm gonna call this debatably S+. Yeah. I like debatably S+, sure. Tingly ballsack? Yep. Put Percy up there? No, honestly, as I went through the list, no, Percy should be down here, I think. He's very strong, but like, 2B feels like, I feel like I'm notably, like, she feels a little bit like, you know, like a lower damage, but overall better version of him, in my opinion. I could be wrong, though. I'm a little bit... Percy, I've not seen that much of him post-patch. I could be underrating, for sure. This is a possible miss for me. But yeah, I'm gonna call this debatably S+. We can rearrange the colors a little bit, I guess. Let's make it start at red, and then get more orange as you go. How's that sound? That sounds good to me. Orange, yellow, or get it more blue as you go. This can be green, and then this can be like dark blue, and this can be light blue. How's that sound? Actually, no. This will be dark blue, and this will be green. I like that better. There you go. Okay, so VERSUSIA, yeah. VERSUSIA, I have talked about, feels incredibly like a very good addition to the video game for me, in the sense that VERSUSIA feels, mix up the order? Oh, did I? Oh, you're right. Come on. There you go. And then make this, I want to make this blue, and this green. Thank you. All right, cool. All right, so, VERSUSIA feels very good to me. She feels like she's Sieg bottom tier confirmed. Yep. She feels like, honestly, this is one of the characters that has like, he's got an obvious win condition and weakness, but she's got a pretty strong strength, right? She does a shit ton of damage. She's not a zoner, but she has decent zoning, kind of like Kag. Like Kag's not a zoner, but her zoning can still like work for her really well in a lot of matchups. The thing is, I do think that VERSUSIA probably does have the worst defense in the game. That's the thing. No, she's not yet. People saying she's not going in an S. But the reason for this being is that she has the same problem that Voss does, where her only 6 frame is a 2L. Now, her 2L is better than Vaseraga's because it's a low, I think. Is it a low? Wait, is it a low? That's kind of important, actually. Is her 2L a low? Any VERSUSIA players in the chat? I think it is, right? So it's a low? Oh, no, it is. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So it being a low is good, right? She has an actual DP, unlike Vaseraga. That's also good, right? But, again, her 6XL is actually pretty good if she gets, like, a full head of steam. It is the worst 6XL for defense in the entire game, though. Because of that, the startup on her dash, a very common thing that happens with a lot of characters in the game is they kind of play, like, at that sort of far N, far H distance with you in the corner, and they try and, like, poke you out, especially if you're a character like VERSUSIA with big slow buttons, right? Usually the answer there is to dash L at them, to, like, you know, threaten that. She can't really. I think 5L comps. No, 5L does not hit the exact same ranges. We're talking about we're talking about a further distance there, right? Like, it's one of the biggest problems with Ladiva too, is that her 6XL does not go very far, but hers goes way further than VERSUSIA, right? DP is pretty bad. So yeah, it's not great. It's better than Vasaraga's grab though. Like, it's actually a DP. Unlike, you know, you can't save Zeta standing up at the very least. So she has very, very bad defense. Probably worse in the game. I don't think Ladiva. I think Ladiva has a decent, like her far L. She has like an actual 6 frame button to match, isn't a 2L, right? U headbutt is debatably as bad as U grab, but like, you know, I go back and forth on them. So like, her, Ladiva, and Vaseraga probably have the 3 worst defenses in the game, but I think it is her. So like, that's a big deal because defense is important, right? She's not down here, by the way. She's probably like here-ish. Sounds right. She's a very well-balanced character, right? She has good zoning, she has really high damage, she has pretty good pressure, she has infinite plus frames. She's not super good at like BC baiting or throw baiting, that's the other thing. Her pressure is, maybe I'm wrong, but I guess the DP, her DP is a good BC bait, but you can kind of like delay BC and it beats it, right? Like if you delay BC her like HDP into stock follow-up, it catches it. If you BC right away, it doesn't. But yeah, like he has like decent ways to deal with BC and throw, but nothing insane like some of the other better characters in the game, right? Again, her corner carry is crazy, her mid-screen damage is really good. Her close hit is an okay BC base, I guess. Just gets so slow, right? So like her offense is it's fine, it's good, it's strong, right? And she has a lot of damage. She's got good zoning, but again, she has a gigantic hole in her. Like she is the things that she is good at, she is better at than all of these guys in front of her, right? Besides maybe Seox, but she has, just like Seox has 14,000 health, she has like the worst defense in the game, right? So she's not well-rounded like these guys. She's more like Abel, honestly. Though, again, her strengths are not as good as Abel, and her weakness is not as weak as Abel, right? But again, she's her and Abel and Seox represent, and Vaseraga, I guess, all represent like a different kind of A+ in my head, where they are very strong characters with one really big gaping hole. So, gigantic hole, yeah. So, for example, these guys are very weak characters with one very, very insanely strong thing about them. These guys, 1, 2, 3, 4, and for the guy, Seox, VERSUSIA, Avatar, and Vaseraga are all very good characters with one very large hole in them. Ferry, Ladiva, Vayne, Metera, Nier are all pretty mid characters with one very strong strength. It's better to be this, you know, the very strong characters with one hole than the very weak characters with one strength, right? But yeah, gigantic gaping hole, I see. Oh yeah, man, some of y'all, it's not the VERSUSIA, it's a different one, I promise. But yeah, so VERSUSIA, I mean, honestly, just like symbolically, I want to put her right in the middle of this list, like this, right? That's because, you know, she feels perfect. Like, if every DLC came out at this power level, that shit is amazing. She has very defined strengths, very defined weaknesses. I love VERSUSIA as an addition to the game, and she's honestly a perfect way to like wrap it up. Look at S. Lance doesn't really belong. Maybe he's on the borderline. He could be down here, but Lance feels like a little bit better. Like Seox felt like a little bit better of a Lance last patch. Now feels like Lance a bit better than a bit of a better Seox in this patch. But if you wanted to do this, I wouldn't shoot you. But he feels like you know, feels a little bit better, possibly. Yo, Specty, thank you for the follow, by the way. So, VERSUSIA being an amazing addition to the game, I feel like is a perfect way for me to end off and say that I think that the VERSUSIA patch overall was tremendous. I think they did an amazing job. Again, like, realistically, this is a bit of a mistake. He's probably a bit of a mistake. She is maybe a little, you know, Catalina is good. Cat feels a little bit Siegfriedy to me. Maybe her light wall's a little bit too good. And obviously he's dumb, but he's never getting nerfed, so that's fine. So I feel like overall, though, they did a great job with this patch. BC being missed is you can go by, yeah, Avatar's a mistake too. You can go by and watch the video that I made. We're not going to go over it again. But overall, though, this patch is amazing. Again, I think it really has closed the gap. There is no B tier in the game anymore, I don't think. I don't think there's a B tier. I really don't. You might call it like symbolic bullshit. It doesn't matter. Like, it's the same number of tiers. There's more, if anything. But again, the gap between this and this is very small. Like, debatably, S plus and S plus is very small, right? And again, like, truly, these guys from like A minus to A plus are pretty clumped, right? I feel like there's definitely a bit of a jump. Like, the S characters feel a little bit better to me. As I say that, like, is Lance up there? Is Lance up there? I'm gonna keep him up there. I'm gonna keep him up. Yeah, like, there's a bit of a gap here from A plus to S, a little bit, right? And then there's a bit of a gap from S to debatably S plus, right? Like, the game is really, really balanced now, I think. By and large, the worst part of the game now is Brave Counter, in the sense it needed to get touched like a little bit in some way in the patch, and this didn't, right? But it really is the universal mechanics the worst problem, which is like kind of okay because everyone gets it at least. Obviously, some people are better at using it than others. Some people are better at dealing with it than others. But like, the game is in a really, really, really amazingly healthy state right now, and I couldn't be happier with it, to be completely honest with you. They cooked incredibly hard with this patch. Yeah. And again, VERSUSIA is the ultimate encapsulation of this. She feels like she's just perfectly balanced, right? Like, this character is good, but she has, you know, it's easy to figure out what to do to beat her, right? She wins some matchups, she loses some matchups, she got good strengths, she feels fun and unique, but also, you know, her unique mechanic doesn't have to be like, you know, I kill you, right? Or like, I kill you, right? Mid-Suja? I mean, mid in the sense that, you know, she's literally like middle of the pack, sure, but I think that doesn't make her weak at all, right? I know Brave Counter feels like the only thing that's trashy. Yeah, like the only like real big glaring issue, I'm ignoring Belial because like at this point I guess I have to be like all the vanilla players and realize that he's gonna be top 1 forever. So like sure, but like the only real glaring issue in the game feels like BC at this point, right? So yeah, UL buffs were minuscule, but again I feel like with UL they gave a character a looping 50/50. That's the kind of thing you got to be careful with. So I think they gave it to her and they were like very careful. They were very careful, right? They're like, okay, we're gonna give it to her. I'm gonna see. And I assume, I hope, what I would like to see is some mild buffs to UL in the Vakala patch to be like, oh, what if we make her, yeah? Because again, it is very easy to make a character with looping 50/50 broken, like this girl, right? You can fuck that up really easily, so. Top 1 until Sandy, we'll see. But yeah, is there anything else that, as I look at this more, is there anything that I don't like here? Again, Lance maybe could go down. I know people are not going to be happy. A lot of people are not going to call me an idiot. Oh, I almost said the R word. They call me an idiot for Nier, right? I know, but I feel it so strongly. I like, it's the most controversial thing on this list, I think, but it's the thing I feel most strongly about in this list, is that Nier is not good at all in this patch. I'm willing to be wrong. In fact, I would like to be, because I think I'm kind of sad how overnerfed she got, but like, they can make it cost meter? I think you can either, one of the 3 changes. Honestly, the real thing is just don't hard knock down on counter hits. Just do that, and it's fine, suddenly. Doesn't hard knock down on counter hit, and it's fine. But yeah, like, I even though it's going to be very controversial, I am very, very, very strongly of the opinion that Nier is a bad character in this patch, relative to the rest of the game. Give Metera Spiral Arrow and Hooligan or Riot? Yeah. Zoe, I mean, Vaseraga, honestly, maybe Vaseraga, I could be over, some people think I'm downplaying him, probably. I could be overrating Voss a little bit, honestly. Personally, that could be the case. I don't think so. I think he's strong in this patch, for sure. No, I think I'm happy with this. It feels right to me. Would I say the top 5 is in that order? These are, by the way, these are ordered in general. I like this list, me too. I think this is, in general, the tiers are ordered here as well. Yeah. Like, I think Ferry is the worst character in the game, unfortunately. And I think Bile probably is the best. I think Zeta's number 2. I think Cat's number 3. That seems right, yeah. Top 5's, yeah, I mean, top 5's really close together. Even, like, Grimnir, Siegfried, and 2B aren't, like, miles behind. Again, the only, like, kind of big jumps in this list, not even big, but, like, noticeable jumps, in my opinion, is from A+ to S, and from S to debatably S+, right? Like, from here to here, from A+ to S, and from S to debatably S+, that's the only 2 jumps where I'm like, the characters in this tier feel notably better than the rest of the list, and the characters in this tier feel notably better than the guys in S, in my opinion, right? That's about it. Otherwise, it's all very clumped. Within tiers is very clumped, right? And like the borderlands, if you want to put Nier like here, I wouldn't shoot you. If you want to put Charlotta down here, I think that's reasonable, right? This is the full list? Yeah. Which ordered by GM to A rank. So true. That'd be a little bit confusing, I think, for some people. Why does Narmaya the Roach have to be A+? I think she's good, man. I think she's strong. She's not crazy, but I think she has decent. She has got very good pressure. She's got decent mid screen with the flips in the corner now, but she still doesn't do like amazing damage in the mid screen. Her defense is okay unless she's in Kagura. She feels balanced to me. I just wish Brave Counter be a defensive mechanic, not an offensive mechanic while you're on defense. Yeah. Again, I think the big thing with Brave Counter is just make it the call patch. Do this for me and my life is yours. Change nothing about the game, but make counter hits hard knockdown, counter hit Brave Counter, not hard knockdown. Genuinely, this game is close to perfect if you do that. If Brave Counter did not hard knockdown on counter hit, this game is close to perfectly balanced. You're never gonna get on actual. There's always gonna be top tiers and low tiers, right? But the spread is so close. Just make Brave Counter not hard knockdown on counter hit, and my life is yours. Cygames. Destroy counter hit BC, and my life is yours. You get the deal. Cool. Yeah. Goddamn. That took 3.5 hours. I don't know if we're doing anything else today, guys. I don't know. I might just call it, honestly, and do some editing or something. Might be a shorter stream today. Wait, that took I didn't think this would be a 3.5 hour video. I think shorten 6XL still, personally. Some, certainly, right? Like some of the 6XLs are too big still. Belial, Beatrix, Catalina, things like this, but... Are you playing as Narm? I started playing this since spring 2024. It keeps popping up instead. Yeah, she's very popular in ranked. I wonder why, but she certainly is. What do you think about 6XL being +8 on hit so everyone gets a combo off it? Some characters can't combo with 6XL properly in certain ranges. So I'll give you an example, right? Vaseraga can get 6XL close M, even though his close M is 8 frames. He can the 6XL close M is hard coded to work. Off certain distances, sure, right? But I think at this point the reward off 6XL feels good. Instead of like upping it, I think any huge outliers should be taken down a notch, right? So yeah, if like Catalina gets too much reward off 6XL, she should get less. Everyone else shouldn't get more, right? I think the average reward off 6XL close M is good now. So I think now it becomes a matter of we have to take anyone who's like really outlying, which already they did a great job. This one line of like there are so many like elegant. It's why I'm so surprised you do anything with BC, because like this one line. It's such like an elegant, such an elegant line of balance. You know what I mean? I don't know how to describe it. It's such like an elegant balance change. Especially like if I can suck Cygames' dick and Arxis for a second here, just because like I feel like it's much more common for people to like complain about like balance changes, right? But like if I can suck their dick for a second, right? Universal mechanic changes are very scary. It is very easy to fuck them up, and like because they have such a long-lasting impact and a far-reaching impact that like. It is a very difficult thing to make a universal system change, especially in a game where the universal mechanics are as strong as they are in Gran Blue. 6XL, your Brave counters, things like that, right? That like this being such like this one simple, quick, elegant line of dialogue, flattening the reward off 6XL so much in this game is just so cool. It's just such a good job, such a good line of patch that they did there, right? Like this is such a smart idea, and I didn't think of this. But it's such a smart idea, right? Did I miss anything? We're done, Phoenix. You came at we're making a tier list where we're just about done now. But yeah, this is such a great job. And adding damage scaling to it too, like I like it so much. But again, yeah, this like one line, then this one too, did such a good job of like pancaking the reward, right? I think though, yeah, there are still some people who get like much higher reward. I'm not sure how exactly you fix that, right? In the sense that the problem mostly now is the outliers just characters with like really insane corner carry. which maybe they need to go down a bit. Like maybe, Catalina could stand to have a little bit worse corner carry. Same with Belial. Someone mentioned like having, EX Gosha could launch on hit. I love that idea. That seems like a really good idea, right? So like he can't like, just, pull you in and then 6XL and extend the combo or something, right? So like maybe some characters need their corner carry taken down a tad, right? Your Belials, your Catalinas. I mean, Beatrix is like, I know Beatrix is like, it's really high, but it is kind of her thing. But maybe it could go down a little, but I don't know. Like maybe I'm like an idiot, but it's kind of like you could take other things away from Beatrix and then keep her corner carry, like maybe, make 2-2H reactable or something, and keep her corner carry. Maybe I don't know. But yeah, point being, they did a great job on the patch. I was about to have game to game carry next patch. He's gonna take you into fucking vanilla, yeah. They took it from Djeeta. I don't see why not. True. And they didn't try to give, in theory though, they didn't try to give Djeeta something else. Like they took Djeeta's thing and tried to give her something else and make it her thing. She got weaker for sure. So yeah, I mean, fair enough. But like in terms of like the things you could take away from Beatrix, 2-2H is the one that I would like to get rid of mostly, right? I think 2-2, like I would rather her keep her corner carry and have 2-2H be reactable, be like a, like a 25 frame move or something. So it's like a combo tool, not a neutral tool. That seems better to me personally. Anyways, that's the list. Yeah. A little bit of ending rambles right there, but I think I'm happy with this. Someone mentioned making like a wish list for the Vikala patch. We might do something like that in like tomorrow or something. But the idea being that again, this is gonna be a smaller patch. Gold Lewis Ferry, yeah. It's gonna be a smaller patch than the VERSUSIA patch. So it's not gonna be like as like we're not gonna ask for too much, right? But they're like small tweaks that I think could happen. Like we can definitely do something like that. Ferry looks a bit too high, needs to be nerfed. Yeah. I mean again. Ferry she got better in the patch, and we overreacted. Most of us overreacted, right? But she is still probably the worst. But again, being the worst is not as bad as it was last patch. Ferry's a lot better. Like, Ferry is better than literally every character here, right? Like, if you took them from different versions, put them together, right? Ferry is better than every one of these guys. Every one of these characters, she's better than, right? But these characters are better than they were, too, is the problem. Ferry top 33 seems OP, yeah. Anyways, VOD watchers. This was Ferry's not released Vayne? Not at all, no. This was a 3-hour and 40-minute video. It was almost a 4-hour video. So if you made it this far, I assume you enjoyed it, but if you did, any kind of likes, subscribes, all that good stuff, comments, bells, helps out a lot. So please, if you could be so kind, I would appreciate it greatly. I also stream every day from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. Eastern, except for Fridays. I'm doing it right now. And if you want to come by and hang out, I encourage you to do so. I also VOD watchers skip to Rising 2 in 2026. Yeah, the backlog is 2.5 weeks long about right now. Honestly, like doing this, like having this be like a whole stream is probably good. It makes the backlog a little bit slower, a bit shorter, But yeah, the backlog is like it's 18 days, I think, last count. And for the 4 p.m. it's even bigger because the wall brawls get in the way, right? But anyway, if you want to come by and hang out on the stream, I encourage you to do so. I also have a Discord if you want to join that. A great place to hang out. Do about your character, upplay your character, downplay your character, call me an idiot for all my takes, whatever you want to do. Just be nice to everyone but me. You can be mean to me to an extent. Just be nice to everyone else or I'll shoot you in the head in Minecraft. Most importantly, hope you had a good time hanging out today, as always. I know I sure did. Yeah, man. Very balanced game. Very balanced game. Great tier list. Yeah, you guys are... Actually, no, I'm probably going to put this out before Vikala comes out. You guys are getting this video, like, probably a day or two after it's recorded, but everything else you get, like, 19 days after or something. But yeah, very good tier list, right? Very balanced. They did a great job with the patch. Having a lot of fun with Gran Blue. Gonna be a lot more coming your way. And until then, I will see you in the next one. Peace. Whew, all right, well, fellas. I mean, like, I could play some Gief, but honestly... I don't know, man. That was kind of a lot. That was a lot of thinking. Like, as much as I'm sure some people are gonna call me an idiot for my placements, I was like, my glucose was on kind of overdrive right there. Why is Ferry not Ferry tier? I was wrong. Ferry's not as she actually did get buffed. She's better than she was last patch, and she's better than she's better than every bottom tier last patch. She is still the worst character in the game, but Ferry got better than I gave her credit for, basically. Think more with Eustace? No, I don't want to. My head hurts. So yeah, like, I put a lot of brain glycogen into this shit. I put a lot of glucose into this list. So I think if I went and played SS6, I just got a lot of MR last time. I think I'm gonna lose it all. Tripping from... You know what I'm talking about? Rumbling the Knas? What's a better way to stop thinking than playing Gief? I'm trying to get better at my neutral with Gief. I'm trying to play a little bit less brain dead. I think I might see you guys tomorrow. I think I gotta do that. Yeah. One question before we go. Well, first off, I'm gonna make the link for the wall brawls today for the intermediate and open. So make sure to sign up. Go hug your Gief. Yeah. I've been liking Eustace. He's confusing, but I can feel the sauce dripping off him. Gotcha. Like when I get kind of like Voss, he's gonna be very satisfying to get good at. I think I can feel the sauce dripping off the guy. Like this character is cool, but he's just weird and finicky, and also like very different from how I play like any other character, right? But why not play Brain Dead if it works? Well, yeah, it works, but it doesn't work forever, right? It doesn't work forever. Like I want to eventually I want to get to like Legend, like 2200 MR with Gief, and it's not gonna work there. So I have to learn good habits now. I can in 1500 MR, you can jump at people, and like a lot of people can't anti-air, but like I want to learn good shit for a while. I think Eustace S, but I'd be killed for that take. I don't know if it's crazy. I mean, again, I'm most likely down playing Eustace on me. I don't think you're crazy for that one, but I just like, I don't know enough to say, right? But you might be right, for real. You could, I don't know. You could be right. It seems like he has a lot of really strong stuff, right? But I just don't know. I don't know enough. But yeah, so make sure to sign up. I'm gonna put out the links for the wall brawls. Make sure to sign up about that. Yeah. I just gotta say, just giving you guys a heads up. If you want to sign up, it's fun time. The brackets. Vikala won't be out for either of them, right? She's out on the 25th. Bro, she's not out for either of them. Yeah, she comes out because it'll be Thursday this week for the open and Wednesday for the intermediate. Yeah, she's not out for either of them. That's sad. It would have been out Thursday. Wait, she's out Thursday evening? Oh wait, when does when does maintenance? It's like 10 p.m. When does maintenance start? Always forget. Maybe the week after. No, Vikala's the 25th, dog. We know the release date. We know the release date is the 25th. She's out on like Friday, Japan, which is like 24th for us. Yeah. I saw Charlotta. I might be dead. She's cute. I like her, but she might be annoying. We'll see. But yeah, she's cute. She's cute. But yeah. Other than that, I mean, do you guys have any good ideas for no randomizer upsets attorney? Fair enough. You guys have any good ideas for patch-related content? I could ask you if you want. Did someone mention like the wish list thing again? I like that idea. Things to like talk about, like retrospectives on the VERSUSIA patch before we go into the Vikala era of things. Because the wish list seems nice. Tier list seems fun. We already did like a biggest hits and misses too, which was fun. If you guys have any ideas like that, you can certainly let me know. If you want to like DM me or message me on the Discord server too, I'll take it in the suggestions channel, because I think this kind of stuff is fun. One nerf and one buff for each character. Ooh, top 10 cheeses. That's funny. These are good ideas. We can get an hour rant about the upcoming Belial buffs. Yeah. At some point, I'm gonna become a video essay channel. Belial, the top tier that was Belial, the top tier that was never nerfed. Belial, top tier for 10 years. I don't know. Well, there's gotta be some video essay at some point, probably. Highlighting what a character did during a patch before it's removed would be interesting. SSBA animation end screen tier list. Yeah, biggest wish list. Yeah, we'll make a wish. Yeah, so the ones I'm gonna do for sure is the wish list sounds like fun. We'll do like a wish list for the Vikala. The immortal top tier.
Very good.
Damn, Zan. Damn, you're good. Yeah, the immortal top. Oh, the immortal top tier. That's a clever one. The face of Granblue. I like those too. Yeah. Oh, Pran. Pran. Thank you for the 4 months. Thank you very much. Your support is greatly appreciated, good sir. Belial, best believe he's still busted. Tier 1. Yeah. Okay, so. Wish list for sure. I like the idea of one nerf and one buff. It's kind of like an expanded version, like a less focused wish list. I like that idea. The banana Kamek that hangs above all tiers. Yeah. Belial Mafia will go after you if you release a video like that. Yeah. And now he will try, and he actually does Fireball or something. This is the Belial documentary, like the Smash doc. The top 10 cheeses are funny for sure. But I also think I might be a little bit like some of like the really obscure cheese I might miss. I might not feel super confident in that because it might be like some Eustace or UL or shit that I might not know about. But I mean, you don't have to. If you guys think of anything, you can certainly let me know. I'm open to suggestions in the suggestions chat. Belial WhatsApp now makes so much sense. Yep. Don't call Belial WhatsApp after 3 a.m. Worst mistake of my life. It's those like those old YouTubers that will like make horror movies for kids. Soppy Cat is us. Plus, she's good, man. She's real good. She's very good. They like really turbocharged her in this patch. I think she's kind of insane. Clip compilation of Ferry's one-sided dominance. Okay. Yeah, I mean, again, if you guys come up with anything. Ranking characters by sauce. Ooh, that's a good idea. I like that one too. Gotcha. I can do that after the Vikala patch too. Doesn't have to be like. That's a good idea for a content video though. I like that. That's a really good idea. Okay, I gotta write this shit down actually. These are some good ideas. Hold on. Where's the list of near stuff? Okay, so what do you guys? We said wish lists for Vikala patch, right? One nerf and one buff for each character. Top 10 cheeses, but I'm not sure I'm too confident in making that one. It's a funny idea, certainly. Characters ranked by sauce. I do love that one. That's a fun one. Content Bright is active. Yep. Can't think of a UL button that could be nerfed. Farm and 6M are super good, but they have their weaknesses. No, UL does not need nerfs, I don't think. UL wants some but I guess, you're saying for like one nerf and one buff? Yeah, I don't know, actually. Maybe someone a backflip probably with UL. I'm not sure. I'm not certain. But a lot of characters don't need nerfs for sure. And you'll go straight to bottom in a soft tier list. Yeah, true. That's not how much. It's not how much you want to jerk off to her. It's only how much sauce she has, and she's kind of sauceless. Adding clips showcasing the sauce would be great. True, true. Yeah, but those are great ideas, I think. Waifu tier list? I mean, I'll write it down. I'll write it down. I'll write down waifu tier list. We want to get horny at some point, but sure. Bubs goes high on sauce? Oh, yeah. Any guy who goes cum is always going to be high on my list, right? Those are good ideas, though. I like these are already like these are nice. I'm also trying to so kind of a spoiler alert, I guess, but I think I want to make December like a really fun month where we just do like a bunch of content type stuff like this every day. Like these like more discussion videos and fun videos like this. I mean, ranked's fun too, but like, you know, as like a change of pace. Since December is like the 1-year anniversary of the channel. So I think I'm also like kind of, there's a whole lot of other things I have in reserve that are like, that I want to do for that too. I'm going to try and do 30 straight days of like videos like this. Tier lists, rankings, discussion videos, stuff like that. 'Cause I think it'll be fun. But I put out, you know, 60 Gran Blue videos a month. So it's going to be a little tough. But yeah, it'd be fun. It'd be fun. Just because, again, because it's the 1-year anniversary of the channel and I want to, you know, I think it'll be good to celebrate it. Do us on enjoyability to fight. I think I'm the wrong guy to make that list because, like, I feel like I'm not a big like hater. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I don't really mind fighting anyone. So I feel like everyone just go. I just put everyone on like, you know, okay to like fun and, you know, no one like wouldn't be very interesting. I wouldn't be like entertaining. Would be entertaining takes there, you know? Thanks, Echo. Who's the drink? I mean, drip tier list. I mean, this is. But I feel like drip tier list and sauce tier list, you're getting a little bit too close. I'll keep them in mind though. I'm not all of these are gonna be videos necessarily, but I'll keep them in mind. Just like have like a sounding board, you know. Top 5 characters deserve coal in the Christmas sock. Yep. Start power scaling Gran Blue. Could Belial beat Garo? You know what I'm talking about? We pivot to a power scaling channel instead of a high tier human brick. Thank you. Could Ladiva beat the Akatsuki? No, she's like a regular girl. What's your B-Day? It's April 4th. So it passed already this year. But, you know, yeah, we can try to do something fun for that. It's always easy, it's easy to remember, right? Because it's 4-4. But can he beat Goku? Like, isn't that, like, yes? For some of the... we don't have to get into it. A lot of people don't like power scaling. I find it very interesting. But it has a bad rap, the power scaling community, for a good reason, to be fair. But, yeah. Video editing stream if you're okay with making more curated content. Video editing stream. Interesting. I think one thing we're going to start doing eventually is, like, there's a lot of people who want to, like... I've gotten like little things like, oh, you know, like play Sparking Zero, play Monster Hunter Wilds, things like this. Things that are not really what the channel is like aimed at and probably wouldn't do very well analytically based on like the audience that's been cultivated so far. But I think like doing some kind of sub-only streams where we do like fun stuff like that, just for the subs basically, could be fun. And, yeah, like a video. Yeah, like stuff like that could be like more of a sub-only thing, you know? I think that could be fun. Like ideas that sound fun but aren't necessarily like, you know, they don't sound like analytically, like they don't sound like they're good like YouTube algorithm content. They could be like inherently financially supported by the fact that, you know, you have to sub to watch it. So the people who like really care and like watching my stuff besides the Gran Blue can you know, get some more stuff, and the guys who don't have to see it and doesn't have to go on the YouTube channel and shit. Yeah, exactly, like kill streams like that. Yeah, that's also probably like a November December-ish thing. I gotta figure out. I still want to add a little bit more cool stuff on the YouTube side of things here, because you guys are cool, and you definitely are not getting the same kind of experience as the Twitch folks, just because there's a lot of cool bells and whistles that I could add, and like alerts and stuff that I don't have on YouTube. So I want to fix that up first before I do anything like that. Gladly yapping VC Gran Blue lore. Yep. Okay, well, fellas, this was very fun. I gotta say, I really appreciate your guys' company. Like, besides, obviously, like there's the I make money when you guys watch the stream, right? So sure, but like it is just fun, also for real. Like it is just fun to like sit here and like make tier lists and like watch you guys, like talk to you guys and share opinions and talk about all this kind of stuff. I do appreciate it a lot. So I'm not gonna pretend that it's not like also there's a financial incentive here, but you know, I work and it's not as fun as this, right? So I do appreciate. Story mode, yeah, story mode would be a thing for sure. That's really going that's going to be on the main channel though. That would be like something that I would make a video on. People seemed interested in that when I made the video the last time. I'd be so down for Monster Hunter Rise stuff. I feel like you'd have a blast. I've played Rise to completion twice, I think. I haven't played Sunbreak though. She wants to change the tier list with subs like last time. Listen, that shit made me the most money I've ever made in a single stream. It was really fun too. But again, I wanted this one to be a bit more of a serious, for like sauce tier list and drip tier list and waifu tier list. If you want to be corrupt, you can do it. But like, I want this to be like a more serious take on what I actually believe, and I want to be able to like stand by this. When someone calls me, you know, a fucking idiot for putting Nier in A-, I can be like, nope, you're stupid. Play more of the game, right? Yeah. Cool. You just got, yeah, sorry, Naros. This is a bit of a shorter stream just because we spent like 4 hours making the tier list. So I don't think I don't have the brain in me right now to play some Gief, but not me bankrupting to blast some bubs on stream. Yeah. Waifu tier list empties bank account. Toxic brick redeem when? I don't know, man. The psycho monologues are as close as we get, right? I yell into the camera, but usually I'm not yelling at you guys, so that's fun. I don't know. You guys make my days better. So I don't want to be. I would rather. I do my best to do the same for you guys as well. But yeah, let's find someone to raid. I think like your streams, they feel like such a vibe with everyone involved. You're seriously cultivated a great community. Hope you know that, man. Thank you, gotcha. I appreciate that a lot. You've been around for a long time too, man. So I appreciate you. Seeing you smile makes the stream so good. So thanks, man. Oh my god, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the heck? Oh, that shit caught me. Thank you. That shit caught me off guard. You can't be saying shit like that, man. I gotta go. I got shit to do, man. I can't be. That was very nice of you. Thank you. All right. Let's find someone to rate. Well, as much as I like all of you guys saying nice things about me, I'm getting riz. No, for real though. I'm like blushing. What the fuck? But yeah, as much as I like having people get like, you know, give me compliments and stuff. One, my ego is big enough as it is, and two, yeah, I mean, for some else 3 a.m. and for others, we've been putting off the raid for a while here. So let me find someone to raid real quick. On the YouTube side of things, I'm sorry, fellas. Again, I don't think there's any kind of, you know, mechanic like that on YouTube. So I'm just gonna say again, thank you so much, guys, for hanging out with me today. I hope you enjoyed. Char will probably raid Char. We'll see. Hope you guys had a good time with the tier list. Thanks a lot for all the support and stuff like that. You guys are awesome. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for you know, maybe the wish list, maybe some more stuff like that. But yeah, bye YouTube. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you. All right. For Twitch, who's live?